Han Fei needed to give an explanation. After all, the rules were set by him. If he broke them and went to whichever star bead he wanted, although the people wouldn't say anything about it, they would still think that Han Fei didn't keep his word. However, if he explained it to these people, they wouldn't think Han Fei was going to embezzle anything. They would only think that Han Fei was already so strong, but he still explained to them how amiable he was. Therefore, when Han Fei activated a 9-star star bead, no one said anything. They even made way for Han Fei. What Han Fei looked at next was the Chao family's 9-star star bead. However, as soon as he entered, he found that there was no danger here. The opportunities inside had obviously been taken by the Chao family. He went into 3 star beads in a row, and only in the third one there was a crisis. The axe light would descend any time in this star bead. God knew where the axe light came from. Of course, this axe light was no longer useful to Han Fei now. After Han Fei finished searching, he guessed that the opportunities here should have been taken away by the Chao family. However, it did make sense. The opportunities in the 9-star star beads were not difficult to get except for those in the corpse-nurturing ground. Perhaps in the star bead of the City of Justice, the Blade of Hope had once slaughtered the Chu sect venerables before meeting him, but at least he didn't sense any danger. Han Fei walked into the Chu sect's 4th 9-star star bead, only to be shocked. This used to be the Giant King City. Yes, it was the Giant King City on the cliff. Han Fei found the 1,000-mountain ancient realm, the 3,000-mile part of the Grand Myriad Mountains, and the former City of Justice. Now, the Giant King City had finally appeared. There was more than just the Giant King City here. There was no telling how the Giant King did it. Was more. As soon as Han Fei entered the Giant King City, the shadow of the Giant King appeared. Han Fei was shocked, because this was clearly a rule that could be repeated. He didn't know anyone, so he didn't know Han Fei. As soon as he came up, he used the 100-war divine hammer, which was certainly not a joke. When he left, the Giant King was probably a peak-level advanced venerable or a peak-level venerable. However, after he left, did the Giant King make a breakthrough? Who knew? Therefore, Han Fei also carried a hammer. Knock, knock, knock. After several rounds, Han Fei confirmed that the power displayed by the Giant King here was that of a peak-level venerable. It seemed that this 9-star star bead was extremely dangerous. Looking at the expressionless Giant King, Han Fei was about to destroy the phantom. However, the Giant King roared, "War God possession. F***ck. Han Fei was shocked. So, was this where the Chao family's War God technique came from? However, what Han Fei didn't know was why the people of the Yang family also knew this trick. Could it be that the Yang family found this 9-star star bead at first, but then it was snatched by the Chao family, and then by Chu sect? Sure enough, the War God possession was actually the War God technique. But even so, the Giant King's strength was only raised to the level of a half king, and he was still no match for Han Fei. Even if Han Fei didn't fight back much, after 100 seconds, the phantom of the Giant King disappeared because of energy exhaustion or other reasons. Han Fei wondered, "Old Yuan, what power can preserve a person's complete strength?" The old turtle said, "Oh. You know this person, right?" Han Fei nodded. "One of my teachers." The old turtle said, "One way is the time great Tao, you know. You can preserve one part of your power in a time-secret realm, and the other." Buzz. Han Fei suddenly woke up and shivered. He was surprised to find that he seemed to be in a trance. The old turtle said, "The other way, like you are now, is not that you entered a different timeline, but that the soul is directly projected into your mind. Once you lose, your soul may die, and you will become nothing but a shell." Han Fei took a deep breath. So what he just experienced was not real. He was still wondering how the giant king could preserve such a powerful force. When Han Fei walked into the palace of the giant king, there was nothing special inside. Logically speaking, there should be various kinds of bones here. Because the giant king liked to eat, there was actually nothing good in his palace. However, all the bones here had disappeared. They must have been taken away by the Chow family. This 9-star star bead was actually a test of the giant king. This star bead was listed as a 9-star star bead probably because few people in the 1,000-star city could pass it safely. Therefore, the difficulty was definitely not low. After understanding this star bead, Han Fei marked it and took it out. When Han Fei appeared, his murderous aura surged, and many people trembled in fright. More people sensed the murderous vibe from Han Fei and thought, Marshal Han must have trouble inside just now. But Han Fei took out another star bead without hesitation and entered it. The Thug Academy only had 2 9-star star beads in total. The first one, which was the one that Han Fei had just entered, was a place full of death energy. As soon as Han Fei entered this place, death energy entangled him, trying to invade his body. If he guessed right, Han Fei knew Wily Daxian changed to an undead creature. This was the best place for an undead creature to cultivate. Cultivating in this place full of death energy would definitely be twice as easy. The old turtle roared, "Leave now." Someone must have sealed this place, which is a bit similar to Death Valley in the cage. You can't touch any secrets about undead creatures now. Han Fei had just entered and the people who made way for him hadn't stood in formation yet, but Han Fei flashed and appeared again. This time, the death energy lingered on Han Fei, and many people were shocked. Immediately, many people recognized that it was death energy. With a thought from Han Fei, a holy light descended and instantly dispersed the death aura. Seeing that many people were looking at him, Han Fei said without blushing, "Attention, everyone. If you're not strong enough, don't enter some unfamiliar and dangerous star beads. Star beads are usually more dangerous than their corresponding star levels." With that, the space in front of Han Fei opened again, and he stepped in again. Many people waiting in line to enter the normal star beads looked at each other. Someone said, "The difficulty of 9-star star beads can be imagined. Even Marshal Han needs to warn us. It can be seen how dangerous they are." Someone agreed. That's right. Few people in the entire 1,000-star city can enter a 9-star star bead. However, danger is accompanied by opportunity. There must be a lot of good things inside. Someone sneered. Does Marshal Han care about the resources in the star beads? Do you know how many resources can be obtained from sweeping the big clans? I heard that Marshal Han donated all of them to the development of the scattered Stars Island, the 36 towns, and the 1,000-star city. Look, this is called charisma. This is the king's aura. Why would Marshal Han covet the things in the star beads? Someone echoed, what this brother said is right. Marshal Han may have already become a king. He's just keeping it a secret. The last 9-star star bead was a puppet secret realm, the only combat-oriented secret realm that Han Fei had encountered in the 9-star star Beads. There were puppet arrays here, which combined killing arrays and maze arrays. Its strength reached the half-king realm. Yes, this was a venerable level star bead. Its real strength was terrifyingly dangerous. After exploring all the star beads, Han Fei didn't intend to explore the 8-star ones anymore. In the 10th star bead, Han Fei and the others came to the coffin carved with the sun calendar. Han Fei returned here many years later. Opening the coffin lid, Su Jusi lay quietly in the coffin. Han Fei extended his hand and gently tapped the jade slip that Su Jusi was holding. Master, did you come back to see me? Han Fei thought to himself, in a sense, I am indeed Little C's young master. Han Fei said, yes, Little C I can revive you now. However, Ren Tianfei told me that you aren't in a good state. Although you have a sealing coffin to protect you, it has been too long a time. There may not be much time for you to revive. So, are you going to cultivate a reincarnation body or revive? Su Jusi asked in delight, Master, have you met the controller? Has Master been to the heavenly palace? Han Fei said, the heavenly palace is still enshrouded by the heavenly Tao Dharma I for the time being. I still need to find a way to break the heavenly Tao Dharma I and become a king. Let me ask you, do you want to revive or choose a chance to reincarnate? No matter what, I will take you away from here today. The jade pendant in Han Fei's hand immediately glittered, and Su Jusi's soul fluctuated greatly. Master, I want to come back to life first. I haven't seen you in a long time. As for cultivating a reincarnation body, I can live for hundreds of years anyway. I can cultivate my reincarnation body by myself. Okay. I'll take you out first before you wake up. Pure Sun Island. Thug Academy. Since Han Fei swept through the big clans, the Thug Academy had returned to the 1,000-star city again. At this moment, old Jiang was baring his teeth and saying to old Bai, so, to recruit people, we should recruit heavenly talents. If it weren't for Han Fei, when would the Thug Academy have returned to the 1,000-star city? Old Bai said, how can there be so many heavenly talents? We've searched the entire 1,000-star city, but only found a few seedlings. In the end, we still had to lower the standards. In the forest, Yi Xian, Su Daiji, and company were setting up a maze array. It was the maze that Han Fei had designed. At this moment, they were trying to restore it. Back Mountain. Han Fei stood with the coffin on his shoulder and opened his arms. Buzz. In the sky, a pure white pillar of light descended to the back mountain. Instantly, everyone including Old Bai and Old Jiang looked at the back mountain. The two of them scanned around with their perception and were stunned to see Han Fei. Chu Jinan and the others had already rushed to the back mountain. At this moment, they didn't know that Han Fei had returned. When everyone sensed Han Fei, they all exclaimed, Junior brother. Senior brother Han Fei. Yi Xian ran and shouted, Senior brother Han Fei, have you become a king? I saw you transcending the tribulation. It lasted more than an hour. This was the first time Han Fei had seen the Thug Academy so lively. Apart from his team, everyone was here. The first thing Chu Linyuan and the elder others noticed was the coffin in front of Han Fei. From its strange shape, they knew that there couldn't be an ordinary person in it. Old Bai shouted, be quiet. Don't disturb Han Fei. Buzz. The Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique restored Su Jusi's vitality by 5,000 years. Of course, this was only vitality. Su Juxi's problem was that her soul was greatly damaged. Therefore, even if Han Fei woke her up, it was impossible for her to return to the venerable realm. Su Juxi moved in the coffin. When she opened her eyes, she looked at Han Fei and was stunned. Su Juxi was puzzled for a long time and exclaimed, "Master, how did you become a man?" Han Fei said with a black face, "I never said that I was your original master. The master you mentioned should be my mother." Buzz. Su Juxi flashed from the coffin and appeared 10 meters away from Han Fei. She said solemnly, "You're talking nonsense. Master left, passing through the river of time. How could she have a son? You. But why do you have Master's aura?" Han Fei shrugged helplessly and summoned Little Black and Little White. When Su Juxi saw Little Black and Little White, she exclaimed, "Twin yin yang. Spirit swallowing fish. Are you really Master's son? Did Master come back after I fell asleep?" Han Fei shook his head slightly. "I don't know. Anyway, you just need to know that the person who talked to you last time and saved you just now is me." Su Juxi's face immediately dimmed. In the end, she sighed. "Master still hasn't returned?" Su Juxi must know something, which was why Han Fei had to revive her. However, Han Fei was not in a hurry, because he still had a long way to go. Even if Su Juxi had gone to cultivate her reincarnation body, as long as she didn't die, he would still know what he should know from her. But since Su Juxi wanted to live, he was happy to find out in advance. Han Fei said, "She hasn't returned yet. I want to know where she is." Su Juxi had already believed Han Fei when Han Fei summoned the twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish. However, Su Juxi was just Jiang Lingxian's maidservant. She knew limited information. Su Juxi shook her head and said, "I don't know. I only know that it was a very ancient era." Han Fei frowned and said, "What was she going to do? She couldn't just go there and do nothing, right?" However, Su Juxi still shook her head. "I don't know." "Oh, Master said before she left that everything has a source. I don't know what it is, but I think it should have something to do with what Master was going to do." "Source?" Han Fei said, "Then what else do you know? For example, does my mother have any enemies? Did she say anything special?" Just as Su Juxi was racking her brains and thinking, suddenly, space trembled. Buzz. Han Guangqiu walked out of the void leisurely. When he saw Han Fei, he smiled and said, "Actually, she doesn't know much. Some things may seem complicated, but they're actually simple. In the world of cultivation, all complicated things are actually just because you're not strong enough. I'll take care of your mother's matters. You have your own matters to tend to. That's the real business." When Su Juxi saw Han Guangqiu, she bowed slightly and said, "Nice to meet you, Master of the Nine Palace World." Puff. Han Fei almost vomited blood. "What? The Master of the Nine Palace World? Nine Palace World, the Master of the Nine Palace World?" Han Fei was shocked. Only a king was worthy of becoming the master of a world. And old Han was indeed from the Nine Palace World. So, he was once a king? Han Guangqiu grunted and then looked at Han Fei. "Your mother's problem has nothing to do with the 36 mystic worlds. What's really related is that she was accidentally involved in some secret matters." With that, Han Guangqiu said casually, "Little Ci, stay with me from now on." Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, "Hey, old Han, let's talk. You took her away as soon as I woke her up. Aren't you going to say something? Han Guangxu said with a faint smile, then how about letting her go with you? Han Fei choked, thinking, this is not what I'm asking. I want to know what secrets you are hiding. Han Guangxu looked at Old Bai and the others and said, excuse me, I need to talk to him about something. With that, Han Guangxu looked at Su Jusi. Leave and take a rest. Obviously, Su Jusi knew old Han and seemed to be used to taking orders from him. But before she left, she said to Han Fei, young master, I really don't know where master is. After Su Jusi left, Han Guangxu smiled. Would you like to cook 2 dishes? Han Fei smiled. Okay. Then I'll make 2. In the school, before Yi Shiyan ran to Han Fei, she was pulled back by Old Bai. Old Bai said, Han Fei has his own business to tend to. When he's done, he will come to meet you. How about you guys? Have you all become stronger? Dashui, take care of them for a while. Boom. Wang Dashui put the big door on his shoulder and said, come on, junior brothers and junior sisters, today's training begins. Back mountain. Han Fei cooked a few dishes. The two sat opposite each other. Han Fei was eating and drinking happily while Han Guangxu just had a taste of the dishes. Halfway through the meal, Han Fei couldn't hold it anymore and finally said, can you tell me now? Han Guangxu smiled. Logically speaking, you should have experienced a lot. I know part of it, but I don't know the whole story. Well, do you know that some ancient people traveled to the east? Han Fei was stunned for a moment and then nodded. Yes. Some powerhouses created a peerless huge boat, creation divine boat, with the intention of crossing the sea. Those people are explorers of the sea, but there are also people who stayed and created the 36 mystic worlds for the human beings and other races who can't leave here. Han Guangxu asked, what else? The East is dangerous. This was not the first time Han Fei knew that the East was dangerous. However, Han Fei didn't know what the danger was exactly. After hearing Han Fei's words, Han Guangxu smiled. In fact, the people who stayed behind didn't create the 36 mystic worlds right away. Knowing that their strength was limited and they had no choice, the remaining human experts also traveled to the east, intending to explore their new home. Han Fei was shocked. Huh? The rest of them went east too? Then why? Han Guangxu said casually, why did you come back? Because we were caught in a weird place on the way. We. Han Fei frowned. What place? Han Guangxu shook his head slightly. I'm not a god. I can only guess. Maybe that place found us. Although it was the Age of Doom, there were still many real experts and even a few kings. At that time, 1018 venerables tried to open up a route but ended up being trapped in a strange place. Only 102 of them survived. As if reciting a piece of history, Han Guangxu said leisurely, but you definitely didn't expect these 102 people all became kings. Huh? Han Fei widened his eyes and took a deep breath. 102 kings? Han Guangxu nodded. 102 kings. What does it mean? They could almost wipe out all the sea demons here. Han Fei thought to himself, yes, I've experienced how strong a king is. There are more than 100 of them. Wouldn't this power easily sweep across the sea? However, Han Guangxu said, these people chose to stay because someone got power and always hoped to get more. These people didn't plan to create the 36 mystic worlds. However, since the kings had the strength, they naturally consolidated and supported the human race. Therefore, during that period of time, the kings of the human race and sea demons fought intensely. The human race won, and nearly half of the sea demons were eliminated by the kings. Han Fei took a deep breath and said, "Then, where did you go?" Han Fei's attention was now focused on the magical and weird place in the east. As for the sea demons, Han Fei was no longer interested. Han Guangqiu glanced at Han Fei casually. The human heart is greedy, so at that time, the kings were united and tried to explore a new place. However, this time only 36 kings came out. Gulp. Old Han said it casually, but Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. So many kings died? Han Fei asked, then? Han Guangqiu, then there were the 36 mystic worlds. Han Fei was surprised. They didn't leave anymore? Han Guangqiu asked, "Did you hear anything wrong with my story?" Pondering for a moment, Han Fei asked, "Where did the creation divine boat go?" Old Han immediately chuckled. "That's the problem. That weird place was very attractive to many venerables. How could others not covet it? Had they never encountered that place?" Han Fei narrowed his eyes and asked, "What do you mean?" The little bit of history revealed by Han Guangqiu seemed to have nothing to do with Han Fei's mother. From his tone, if he wanted to know more about his mother, he would have to start from the mysterious place in the east. Indeed, Han Guangqiu's story completely moved Han Fei. At least, that mysterious place was very attractive to Han Fei. After all, it was a place where people could become kings. It seemed that as long as one came out of that place, he could become a king. Otherwise, how could the 102 survivors all become kings? Of course, Han Fei was only interested and didn't intend to go there now. He had already confirmed his path. It was only a matter of time for him to become a king. After walking through the cage and witnessing Xue Fan's tribulation, Han Fei knew that becoming a king wasn't as difficult as others said. However, it just so happened that no one could transcend the tribulation to become a king in the Yin-Yang world. Therefore, becoming a king became the ceiling for cultivators in the Yin-Yang world. Under Han Fei's watch, old Han said, "After all, some people have already gone east. The people who left the earliest are not weak. We've deduced two conclusions about the reason why they could resist such temptation and continue to explore the infinite ocean." Han Fei? Han Guangqiu continued, "Firstly, someone found a better place in that mysterious place, which is even more tempting than becoming a king or even an emperor. Secondly, the departure of those people not only exposed themselves, but also exposed us to the vast sea. And the mysterious place was actually arranged by someone." Hiss. Han Fei gasped hard. Arranged 100 people to become kings? Who could do that? Han Guangqiu said leisurely, "In this world, there are countless strong masters. A king sounds powerful, but to put it bluntly, it's just a sea establisher. There are countless strong masters in the infinite ocean, as well as countless mysterious places. If it's really the second case we guessed, then the entire 36 mystic worlds is actually an enclosure of someone." Gulp. Han Fei swallowed and asked subconsciously, "Then what are human beings, and sea demons? What is this huge sea area? A breeding farm?" Han Fei had an idea. "I have a question. Why weren't the people who boarded the creation divine boat first swallowed by the mysterious place? Han Guangqiu said, there were more than 1,000 people who entered the mysterious place, but none of them were kings. Ordinary venerables can survive. How could the first group of venerables, who were stronger, die? Han Fei asked, then why didn't you go around that place? Han Guangqiu took a deep look at Han Fei. We couldn't. Han Fei asked, why didn't you change direction? Why not simply give up going to the east? Han Guangqiu, no matter how hard we tried, we would be lost and return to the eastern route in the end. Han Fei asked in surprise, is it so weird? Why didn't you use the sun as the reference object? Han Guangqiu shook his head slightly. How could you judge that it was in the right direction? Han Fei said, there's no compass? Hiss. Han Fei suddenly thought of something. The vast ocean navigator. How was such a magical human sacred weapon produced? Why did someone pay such a high price to create such a navigator? Seeing that Han Fei seemed to have thought of something, Han Guangqiu couldn't help but smile. You guessed it? The vast ocean navigator is meant to guide the way. It's a sacred weapon that can guide the way without any reference object. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, did my mother make this vast ocean navigator? Or did you? Han Guangqiu heaved a sigh. Actually, it was made by 4 kings. The Golden Crow, the 9 palaces, the Water Wood, and the Yin-Yang worlds created it together. To make this thing, the kings of the Golden Crow world and the Water Wood world perished, and your mother and I were trapped in a corner of time. Han Fei's heart was pounding. It turned out that the vast ocean navigator was the work of the 4 kings. However, Han Fei couldn't help but look at old Han. A corner of time? Then how did you get back? Han Guangqiu smiled. That's another story. Being trapped in the river of time. And having you and Inger, we can't go on like this. That's why you saw me kill you. Only by dying can we not be restricted by time. Therefore, you, I, and Inger have all died once. Han Fei didn't know the whole story until this moment. It was like doing one thing and triggering another thing, like the butterfly effect. There was nothing that could be done. Since it had happened, people had to find a way to resolve it. Hence, the series of events followed. However, hearing what old Han said, Han Fei immediately said, the river of time? I know it. Han Fei paused. Old Han, do you know the time dragon carp? Han Fei thought to himself, since old Han had been staying in the Yin-Yang world for so long, it was impossible for him not to know about the specter in the abyssal chasm. Therefore, old Han should also know about the time dragon carp. Sure enough, Han Guangqiu said indifferently, I met her once, but I don't know her very well. I know that she has the ability to travel through time. However, this time is different. It can't save your mother by crossing the river of time. In fact, some other changes happened after that. As for what those changes were, you don't have to worry about them. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Why? Are you going to do these things on your own? If you get lost or die, no one will come to collect your body. Han Guangqiu said, it's in your own memory. It's just that, you're not strong enough to open it. If I can't, my suggestion is that you don't come to us. Think of a way to become stronger. Don't aim to become a god, but to become a Monarch. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Old Han, you really think highly of me. Han Guangxu rose unhurriedly and chuckled. At least, in the first half of your journey, although there were twists and turns, it's almost perfect. I bet that there are very few people in the same realm who can beat you. Han Fei rolled his eyes. So there are still some people who can beat me? Han Guangxu chuckled. That can't be helped. Sometimes, the restrictions on race are innate and can't be changed by human strength. However, no matter what race you are of, you have to grow up. The stronger you are, the less advantage you have in race and bloodline. When you become a monarch, remember, only the strong can change the rules. This is my only suggestion for you in the future. After a long silence, Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay. Got it. Han Guangxu smiled and stepped to Su Jusi without looking at the dishes on the table. In the next moment, the two of them disappeared without a trace. After Han Guangxu left, the old turtle said, "What your father said is probably right. Being sucked into the river of time without dying means that your father and mother's strength might have exceeded that of a king back then. They might even have reached the emperor realm. Even I dare not say that. I can return alive after entering the river of time. Before you can become a monarch, don't touch such things." After a long time, Han Fei's eyes glowed fiercely. They're forcing me. My goal is the infinite ocean, but growth has become a necessity. Since the road ahead has so many difficulties, why can't I set the rules? At this moment, Han Fei's mind suddenly became clear. This was not a matter of Dao heart, but of mentality. The moment his mind became clear, Han Fei felt the desire to make a breakthrough again. It was like a feather tickling his heart, making Han Fei want to make a breakthrough immediately. However, Han Fei clenched his fists. At this point, he was only one step away. He was not in a hurry. He must repair his body first. The old turtle said, "If you want to set the rules, you have to be very strong. Just like your father said, you have to be at least a monarch. However, if you can rescue my true body first, it might be very helpful." Han Fei grinned. "Don't worry. I'll do it when I can." Buzz. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei appeared at the foot of a mountain, where the Thug Academy was located. Senior brother. Senior brother Han Fei. Junior brother. Han Fei beckoned. Senior brother Dashui, why don't you have a child yet? Wang Dashui was embarrassed. Bai Lu snorted. It means that he can't. Looking at Wang Dashui, who was blushing, Han Fei stopped teasing him and looked at Chu Jingnan with a cunning smile. Little Nan. I've got a good knife technique recently. I'll teach you later. Chu Jingnan shivered. Han Fei wanted to teach him a knife technique? That would never be a simple knife technique. He still remembered how the invincible knife chi almost traumatized him and Ling Yuan. However, this time, Ling Yuan said, "Senior brother Han Fei, remember what you said. This time, we want real combat skills, not your training. Han Fei chuckled. Naughty. However, as you wish, I have a knife technique for you. I used this technique when I was an explorer. This powerful technique is called the draw technique." Then, Han Fei casually threw a jade slip to Chu Jingnan and Ling Yuan. However, the moment Han Fei threw out the draw technique, Su Daiji extended her hand, and Yi Shiyan screamed, "Senior brother, we are your junior sisters. too, and we are your youngest junior sisters. Han Fei scoffed. Is it appropriate to ask senior brother for something? You have to go out to gain experience. However, I have a body tempering technique suitable for Daji. With that said, Han Fei tapped his finger in the air and Su Daiji fell asleep on the spot. The ancient desolate war body submerged into her soul. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "Don't ask me for anything else. I've donated everything. Your senior sister Xiao Bai is now the richest woman in the world. You can try to cozy up to her." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Since he was here, Han Fei chatted with Chu Jinnan and Yi Shiyan for a while. And then he made the cube library he created before and joined Old Bai and Old Jiang. As soon as Han Fei came over, he saw Old Jiang's gloomy face. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Hey, Old Jiang, aren't you happy that you've become a venerable?" "Why the look?" Old Jiang snorted. "Who dares to do that? Everyone knows how powerful you are. You've even conquered the 1,000-star city. Who still remembers us?" Old Bai said leisurely, "Han Fei, I'm not criticizing you. But the big clans have been oppressing the Thug Academy for a long time. Can you give some of their money to us? You donate everything." Han Fei was speechless. It turned out that these two old men wanted the money of the big clans. If it were before, Han Fei would have put all the good stuff home. However, at some point in time, Han Fei suddenly realized that many things had lost their effect on him. He didn't feel anything about the so-called resources anymore. It didn't matter whether he donated them or not. After all, the entire Inyang world was his, and he didn't care about these trivial benefits. From this, it could be seen that Old Bai and the others were too petty. Han Fei said, "Do you need any resources now? As for Chu Jinnan and the others, just let them find the resources themselves." Old Bai said leisurely, "Do you know how many trial grounds you have destroyed? How many secrets do you think there are in the sea that the people of this world can share?" Han Fei grinned. "Actually, it's not a small number. There are actually many secret realms below the Venerable Realm. 8 million kilometers of territory is definitely not small. Are you two overthinking?" Old Jiang said, "Do you mean to let them go to the deep sea?" "That's fine." Han Fei said, "Of course. There may be another war soon. An unprecedented war." Old Jiang sneered. "You said the battle between the Scattered Stars Island and the Sea Demons is unprecedented. There is going to be another one soon?" Han Fei's lips curled. "Yes, there will be. This will be a peerless battle that kings will participate in. At the same time, it will be a war to expand the human domain and change the world." Old Bai and Old Jiang looked at each other. Old Bai reached out and stroked Han Fei's head. "Are you dizzy? How can there be a king in this world?" Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Okay, you two, prepare to take them to the Scattered Stars Island. There is also a Thug Academy there. The one on the Pure Sun Island is dispensable and will probably not be used in the future." Old Bai immediately said, "That's impossible. Pure Sun Island is the root of our Thug Academy. I will never abandon it." Han Fei smiled. "Are you really sure that Pure Sun Island is the root of the Thug Academy?" Old Bai blew his beard in anger. "What do you mean?" Buzz. At this moment, the void vibrated, and a black-robed man walked out of the void. It was none other than Li Daxian. Heh heh. He's right. Pure Sun Island is indeed not the root of the Thug Academy. With that, Li Daxian looked at Han Fei. Tell them about it. Li Daxian's arrival attracted everyone's attention. This big shot had once joined their battle, but Wang Dashui and the others hadn't seen him before. They didn't even know the real Li Daxian. At this moment, seeing everyone prick their ears, Han Fei said out loud. The Thug Academy, originally named Pure Sun Dao Palace, is located in the Central Holy City. Along with Pure Sun Dao Palace, there is also an academy named Grandine Academy. Pure Sun Dao Palace, Grandine Academy, these two academies were the two strongest academies in the former Yinyang world. In other words, this sea area. Later, they collapsed in war and Grandine Academy disappeared. Pure Sun Dao Palace still exists to this day. Therefore, the original site of the Thug Academy isn't on the Pure Sun Island, but in the Central Holy City. Hiss. Old Bai and Old Jiang widened their eyes and looked at each other. This was a secret that even they didn't know. They didn't expect the Thug Academy to have such a background. The two couldn't help but look at Li Daxian, who nodded and said, I didn't want to tell you, because it's too embarrassing. I'm at fault for the Pure Sun Dao Palace's decline. However, the Central Holy City is about to see the light of day. This secret will be revealed anyway. Old Bai and Old Jiang were stunned for a long time. As for the others, they were also stunned. But they were all from the Thug Academy. There was no need for Han Fei to lie to them. For example, Xing Yu, Gu Qi, Su Sanqian, and company came from mediocre backgrounds. They never expected that one day they would enter the strongest academy in the world. In the end, Old Jiang took a breath. Son of AB*****. Old Bai came back to himself. I always feel that the Thug Academy has too many advanced techniques. So that's the reason. Then why can't we go to the Central Holy City now? Li Daxian looked at Han Fei. At least wait until he becomes a king. The Central Holy City was connected to the Heavenly Palace, and the crisis was not over yet. Besides, it wasn't the time yet. Han Fei wasn't a king yet. Seeing that the two old men were shocked, Han Fei said with a smile, okay. President, Old Jiang, I should explain to everyone about this matter. All secrets in this world will be revealed someday. Han Fei was about to leave when Li Daxian said, by the way, Han Fei, Jiuyin Ling is in the cloud-soaring town. Visit her when you're free. After a brief stun, Han Fei nodded. I'm leaving. Buzz. With the near-at-hand technique, Han Fei disappeared from Pure Sun Island. Seeing Han Fei's performance, Old Jiang and Old Bai couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He was truly a strong master now. In the sky above the thousand-star city, Han Fei stood proudly in the void. His eyes closed, and his body was trembling slightly. There were multiple clones of his swaying left and right on his original body, trying to squeeze out of his body. After trying for a moment, Han Fei slowly opened his eyes. It seems that it's a little difficult to split 38 clones in the Junior Venerable realm. Han Fei sensed that although his real combat strength might have reached the level of a fake king, his real level was only that of an advanced peak level Venerable. It was still difficult for him to split dozens of Junior Venerable clones. However, Han Fei could now create hundreds of half-venerable clones. Swish. 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 In the sky, identical clones appeared out of nowhere. Han Fei said casually. Unfortunately, the range I can see is only more than 300,000 kilometers. Otherwise, I could have activated void descending. I don't know what spell Chen Huangdian used to make one of his projections descend. The old turtle said with a black face, you're already good enough. A perception range of 100,000 kilometers is comparable to a king's. When you can see 500,000 kilometers at a glance, you can barely reach the king level. What else do you want? Han Fei didn't believe him. You must be talking about an extremely weak king. However, Han Fei felt that if his clones could only appear in the range he could see, wouldn't the range be too small? When Xiao Shaochan awakened the heavenly silkworm, Chen Huangdian's clone arrived a moment later. Although that clone should only have the strength of an explorer back then, it was already very strong. He sent his projection from an unimaginable distance and took Xiao Shaochan away. Han Fei couldn't do that with the void descending art. Of course, Chen Huangdian was definitely a king. Therefore, Han Fei confirmed that the king the old turtle mentioned was definitely an extremely weak king. The range they could reach was only hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Aerial expert might be able to ignore space and arrive directly with a certain signal as the basis. However, he didn't care. The fact that he had so many clones meant that the void descending art was already very powerful. The old turtle said, how far do you think a king can see? In fact, it's only 1,000,000 kilometers at most. Don't overestimate this realm. The difference between it and the venerable realm is just the difference in realm, level, and the difference in the great Tao. Han Fei curled his lips and didn't respond. Han Fei's large number of clones tore through the void and disappeared into the sky. Han Fei's original body also tore through the void. After splitting 50 clones, Han Fei's strength was reduced to that of a junior venerable. Therefore, although the void descending could give his clones combat power, it would also consume his original body's strength. Especially the soul power, it wasn't distributed evenly. In fact, the soul of his original body would control the souls of all his clones. There was a potential connection between these souls. 1,000 Star City, 36 towns, Scattered Star Island, Level 3. Fishery. Han Fei covered all the areas he could. Of course, Han Fei's clones didn't descend directly from the void. He had too many clones, so he could directly go over. At this moment, the billions of humans in the yin-yang world were still doing their own things. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky, and an intimidating voice suddenly sounded. TM Han Fei. At this moment, the entire human world, the billions of human beings. Everyone, if you have nothing to do, listen to me, about the secrets of this world. At this moment, the entire yin-yang world was in an uproar. Many people's first reaction was that Han Fei was not dead. Therefore, the great Tao crack they saw before was indeed not Han Fei's. The first reaction of countless people in the 1,000 Star City was that Han Fei had succeeded in transcending the tribulation. Did he become a king now? As for most ordinary cultivators, their thinking was relatively simple. Han Fei said, at this moment, the entire human world. What did this mean? It meant that all the places including the 36 towns, the Scattered Stars Island, and the 1,000 Star City would be informed. How could ordinary venerables possibly do this? Therefore, many people believed that Han Fei had already become a king. Everyone was shocked and worshipped him. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei's voice floated above the thousand-star city, the scattered stars, island, and the 36 towns. At this moment, anyone who wasn't fighting in the sea stopped what they were doing. Even in the middle of a battle, someone shouted, "Quickly end the battle. Let's fight later." Only the venerables and explorers in the Inyang world who hid among the people looked up at the sky and listened when they sensed the arrival of Han Ei's clones. Han Fei said, "When I swept through the big clans in the thousand-star city, I said that I would share with you the secrets of this world. Countless people live in this world, but they live in ignorance. For example, before I announced the existence of Scattered Stars Island, the people of the 36 towns thought that the Scattered Stars Island was an unknown place that was a taboo." Everybody perked up when they heard that. In the Blue Sea town, Li Gang and the others stopped doing business. Even the diners in the hot pot restaurants were all looking at the sky and listening. In the Heavenly Water Village, the village leader and the others all stopped what they were doing. Since Han Fei swept through the thousand-star city, the Heavenly Water Village had become popular. The village leader of the Heavenly Sun Village even took the initiative to invite the Heavenly Water Village to move to the central position, but was rejected by the old village leader. And the reason for refusing was very strange. The old village leader said, "I'm afraid that Han Fei won't be able to find his way when he comes back. So, we can't move the Heavenly Water Village away." It was not hard to imagine how traumatized the village leader of the Heavenly Sun Village was when he heard what the old village leader said. In the hut where Han Fei once lived in the wind-rain town in the cloud-soaring town, Jiuyin Ling raised her head and scanned around with her perception, but unfortunately, she didn't find Han Fei. From the moment Han Fei swept the thousand-star city, Jiuyin Ling deeply realized that she was too weak. After all these years, she was only a peak-level explorer, still a little bit away from becoming a half-venerable. As for Han Fei, he had already surpassed the entire thousand-star city. Therefore, although Jiuyin Ling was also invited to go to the Thug Academy, when old Demon Chu announced to be a king, she didn't want to go to the Thug Academy without Han Fei. Therefore, she came to Wind Rain Village alone and began her cultivation life. The people on the Scattered Stars Island worshipped Han Fei with fanaticism. On the street, someone shouted, "Shut up and listen to Marshal Han. This is a secret that you couldn't have heard before." The city guards and their captains were all yelling, "Listen carefully. Don't talk." Shui Shenji was also listening, and he was exclaiming in his heart. He discovered, to his surprise, that after the Scattered Stars Island fell into Han Fei's hands, human beings became stronger much faster than when he was the supreme commander. Even the big clans didn't know much about these secrets, but now, Han Fei had announced them to the world. How bold and ambitious was he? In fact, Shui Shenji didn't know that in the world Han Fei came from, knowledge was always shared. Luo Xiaobai and the others were also gathered. Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang put their arms around each other's shoulders. Zhang Xuanyu sighed. "I can't imagine how many girls are attracted to him." Lu Renquang said hopefully, "I really want to be like Feifei one day. Like a king, admired by everyone." Han Fei said unhurriedly and solemnly, "My fellow countrymen, I'm not lying to you, which is unnecessary. I'm going to tell you a lot of things. Please listen to me." Han Fei said, "The area covered by the 36 towns, the thousand-star city, and the scattered stars island is limited in size, only spanning 8 million kilometers. Everyone is locked in this sea area. Some people will ask, what is beyond this sea area? Let me tell you, 8 million kilometers away is a circular cage. If it's the first cage, the sea area we live in is the second. Han Fei revealed the greatest secret in this world without any hesitation. It was not hard to imagine that the whole world was shocked and the entire young world was in an uproar. Someone exclaimed, huh? What? Does Marshal Han mean that we have been living in a huge cage? Someone was shocked. This is really incredible. Someone swallowed. Those who are weak may never discover this secret. However, this secret doesn't seem to affect ordinary people. Han Fei certainly knew that 99% of ordinary people couldn't touch this secret at all, but it didn't change the fact that they were imprisoned here. Han Fei said, perhaps you don't think the secret matters. Many people think that 8 million kilometers is already too large for them to explore. However, if I tell you that in the first cage 8 million kilometers away, hidden fishers and law enforcers are like fish in the sea, and there are millions of explorers and thousands of venerables, what would you think? What? Shoot. Explorers. Millions? Is Marshal Han serious? Gulp. What is that place? Old Bai, Old Jiang, and the other teachers and students who were listening were all dumbfounded. The big clans who had almost been destroyed were also dumbfounded when they heard the news. In the past, they could gain a place in the 1,000-star city just with several venerables of their family. Now they seem to have suffered an unprecedented blow. Even Chao Tianji of the Chao family was trembling. If Han Fei dared to tell the whole world, it meant that he was not lying. He was going to become a king, so he should be responsible for every word he said. He certainly wouldn't lie to anyone about this. Even Ning Jing was dumbfounded. She muttered, thousands of venerables and millions of explorers? This is crazy. Han Fei continued, of course, you don't have to worry too much. Although there are enemies there are also allies. However, if the human race doesn't strengthen ourselves, when the seal is opened, we may lose our dominant position. Because at that time you will encounter new races. And the seal of that cage may break within 100 years, or even decades, so, I want everyone to work hard to become stronger. Including myself, I need to become stronger too. Therefore, I've invested the resources snatched from the big clans in the 1,000-star city into the 36 towns, the Level 3 fishery, the Scattered Stars Island, and the 1,000-star city. If the human race wants to become stronger, go for it. This news aroused the enthusiasm of countless people. Because the danger that Han Fei described was unimaginable. Who would dare to imagine that millions of explorers would appear in this world? In many villages, people didn't even know the realm of law enforcers and explorers. Some people were still asking each other. A child asked, Father, what is the explorer realm? The middle-aged man said solemnly, Son, I don't know what the explorer realm is. But Hidden Fisher is the angel that comes every year. In the sky, Han Fei paused for about 10 seconds for people to think, understand, and share information. After a minute, Han Fei said with a smile, Okay, this is the first secret I wanted to tell you. By the way, many people in the 1,000-star city are speculating whether or not I've become a king. Heh. Want to, but I'm still not there yet. It was my spiritual beast that was undergoing the tribulation. And I was practicing a thunder-tempering technique there. When I become a king, I'll announce it to the world. What Han Fei said was interesting. Although he explained the fact that he hadn't become a king, he said that he was only a bit away from it. Especially since Han Fei had just swept through the Thousand-Star City and killed the super expert who claimed to be a king. Han Fei should have had the strength of a king. Therefore, most people thought that Han Fei was just one step away from becoming a king. Someone laughed. Who else can be a king in this world other than Marshal Han? Who else can suppress the Thousand-Star City? Someone was very keen and caught the loophole in his words. He said, Marshal Han said that when he became a king, he would announce it to the world. This means that Marshal Han is preparing to become a king. Someone agreed. It's obvious that Marshal Han's goals are to protect the human race and become a king. On the Scattered Stars Island, Yu Lingyun, He Xiaoyu, and the others who had spent a long time with Han Fei were all amazed by Han Fei's words and wanted to pursue what they wanted. Of course, at this time, they were no longer pursuing love. After all, they weren't young anymore. What they frantically wanted to pursue was increase in the realm. Of course, no matter what, Han Fei was their role model. At this time, Han Fei said, all right, let's talk about the second secret. Just now, I said that the sea area we live in extends for 8 million kilometers. In fact, there used to be a king in this sea area. And the king lived in a place called the Heavenly Palace. 70,000 to 80,000 years ago, our ancestors fought sea demons, created floating islands, and established the Thousand-Star City. Therefore, above the Thousand-Star City, there is a king's residence, which is the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace controls the Thousand-Star City, then rules the 36 towns, and the entire human world. Amidst another round of exclamations, Han Fei said leisurely, however, the wars never stopped, and even the king couldn't last for hundreds of thousands of years. Also, the war between humans and sea demons has never ceased. Therefore, the heavenly palaces in our sea area have declined. However, hope that you can remember the name of this heavenly palace, because it was it that created the current human race. It's called the Yinyang Heavenly Palace. And the world we are in is called the Yinyang world. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. The secret of the Yinyang world had already been announced. Of course, this didn't mean much to ordinary people. For example, in the Heavenly Water Village, even a mere hidden fisher would be respectfully called as an angel. It was not hard to imagine that the Heavenly Palace had always been a legendary existence. So, why did Han Fei tell the secrets to the world? After going through countless hardships, Han Fei knew that people shouldn't look at the present. What they should look at was the future. If ordinary cultivators didn't know this, the children wouldn't be able to hear the stories that fascinated them. This would form a vicious cycle. As long as there was a desire in one's heart, one could become a strong master. Therefore, Han Fei told the secrets today to motivate the human beings in this world. Han Fei explained the secrets of the Yinyang world and the Heavenly Palace. Many ordinary people still didn't feel anything when they heard it. After all, they had been fishermen for a lifetime. What did the matters of the Heavenly Palace have to do with them? Perhaps they would just tell them as stories to their children. At this moment, the people who had a greater reaction were the descendants of The big clans. Those of the same age as Han Fei, such as Yongdiu, Mo Fian, Li Hai, Li Baizhou, Zhang Wen, Wang Zitian, Chanaochen, Chao Qiu, Chao Tian, and Chao Jiren, etc. After hearing Han Fei's explanation, they finally understood what their families had been vying for so many years. Han Fei felt that old Demon Chu should have known about these things earlier. Unfortunately, if old Demon Chu knew that his direction was wrong from the beginning, what would he think? Old Demon Chu wanted to find the entrance to the Heavenly Palace from Su Juicy. However, although he did find Su Juicy, so what? Ren Tianfei was the controller. If he said that there was no road here, there was no road. No one in Chu sect could step into the Heavenly Palace in this lifetime. Although people were talking about the secrets with shock, Han Fei knew that it was far from exciting enough. Therefore, Han Fei added, "Oh, there are 36 heavenly palaces, like the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace in this world. Yes, they correspond to 36 sea areas. These heavenly palaces are collectively called the 36 mystic worlds, and our Yin-Yang world is one of them." Many people were stunned. Someone was dumbfounded. What? The Yin-Yang world alone stretches for 8 million kilometers, and there are 36 of them. Someone took a deep breath. How big is this world? 36 mystic worlds? Doesn't it mean that there should be 36 kings? Someone was puzzled. Why haven't we seen other strong masters from the 36 mystic worlds yet? Han Fei said, because the Yin-Yang world declined, it was moved out of the infinite ocean and sealed here together with the Heavenly Palace. Its purpose might be to continue the human race. However, the human race will rise in the end, and the Yin-Yang world will welcome a golden age. Han Fei went on and on alone, not knowing how many people had really taken his words to their hearts. In fact, Han Fei knew that only 1% of the people in the entire Yin-Yang world would care about what he said. Most people's spiritual heritage wasn't high enough, so they didn't think this kind of matter had anything to do with them, as they probably wouldn't be able to become strong in their lifetime. However, that 1% was enough. These people were the future hope of the Yin-Yang world. In fact, Han Fei didn't underestimate the determination of people in a world where everybody cultivated. Otherwise, why would Han Fei donate and distribute all the resources? Wasn't it to arouse the fighting spirit of countless people? Old Jiang and the others were really narrow-minded on this matter. At this time, Han Fei painted a grander world. Even Han Fei himself realized how small he was. As he talked, he couldn't help but become excited. At this time, Han Fei suddenly changed the topic. Everyone, the Yin-Yang world has been declining for too long. In the current Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace, it hides the secret why our world doesn't have a king. In the future, we should work separately. You work hard to become stronger, and I work hard to break the rule that the Yin-Yang world cannot have a king. Who dares to answer my call? Han Fei asked out loud. In an instant, countless echoes shook the entire world. Someone shouted, Marshal Han is already the strongest venerable, but is still so persistent and hardworking. How can we relax? On the Scattered Stars Island, countless people cheered. We must work hard to become stronger. For the rise of the human race. Hundreds of thousands of people on the dragon boat shouted in unison. The rumbling voice scared the fish below the dragon boats away. Hearing people's exciting shouts, Han Fei knew that it was about time. Now he could tell them about the last thing. Yes, these secrets were just for some of the people to hear. What Han Fei needed to mobilize now was only the emotions of those people. At the same time, he told them all the secrets so that they could be passed down and told to others. And he was also preparing himself for the tribulation. To become a king. At this moment, Han Fei said leisurely, "Now, let me tell you the last secret. This may change the fate of many people." Han Fei said, "Next to our Inyang world, there is a sealed place called Cage, besides which, there is one of the 36 mystic worlds, named Waterwood World." Huh? What? There are really other heavenly palaces? Someone sighed. What Marshal Han said is really unheard of. I wonder what the Waterwood World looks like and how strong the humans there are. Han Fei's voice echoed, "The Waterwood World once had 3 kings. A few months ago, one died. Now, there are still 2 kings there." Yes, you heard it. Right. There are 2 kings in the Waterwood World. One king is our ally, while the other is a sea demon king. I have made a deal with Queen Life in the Waterwood World, promising to help her sweep through 2 royal cities in that world. Now, I've destroyed one of them, and we still need to destroy the Sea Clan's royal city. Gulp. 3 kings? And Marshal Han has dealt with them? Ning Jing was shocked. When did this happen? Why didn't I know? I've contacted the Queen. I've never heard of this happening. Someone asked, is Marshal Han strong enough to cooperate with a king now? Someone was suspicious. What does Marshal Han mean? Why did he tell us about that kind of battle? Han Fei said, I want to renew our old alliance with Waterwood World. Therefore, I propose that anyone above the level of Hidden Fisher can volunteer to explore that world with me. Listen, it's voluntary. The reward is that I'll propose to Queen Life that you can stay in Waterwood World for a few years to blend with the alien species. It depends on your capabilities how many opportunities you can get in the Waterwood World. Now, although there were still a large number of sea demons in the deep sea of the Inyang world, those sea demons could pose no threat. Besides, at least 20% of the sea demons that used to reach more than 3 million had been killed by human beings. Since the sea demons were weak, the Waterwood World was an excellent place for training. Han Fei knew very well that the quality of the spiritual energy in the Waterwood World was slightly higher. Besides, there were 4 battlefields for people to gain experience. In the future, if there was a full-scale battle, this would be an opportunity. Of course, opportunities were accompanied by dangers. If one wanted to get an opportunity and grow quickly, he had to survive first. It was inevitable for people to die. But even in the Inyang world, such deaths were inevitable. Ning Jing soon found Han Fei's original body in the sky above the cloud soaring town. She said, Han Fei, are you crazy? Are you going to attack the White Shell royal city with the Inyang world soldiers? Does the queen know about this? Han Fei grinned. Do you think she will refuse? Once the white armored emperor died, Queen Life would dominate the entire Waterwood World alone. And once the white armor emperor died, his energy would return to the world. The one who could get the most benefits would be Queen Life. Besides, Han Fei wasn't worried that Queen Life would attack the Inyang world. First of all, it was unnecessary. Secondly, she couldn't come over. Otherwise, the heavenly Tao Dharma I would definitely take action. And if Queen Life wasn't an idiot, she wouldn't let the venerables and explorers of the Inyang world come over either. Han Fei's experience and Growth told her that his identity as the master of Yin world had basically been confirmed. There was no benefit in pissing Han Fei off. More importantly, Queen Life was Han Fei's junior sister after all. No matter how much she didn't want to admit this fact, she couldn't deny it. Of course, some people would doubt it. In the Thousand-Star City and the Scattered Stars Island, voices rang. This voice came from Chao Tianji and Xue Shenqi. Xue Shenji asked, "Will the king of the Waterwood world covet the Yin world?" Chao Tian asked, "Since you haven't become a king yet, how can he cooperate with a king, Marshal Han?" Many people fell silent. Those who dared to question Han Fei must be very strong. At least in the venerable realm. Han Fei said with a smile, "Someone is wondering, if I form an alliance with Waterwood world, will it endanger the Yin world?" Since someone has asked, I'll answer their question. The Yin world has had no king for tens of thousands of years because the great Tao here is sealed in this world is being watched by the rules of the heavenly Tao. In fact, no king dares to enter the Yin world. Even the black evil conch king that once fought me on the Scattered Stars Island only sent his projections over. Since no king can come here, I'll bluntly say that no one under the king realm can beat me. Are you satisfied with this explanation? Han Fei had said enough today. There always had to be someone who made decisions. Now, he was the only one who could make such an important decision. If he succeeded, he would become the uncrowned king of the Yin world. In the future, when the heavenly Tao Dharma I was gone, he would be king. Han Fei's words certainly worked. At this moment, countless hidden fissures in the Thousand-Star City, as well as a large number of retired experts in the 36 towns, all set off. Their visions were certainly different from ordinary people's. They knew that if they wanted resources, they had to fight for them on their own. Now, Han Fei had helped them get an opportunity. No matter what, they had to take a look. After all, Han Fei was the only super powerhouse who had swept the Thousand-Star City and dominated the Yin world. Besides, the title of the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island was even more convincing than Han Fei's name. They had to believe it. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. With Han Fei's status now, there was no need for him to lie about these things. The collision between different areas and races was actually an excellent opportunity, but not many people could figure it out quickly. The first reaction of most people, especially ordinary cultivators, was fear. Han Fei didn't want to waste time. If they were given multiple choices, they would probably hesitate for at least a few months. Therefore, Han Fei simply gave them two choices, either go or not go. They would bear the consequences on their own. He did this to avoid many people who were hesitant. If they didn't have the heart strong enough, what could they do even if they went with him? What Han Fei wanted was people with desire. Cloud-soaring town, wind-rain village. Jiao Ling was also listening to Han Fei. She knew that she would definitely go to the Waterwood world, not because of Han Fei, but to become stronger. When she saw Han Fei sitting in the yard, skillfully peeling the clamshell, she was stunned. After a long time, Jiao Ling said, why are you here?" Han Fei raised his head and smiled. "You're already a peak-level explorer? It seems that it's only a matter of time for you to become a half-venerable." Jiao Ling said, "That's only a half-venerable. Why are you suddenly here? You should have a lot of things to do now, right?" Han Fei smiled. "Xiao Jiao. We've known each other for 15 years, right?" You must have gone through a lot of things to become a peak-level explorer so quickly according to the records in the Heavenly Music Book. Jiu Ling nodded. Yes. Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Only by going through the vicissitudes of life can I make breakthroughs in the mortal world. However, the hardest part is to transcend the love tribulation, which invaded my heart when I was young and has never been tackled. Han Fei clearly discovered that Jiu Ling was different. Even though she had disguised herself as an ordinary woman, her extraordinary aura was getting stronger and stronger. This meant that Jiu Ling could break the mortal barrier at any time. At the same time, Han Fei remembered that the Heavenly Music Book was extremely difficult and time-consuming to practice. Obviously, the Heavenly Music Book wasn't easy to practice. In just a few years, Jiu Ling had reached this point. Her speed had amazed many people. In fact, it wasn't that Jiu Ling hadn't grown fast enough or been strong enough. Han Fei still remembered how he was shocked when he saw she became an explorer. Therefore, it was not that she was too slow, but that Han Fei was growing too fast. Therefore, even if others grew rapidly, they didn't seem to grow fast enough. Luo Xiaobai and the others were already advanced explorers. Who could say their growth was not fast? And this was because of the lack of spiritual energy and energy in the yin yang world. If they were in the cage, with their talent, they would probably be half-venerables or even venerables. Seeing that Han Fei didn't seem to know how to answer, Jiu Ling chuckled. Don't worry. I won't chase you now. What you said just now made me understand that the world is huge. The 36 mystic worlds must be full of venerables. If you don't become a king, how can you conquer the world? So, just go. I have my own path. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. What's your path? Jiu Ling blinked naughtily and said, I'm not telling you. Han Fei was slightly relieved. It was a good thing anyway. Jiu Ling was no longer conflicted about feelings. This was good for her and for him. Han Fei handed over a jade slip. Jiu Ling tilted her head but didn't immediately take it. Han Fei explained, among the 36 mystic worlds, there's a world called the Sanskrit music world. I guess it has something to do with the ancient Heavenly Music sect. If you want to enter the Great Tao with the Heavenly Music Book, you need to obtain the Heaven and Earth Blessing Music Book. It might not be easy to obtain it in the Sanskrit music world. I happen to have it. Han Fei's guess was not unreasonable. Among the 36 mystic worlds, the Sanskrit music world was the only place that was good at music. If the yin-yang world returned to the 36 mystic worlds, Jiu Ling would definitely go there. As for the Heaven and Earth Blessing Music Book, he could easily get it through deduction. Therefore, there was indeed no need for Jiu Ling to go to the Sanskrit music world to seek opportunities. It was like if Luo Xiaobai and the others had to wait dozens or even hundreds of years to find opportunities in a certain place. But Han Fei could give it to them now. Why not give them now? After all, time was the most precious thing for cultivators. If Han Fei didn't even give Jiu Ling this, how could he be called her friend? Jiu Ling accepted it without any struggle. She held the jade slip and smiled. Sanskrit music world, I'll remember it. Well, since you're already here, why don't you have a meal with me here? Okay. Han Fei didn't go with Jiu Ling. Now, countless people were heading to the Scattered Stars Island, but Han Fei came to the level 3 fishery, the abyssal chasm. In the 9-palace world secret realm, Han Fei skillfully passed 2 checkpoints in a row, turned the wheel, and came to the resting place of the water immortal. In this paradise-like place, the speed of growth of the water immortal exceeded Han Fei's imagination. In just 4 years, the water immortal grew from a seed into a huge green lotus. This green lotus might not be very strong, but it occupied 1/10 of the space. Han Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Damn. If you put the divine sun here, too, would the water immortal and the divine sun fight? If the green lotus grew at this speed, it might produce consciousness in 10 years at most. After pondering for a long time, Han Fei felt that there was probably no better place than this place for the growth of the divine sun and the water immortal. Therefore, Han Fei placed the seed of the divine sun at the furthest place from the water immortal and buried it. By the way, Han Fei set a barrier between them. Han Fei said, "Teacher, divine sun, just pray that I can come back within 10 years. This is already the best place I can find for you two in the yin-yang world. Although it's not a big place, bear with it for now. When I return, I'll find you a better place." Han Fei had planned to put the 1,000-mountain ancient realm here too. However, seeing that the water immortal was growing so fast, he decided to drop it. Few creatures in the 1,000-mountain ancient realm were still alive. He didn't let them out because there were too many humans in the yin-yang world. It wasn't appropriate to release a bunch of ancient demon plants here. Perhaps they would be used as training objects by others and end up in disaster. After planting the seed of the divine sun, Han Fei didn't go to the scattered Stars Island immediately. Instead, he summoned the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, Little Fatty, and Little Gold out in the abyssal chasm. Earlier, Han Fei hadn't had the time. However, this time, Han Fei had to do all the necessary things at one go. These contractual spiritual beasts had to do one thing today to transcend the tribulation. With Han Fei here, their tribulation would definitely be very smooth. After all, Han Fei was much stronger than them now. Sure enough, only 3 hours later, the 4 contractual spiritual beasts all successfully transcended the tribulation. The abyssal chasm was remote. Therefore, only a few people knew about this tribulation. Ordinary people couldn't sense the tribulation here at all. At this moment, a string of information appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Name: 9-tailed mantis shrimp. Introduction: a mutant mantis shrimp, with fast speed and strong attacking power, good at hiding itself and attacking prey. Its 9 tails can turn into 9 divine chains, and it has extremely strong combat power. Level greater than 70. Quality legend. Enforcing law: soul hammer. Spiritual energy greater than 71,873 points. Food: omnivorous, prefers shrimp. Battle technique: void chains, 9-tailed soul stabbing, soul lock. Remarks: current status, growth period. Name: Feather God Ray. Introduction: ancient exotic species, a flying fish, with 2 wings and 2 feet. Its wings are as sharp as blades, and can break gold and crack stones. Feather God Ray can fly into the sky or dive into the sea. Its speed is extremely fast. Its head is as firm as a mountain, and it is good at hitting things with its head. When it has fully grown up, it can gather the power of heavenly thunder. Level greater than 70. Quality legend. Enforcing law: lightning escape. Spiritual energy greater than 78,032. Food, carnivorous, prefers large fish. Battle technique, lightning blade, lightning domain, ultimate thunder scar. Remarks, current status, growth period. Name, 9 death soul-splitting octopus. Introduction, ancient exotic species, with a weak divine beast bloodline. Its sucking disc can absorb spiritual energy, and essence blood. The 9 death soul-splitting octopus's spiritual power is extremely strong, able to ignore the mental attacks of all creatures within 10 levels of itself. It also has great strength and can deflect 90% of the attacks when attacked. It also has a super strong self-recovery ability. Level greater than 70. Quality ancient exotic, can grow. Enforcing law, soul attraction. Spiritual energy, greater than 96,852. Food, carnivorous, prefers shrimp and crabs. Battle technique, limb regeneration, blood rebirth, soul hunting tentacle. Divine sea strike. Note, the host can share blood rebirth with the 9 death soul splitting octopus. It can only be used 9 times in a lifetime, with 5 left. Name, heavenly dog. Introduction, ancient exotic species that likes to inhabit turbid waters and dark mountains. They look like white dogs and have black heads. Their sounds are varied and often reduce their sense of threat by pretending to be cats. Heavenly dogs have wings and blue feathers like sharp blades. They can twist the void and escape extremely fast. They are good at stealth and like to bully the weak. Heavenly dogs have the ability to devour the sky and the sun. But the ability needs to be activated passively. Level greater than 70. Quality ancient mutant. Enforcing law, water barrier. Contains spiritual energy, it can swallow spiritual energy infinitely. Food, omnivorous, prefers meat. Battle technique, sky escape technique, heavenly demon body, transformed into a heart demon, heritage breaking claw. Remarks, current status, growth period. At this point, all of Han Fei's contractual spiritual beasts had reached the realm of explorers. Perhaps, after the tribulation, there would usually be great gains. At this moment, these contractual spiritual beasts all had 1 or 2 combat skills more. For example, the 9-tailed mantis shrimp's soul lock was a combat skill that could lock the enemy's soul. In the same realm, even if the enemy could break free, it would take a lot of time. And in a battle between strong masters, every minute and second determined where the balance of victory was tilted. Little Gold's combat skill was easy to understand. It was the ultimate thunder scar. Its speed was extremely fast. However, this was relative. For him, it was dispensable. Little Fatty surprised Han Fei most. It had evolved from a legendary creature to an ancient exotic creature. Besides, it also had a combat skill that could attack the soul. Sure enough, this guy specialized in soul attack. As for the licking dog, although he hadn't fought once, his growth was very fast too. However, although their growth was very fast, Han Fei was still regretful. Other people's spiritual beasts were as strong as their masters. But it was impossible for him and his spiritual beasts, for the time being. Therefore, Han Fei didn't intend to summon his pets in battle, mainly because they were too weak now, and couldn't grow as fast as him. After these contractual spiritual beasts transcended the tribulation, Han Fei went to the 1,000-star city. Corpse nurturing ground. Han Fei left all the pets here. Yes, even little Fatty was left here. Han Fei hesitated for a long time, but then he realized that he could hardly die now. Han Fei was already familiar with the Waterwood world. As long as he didn't fight the White Armor Emperor, there was no one in the Waterwood world who could kill him. Huff. After Han Fei was done, he stood in the sky above the Thousand-Star City, and an old turtle appeared beside him. The old turtle had signed a master-servant contract with Han Fei. Without the suppression of the demon purification pot, he had completely melted into Gui Sanging's body. Of course, there was also an old turtle soul in Han Fei's body, which was for the convenience of communication. Han Fei grinned and said, "Let's sweep the royal city." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Scattered Stars Island. When Han Fei returned here again, he finally saw the scene of hidden fissures everywhere. Although it was not as good as the Waterwood world and the Cage world, it made the Scattered Stars Island the strongest island in the Inyang world. Han Fei scanned with his perception and could be sure that there were nearly 100,000 hidden fissures coming from the Thousand-Star City and the 36 towns. Don't underestimate these 100,000 people. On the past Scattered Stars Island, hidden fissures were already strong. Even if all the hidden ones were added up, there might not be 10,000 hidden fissures. Therefore, the situation was much better now. And this was only on the second day after Han Fei announced that he was going to the Waterwood world. There were already as many as 100,000 hidden fissures gathered here. And it didn't include the cultivators of the big clans. If those people were added, the number of hidden fissures would be doubled. At this moment, people were still coming from the Thousand-Star City and the 36 towns. Han Fei nodded slightly. Suddenly, Han Fei raised his head, because he felt that 10,000 kilometers away, the cloud whale had swept across the sky. Then, Tang Yan's voice came. "Your strength is improving at an incredible speed. It's difficult for you to grow so fast even if you can use the power of wish. It seems that you do have other opportunities." Han Fei thought to himself, "You didn't come out when old Demon Chuck claimed to be a king. Why did you come out now?" Han Fei smiled. "I was lucky and happened to encounter some opportunities." Tang Yan didn't dwell on this question, but asked, "Did you really communicate with Queen Life? Do you think I would lie?" Tang Yan said, "Not really. Many people know about the channel you mentioned, but no one seems to be able to pass it." Han Fei thought to himself, it seems that Tang Yan and old Han are not really on good terms. At least, old Han didn't tell Tang Yan about this. As if knowing what Tang Yan wanted to ask. Han Fei said, "I know that you have the experience in tribulation transcending, and it may be more than once. However, there's something I have to warn you about. Don't think about transcending the tribulation in the Waterwood world. I won't let you and Chao Tianji go there now." Tang Yan was silent for a while. "Are you afraid of causing a conflict between Inyang world and Waterwood world?" Han Fei said, "We need the absolute trust of each other. Besides, if anyone dares to cause trouble at this critical moment, I'll kill him." At this moment, Han Fei was no longer afraid of Tang Yan. He could tell the difference between Tang Yan and Tang Gu. Even if Tang Yan died, Tang Gu wouldn't be affected. In fact, it might even be better for Tang Gu. In fact, Xue Fan was equivalent to Tang Gu in identity. Wasn't his achievements higher than his original body? After all, reincarnation bodies had their own consciousness. The only pity was that if the two parties fused, In the future, there was no telling who would dominate the body. At this time, Tang Yen said, "You mean we have to wait for you to break the Yin-Yang world's heavenly Tao Dharma I?" Han Fei nodded straightforwardly. "That's right. Although Queen Life is our ally, she is not a human. Apart from all other relationships, any action that exceeds an ally may have unimaginable consequences." In fact, Han Fei thought to himself, "You want to become a king before me? In your dreams." And Tang Yen did want to go to the Waterwood world to transcend the tribulation. He knew very well that once he fell into a king-level heavenly tribulation, even if the other party was a king, it would be extremely difficult for him to intervene. However, just as Han Fei said, this was definitely a provocation to the Waterwood world. After all, it was their territory and he would use their energy. Why should they let him become a king there? Wouldn't it be great if they saved all the energy resources for themselves? Even if they couldn't use them. How many half-kings could the resources and energy create? Therefore, this was indeed a provocation to them. Therefore, Han Fei really couldn't let them go there ahead of him. Otherwise, he might fall out with Queen Life. Seeing that Tang Yen was silent, Han Fei asked, "Where is Tang Go?" Tang Yen said, "He's transcending the tribulation. I don't think he can participate in this battle." Han Fei frowned. "It's longer than I expected." "The longer, the better." Han Fei didn't talk to Tang Yen anymore. Immediately, Han Fei went to the refining hall in the City of Justice and found Luo Xiaobai. At this moment, all the refiners in the refining hall were having a meeting. After so many years of development and investment in various resources, there were already more than 100 Feiyanmu furnaces. However, as more and more people poured into the Scattered Stars Island, it was obvious that the Feiyanmu furnaces were running at full capacity, and the weapons they were forging were limited. Luo Xiaobai was now requesting to build some more Feiyanmu furnaces. At the same time, she wanted to sell some of the weapons in the warehouses of the big clans. A moment later, Han Fei found Luo Xiaobai. As for Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang, they had been arranged by Luo Xiaobai. One was responsible for deploying resources, personally supervising them, and the other was responsible for arranging newcomers on the Scattered Stars Island. When Luo Xiaobai saw Han Fei, the first thing she asked was, "When are we going to fight?" Han Fei was stunned for a moment and then grinned. "Not that fast. Although more and more experts are gathering on the Scattered Stars Island, the number is not enough. Besides, the overall mobilization is a big problem. It seems that the former management method of the Scattered Stars Island has to be used again." Luo Xiaobai said solemnly, "I've already used it. As for the big clans, I've designed an implicating mechanism. Otherwise, it's really difficult to control those families who are used to playing dirty and running amok." Han Fei shrugged. "Oh, that's great. By the way, I'm here to ask if you have time now." Luo Xiaobai, "Huh?" Han Fei said, "I'm going to Waterwood World to discuss the battle situation with Queen Life. Would you like to go with me?" Luo Xiaobai's eyes lit up. "Then here," Han Fei said with a smile, "we'll be back soon. I'm taking you there because I have something to do. Once everyone arrives, you'll be in charge of everything, even Shueishenqi can't shake your commanding right. So, I'll show you the way in advance and introduce you to the venerables of Waterwood World." Luo Xiaobai immediately said, "Wait for me for an hour. I'll arrange some Follow-up matters. Luo Xiaobai had no intention of rejecting Han Fei. After hearing about the existence of the Waterwood world from Han Fei, she had long wanted to explore it. Now that she had this chance, she certainly wouldn't miss it. To be honest, in terms of managing the army, Luo Xiaobai didn't look down on Han Fei, but Han Fei liked adventure too much. So, should Han Fei be in charge of the army? Luo Xiaobai thought that it would be better for her to do it. Since Han Fei had given her power, she must be in total charge of the planning and dispatch of all personnel on the Scattered Stars Island. In an underground cave in the Transverse Mountain, just like the 10,000 Demon Valley, it could directly connect the two worlds. At this moment, Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai were already in the cave. Ning Jing was still shopping on the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei couldn't help but say with a black face, "Hey, don't think I don't. No. You brought back a lot of ingredients and seasonings. Yinyang world is going to suffer a huge loss if you keep doing this." Ning Jing snorted. "Petty. I don't know when I'll be able to come next time. Wouldn't it be a waste if I don't prepare some?" Han Fei was lost for words. "I can assure you, you'll have plenty of time to come to the Yinyang world soon." Swish. Ning Jing appeared directly in front of Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai. Although Luo Xiaobai had heard Han Fei mention Ning Jing, when she saw Ning Jing, she couldn't help but be secretly shocked. This girl was so beautiful. Ning Jing looked at Luo Xiaobai and said graciously, "Hello." Then, she looked at Han Fei. "Really?" Han Fei shrugged. "Of course. Maybe the Waterwood world and the Yinyang world can be connected in the future. What do you think?" Ning Jing's eyes lit up. "Let's go." When Han Fei, Luo Xiaobai, and Ning Jing entered the passage, Luo Xiaobai said in surprise, "Is this the passage to the Waterwood world?" Luo Xiaobai had no idea that this channel was actually a channel to the Waterwood world. As soon as Han Fei came in, Qianshu had already sensed him. Because Qianshu was connected to the ground veins, he could see Han Fei from a distance. When Qianshu's face appeared on the tree, Luo Xiaobai looked at it in surprise. She immediately looked at Han Fei. "Isn't this the leafless tree?" Han Fei nodded. "The leafless tree has gone out. This senior is called Qianshu." With that said, Qianshu's old voice said, "Qianshu greets you, messenger Jing." Ning Jing was speechless when she sensed that she was a hanging fisher now. She responded casually, "Open the channel. I'm going to see the queen." "Yes, Messenger Jing." "Messenger Jing?" Luo Xiaobai silently watched all of this. Sure enough, as Han Fei said, Ning Jing's status was extremely high. The speed of a hanging fisher was always a little slow. When Han Fei and the others arrived, 6 hours had passed. Although Han Fei and Ning Jing both knew the near-at-hand technique and carried Luo Xiaobai with them. Waterwood world. When Luo Xiaobai appeared on the Sea of Clouds divine tree, she saw the huge tree bark wall. She looked at Han Fei in surprise. "Is this a trunk?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "Yes. The trunk." Luo Xiaob. Luo Xiaobai said, "I once thought that the ancient tree I saw was already very big. Is this the Cloud Sea divine tree?" Ning Jing said, "Of course, this is the Cloud Sea divine tree. Its branches and leaves stretch out for 500,000 kilometers the furthest." After they appeared, the leafless tree said, "Hi, Messenger Jing. Han Fei, the Queen asked you to go straight there." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. This time, when Han Fei came to the Waterwood Heavenly Palace, the Bat Venerable who was responsible for guarding the gate was shocked to see him. When Han Fei first came, he was only a peak-level law enforcer. But now, he was almost a peak-level venerable. This growth speed was unheard of. It was simply incredible. Because Han Fei and the others went directly to the Heavenly Palace, Luo Xiaobai hadn't met the other races on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree yet. Waterwood Heavenly Palace. As soon as Jing'er came in, she disappeared with a step and shouted, "My Queen, Jing'er missed you so much. Jing'er brought you a lot of things from the Yinyang world this time, all strange little things from the Yinyang world, including a flying boat." "Be quiet." With a look from Queen Life, Ning Jing immediately fell silent. She stood under the tree obediently and looked at Bai Suzhen. Ning Jing couldn't help narrowing her eyes. She felt that she had met an opponent. Bai Suzhen's temperament seemed to be similar to the Queen's. Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai were at the end of the road. Luo Xiaobai sensed the terrifyingly rich spiritual energy here. There were spiritual fruits everywhere, and all kinds of rare spiritual fruits here. However, Luo Xiaobai was very calm. Since Han Fei could negotiate with Queen Life, he must be on good terms with her. Seeing Luo Xiaobai staring at the puppets, Han Fei explained, "In the Heavenly Palace, there are many strong puppets. After all, kings need to maintain their mysteriousness. In the hearts of the people, kings are like gods." Luo Xiaobai nodded and followed Han Fei unhurriedly. A moment later, when Han Fei saw Bai Suzhen, he found that her pupils were constricted slightly and she closed her eyes. Han Fei felt that something was wrong. Could it be that Bai Suzhen had awakened the memories of the water immortal so quickly? In the next moment, someone said, "Suzhen, visualize the Cloud Sea Divine Tree." "Yes, teacher." Then, Queen Life said casually, "Come up." Han Fei moved, and Luo Xiaobai appeared in the little yard of Queen Life. Before she realized what had happened, Queen Life was still taking care of her flowers gently, like she was petting her child. Luo Xiaobai looked straight at her, her eyes slightly dazzled. When Han Fei was about to do something, Luo Xiaobai's hands were wrapped by brambled vines, and she suddenly closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she no longer dared to look at Queen Life. Luo Xiaobai was shocked. "She's so beautiful." She had never thought that there would be such a beautiful woman in this world. She couldn't help but glance at Han Fei, thinking that Han Fei was quite popular with women. Queen Life didn't know what Luo Xiaobai was thinking. She stopped what she was doing and stroked the branch with one hand, and her other hand fell naturally. She looked at Luo Xiaobai casually. "Huh. A born human manipulator has a heart of nature. Little girl, do you want to be my disciple?" Luo Xiaobai was stunned. Ning Jing and Bai Suzhen under the tree were both taken aback. Ning Jing was still thinking, what's wrong with the queen? Why is she recruiting so many disciples? The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched, and he immediately said, "Luo Xiaobai is my teammate." Queen Life chuckled. "Then she should be less than 100 years old. She has great potential." Seeing that Han Fei was frowning, Queen Life said casually, "Let's talk about our own business. Besides, you're not qualified to talk about this with me." "Heh." Han Fei rolled his eyes and looked at Luo Xiaobai. "It's up to you." Han Fei wondered if his junior sister was obsessed with taking disciples. Luo Xiaobai was very special. Han Fei knew that not only did she have a growing spiritual heritage, but she was also a genius of the family mastering the divine manipulation technique. Furthermore, she had awakened her Tao seed early. Even if she didn't become Queen Life's disciple, her future achievements couldn't be bad. Sure enough, Luo Xiaobai shook her head slightly. Thank you, Senior. However, I've already entered a sect, so it's inconvenient for me to acknowledge you as my teacher. Please forgive me. Han Fei seemed to have expected this result, so he wasn't surprised at all. Queen Life was taken aback, and Ning Jing's eyes widened. Queen Life didn't expect that Luo Xiaobai would refuse her so quickly. Ning Jing was shocked. This person rejected the queen? Is she stupid? Only Han Fei knew very well that Luo Xiaobai was a very principled person. Whether this principle was right or wrong, what she insisted on was always what she thought was right. Since childhood, Han Fei certainly knew that it was unlikely to make Luo Xiaobai succumb to others. Queen Life smiled. What a pity. Okay, tell me. You're not here just to visit me, are you? Han Fei said, I think the queen has already known about what happened in the Yinyang world recently. Han Fei believed that the Sea Cloud Tower must have a way to communicate with the Waterwood world. In the past, old Han could turn a blind eye to it, and now he could do the same. Luo Xiaobai's pupils were constricted. This made her feel extremely surprised. Was there someone from the Waterwood world in the Yinyang world? This matter was neither big nor small. The main reason was that there was no king in the Yinyang world. It was not good to be watched by a king. However, judging from Han Fei's reaction, this matter didn't seem to be serious. Otherwise, Han Fei wouldn't have come here, let alone sit idle. Queen Life said, yes. Your strength has already exceeded Jinger's. But it's not enough yet. Han Fei smiled and said, how is the hunt going for the venerables in the Blood Sea Divinewood City? Queen Life said, most of them didn't die at the hands of us and the White Shell Royal City. Those who escaped have all died. Han Fei certainly knew what Queen Life meant. Before the tribulation, Xue Fan might have completely parasitized a portion of people. Therefore, there were actually very few people who could resist his parasitic abilities. After all, it was impossible for a venerable to not know he was parasitized. Xue Fan still needed subordinates, so some venerables managed to escape from his control. Most venerables weren't that lucky. When Xue Fan's parasitic technique was fully activated and they died, there was no telling if there were any great Dao cracks. It was possible that they had been completely parasitized by Xue Fan and became his clones. Han Fei wasn't surprised to hear that all the venerables in the Blood Sea Divinewood City had died. After all, neither the Waterwood world nor the White Shell Royal City dared to use the venerables from the Blood Sea Divine Wood. Once the venerables died, the scattered blood demons were nothing to worry about. Luo Xiaobai was shocked. Han Fei had mentioned the Blood Sea Divinewood City to them. Han Fei mentioned that he was forced to transcend the king-level tribulation. So he talked about the Blood Sea Divinewood City. How could a powerful royal city be destroyed in such a short time? It could be seen how powerful the Waterwood world and the White Shell Royal City were. Therefore, unlike her beauty, Queen Life was not harmless. Han Fei grunted and said frankly, I promised you to destroy the other two royal cities. Now that the Blood Sea Sacred City is destroyed, it's the turn of the White Shell Royal City. 1. Queen Life stood upright, and her temperament was immediately different. She was elegant and solemn now. She said, you should know the history of the battle between the White Shell Royal City and the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. It's extremely difficult to decide the winner. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, in the White Shell Royal City, is there another king besides the White Armor Emperor? Queen Life shook her head slightly. Of course not. Han Fei asked again, are there any fake king-level experts? Queen Life was already shaking her head. There's actually something wrong with the fake king realm. At least, there has never been a fake king in the Waterwood world. Han Fei said, since there is no second king in the White Shell Royal City, and there is no fake king, with the help of our Yin-Yang world, what will be the result of this battle? Queen Life looked at Han Fei. Will the Yin-Yang world help us? Han Fei grinned. You don't know yet? Queen Life, I didn't get the news as fast as you think. Han Fei said, I'm here to help. You should be able to think of that. Queen Life looked at Han Fei deeply. Do you know how many soldiers are needed to fight such a battle? How many of them will die? Han Fei said, it's better to accomplish the whole task at one stroke. Besides, the top priority of the Yin-Yang world and Waterwood world is not the White Shell Royal City but the cage. Luo Xiaobai thought to herself on the side. Han Fei was a tough and adventurous guy as always. As for Queen Life, she was obviously tempted. If she wasn't tempted, she would have already refused. Sure enough, Queen Life smiled casually. How many soldiers can you send over? Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai. Luo Xiaobai will deploy the troops of the Yin-Yang world and even their future battles in the Waterwood world. Luo Xiaobai replied, the Yin-Yang world can send a total of 250,000 hidden fishers, 7,000 law enforcers, 300 explorers, and 15 venerables. Queen Life looked at Han Fei. Is the Yin-Yang world so weak now? Han Fei grinned. Count me in. Queen Life looked at Han Fei deeply. There are probably 5 half-kings in the White Shell Royal City. Han Fei said unconcernedly, as it happens, there are 3 half-kings in Yin-Yang world. Queen Life shook her head and said, half-kings are not allowed to enter the Waterwood world. Han Fei thought to himself, as I expected. Once a half-king transcended the king-level tribulation, even a king couldn't interfere. Therefore, how could Queen Life allow it? Han Fei was already prepared. Han Fei said unhurriedly, if the White Armored Emperor doesn't come out, I alone will be enough. Queen Life suddenly changed the topic. Are you sure you sent so many people here just for the battle? Han Fei smiled and didn't answer the queen's question directly. Instead, he said, if the seal on the cage disappears one day, the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world will meet sooner or later. Besides, the Waterwood world is actually not much better than the Yin-Yang world. Look at the world inside the cage, and everything will be clear. The outside world may be beyond our understanding. Cooperating to deal with the outside world should be our best choice. Queen Life chuckled. Okay. Since you dare to bet, I dare to fight. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. After the two sides came to an agreement, Han Fei said, although we're going to fight, it may be more effective if you wait for me for a while. Queen Life looked at Han Fei. What are you going to do? Han Fei grinned. I'm going to the White Shell Royal City. Luo Xiaobai asked in surprise, why are you going there? Han Fei grinned. There is a forbidden level trial field in the White Shell City that is very suitable for my cultivation. If I go there, I can reach the peak. Luo Xiaobai remembered that Han Fei could transform into an inferior manfish. And her heart did a flip. It seemed that Han Fei had already been to the White Shell Royal City. Queen Life asked, "How many years do I have to wait?" Queen Life had already had conservative estimates of the time. It might take 100 years or even longer for a normal person to become a peak level venerable from an advanced peak level venerable. However, when it came to Han Fei, Queen Life felt that it might take a few years or even shorter. Han Fei said, "I'm not sure how long it will take, but it won't be too long. My suggestion is that let the people of Yinyang world come first. This kind of war requires cooperation and familiarity with the geographical environment. We can't fight unprepared battles." Queen Life didn't refuse this time. As long as there were no half-kings, it didn't matter how many people came here. Therefore, she replied straightforwardly, "Okay, you don't have a lot of people. The 11 human units can totally accommodate them. However, are you sure you can still sneak in without the White Armor Emperor knowing?" Han Fei smiled. "That's my problem." After leaving the Waterwood Heavenly Palace, Ning Jing took the two of them to the human territory. This time, she still went to Wushang Shui. Based on Han Fei's understanding of Ning Jing, it was definitely because they were close. When Wushang Shui saw Han Fei again, she said in surprise, "Your strength." Han Fei smiled politely. "I got some opportunities." Wushang Shui really wanted to roll her eyes. What kind of opportunity could make a person grow so fast? After Ning Jing talked to Wushang Shui via voice transmission, Wushang Shui widened her eyes and looked at Han Fei with a complicated look. If she didn't know Han Fei, she would have thought that Han Fei was crazy. This guy was negotiating with the queen to destroy the White Shell Royal City? Glancing at Luo Xiaobai, Wushang Shui said, "The queen will directly inform the Cloudsea Divine Tree of such a big event, right?" Han Fei smiled. "Of course. I just took the command of tactics of the Yinyang world to visit the Cloudsea Divine Tree." Luo Xiaobai was lost for words. Han Fei had invented a new term, command of tactics? That sounded weird. In fact, Han Fei knew that it would work. As long as Queen Life wasn't stupid, she wouldn't refuse him. After all, destroying the White Shell Royal City would bring her too many benefits. Han Fei's purpose was actually very simple. He needed to use the lightning prison. Since he was already here, why not destroy the White Shell Royal City? By the way, besides, this could also promote the relationship between Yinyang World and Waterwood World. In the future, if something happened to the cage when he wasn't around, Queen Life could take care of the Yinyang World. As for Queen Life coveting the Yinyang World, that was nonsense. If she coveted it, she would have done so a long time ago. Besides, with the Cloud Tower in the Yinyang World, Queen Life was very clear about the situation in the Yinyang World. Half a day later. Dark War Port. Han Fei took Luo Xiaobai to explore the 4 battlefields. There was no telling if it was because the Blood Sea Divine Wood City had been destroyed. But the battle in the Fiery Sea had become smaller. When Han Fei finished telling Luo Xiaobai about the Dark War Port, Luo Xiaobai said, "Well, I've already figured out the situation here. I'm just curious. Our strength is clearly not enough. Hundreds of thousands of hidden fishers are just a drop in the bucket for them. The ones that are really useful are the explorers and the venerables." And Queen Life didn't agree to let the hidden fissures come, which weakened the advantage of our yin-yang world. She seems to be only interested in you. Han Fei grinned. At least I've got the result I want. Luo Xiaobai asked, you didn't do that to make them fight the war, did you? For the Waterwood world, it doesn't matter whether or not the people of the yin-yang world come to help. Queen Life just wants your help, so even if you don't take anyone with you, she will still agree to this war. Han Fei said indifferently, do you think the Waterwood world is very strong? In fact, it's not. After going to the cage, I knew that both the yin-yang world and the Waterwood world had declined. There were pitifully few strong masters. And there were 36 heavenly palaces. I suspect that there are still many powerful heavenly palaces as powerful as the cage. Can you imagine? Even if the yin-yang world and the Waterwood world are combined, they might not be 10 or 20% as powerful as the other heavenly palaces. Maybe, the other heavenly palaces have already unified their respective worlds. In that case, even the cage might not be comparable to them. Luo Xiaobai said, do you think the yin-yang world and the Waterwood world will inevitably collide with other heavenly palaces in the future? So, the current alliance is inevitable? Han Fei nodded. Yes. Waterwood Heavenly Palace. Ning Jing was asking the same question. Queen Life said indifferently, you have to look into the future. A moment of gain or loss doesn't mean much. Even if the White Shell Royal City has always existed, it's not a big deal. I'm betting on Han Fei. Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai stayed in the Waterwood world for less than a day before they returned to the Scattered Stars Island. On the Scattered Stars Island, the City of Justice was crammed with people. For people who didn't see many strong masters before, they could see strong masters everywhere now. The carnival shops and the like were already full. Zhang Xuanyu and Le Renquang were quite busy and didn't even know that Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai had left. 5 days passed. On the Scattered Stars Island, outside the City of Justice, Luo Xiaobai arranged 25 formations, each with 10,000 soldiers. The number of estimates didn't exceed Luo Xiaobai's expectations. Even if all the hidden fissures in the entire 1,000-star city were added up, the number of hidden fissures might reach nearly 1 million. However, excluding the old ones and those who were scared, according to the statistics, there was probably only one person per 4 to 5 people who was willing to join this adventure. Luo Xiaobai knew very well that the people who went to the Waterwood world the earliest would definitely get the most benefits. There was more spiritual energy there, and there were too many things for the human race to learn. There was also the Cloud Sea Divine Tree where they could crazily cultivate. All in all, the 250,000 people's vision and courage decided that they would rise quickly. But in Han Fei's eyes, even 1 million hidden fissures were very few, let alone 250,000. Could 1 million hidden fissures be compared to 1 million explorers? It was simply an insurmountable chasm. In fact, the rise of a race with a population of billions wasn't something that could be achieved easily. It required generations of hard work and time. In the past few days, a very appropriate name spread among these armies. This name was Scattered Stars Expeditionary Force. It was impossible for everyone who participated in the expeditionary army to not be nervous. However, most of the people's hearts were filled with anxiety, excitement, and curiosity. During this period, some simple information was slowly revealed. Now, at the resting place of the expeditionary force, someone murmured, "Hey, have you heard? It's said that there are many races in the Waterwood world. Apart from the human race, there are demon plants like tree demons, a large number of insects, and sky races like birds. TSK. It's really hard to imagine why these races are on par with human beings. Someone sneered. What do you know? I heard that Queen Life is not from the human race, but from the demon plant line. Someone interjected, keep your voice down. I have news that you will never expect. Everyone couldn't help but look at him, stunned. What news? The man grinned and said, I heard, the girls there are very beautiful. Who? Everybody despised him. Compared to most ordinary people, the people from the big clans had long been arranged into the army. It could be said that half of the people in the expeditionary army were actually from big clans. And most of the experts were from big clans. It couldn't be helped. This was the foundation accumulated over thousands or tens of thousands of years. They had resources and channels to advance, so they were not comparable to ordinary itinerant cultivators. Of course, the population of the 36 towns was huge, and many heavenly talents had emerged. In terms of strength, they were no weaker than the children of the big clans. Although Han Fei had defeated the big clans, it was impossible for him to wipe out these big clans. As long as the people left behind were obedient and didn't have any intention of betrayal, they were allowed to participate in the expeditionary army. This group of people was definitely the strongest in the Yin-Yang world. Even so, Han Fei still had requirements for the people of these big clans. Han Fei personally appeared and issued a rule: when a member of a big family comes to the Waterwood world, they must hunt a sea demon expert of the same level. Or, they must hunt 10 experts one level lower than themselves, 100 people 2 levels lower, or 1,000 people 3 levels lower. These people were dissatisfied, but Han Fei didn't care. He didn't take these people there for a vacation. If you wanted to take off your identity as a descendant of a big clan, you had to work harder than ordinary people. Otherwise, wouldn't it be unfair and cause discord? Therefore, Han Fei had to temper these people. 7 days passed. When Ning Jing appeared on the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei knew that the Waterwood world had been prepared to accept them. On this day, the City of Justice was as lively as before. Suddenly, a sky curtain opened in the sky. Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai appeared in the sky. Everybody stopped what they were doing. Needless to say, they knew what Han Fei was going to say. Many people even ran directly out of the city to see the expeditionary force off. In the eyes of many people, to be able to have such courage to fight in another world was definitely worthy of admiration. Han Fei said, I think you already know what I'm going to say. Human beings are not the only race in this world. In this sea, there are tens of thousands of races. We have to get out of here and become stronger. Expedition represents danger, but it also represents opportunity. On the day I leave, the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island will be Xue Shenji. Temporarily. Now, I announce, let's go on an expedition. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. As the army set off, countless people scrambled to send them off. Han Fei didn't take them to the passage on the Scattered Stars Island, but the one in the 10,000 Demon Valley. After all, he hadn't become a king yet. And there were some things he didn't want others to know. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai was leading the army to set off. Han Fei closed the sky curtain and appeared on the top of the Empyrean waterfall. There was another person beside Han Fei. This person was none other than Chao Tianji, one of the two remaining half-kings in the Yinyang world. Han Fei said, everyone except you from the Chao family has gone over. This time you have no choice but to pray that they don't die. Chao Tianji said with a sullen face, I'm only a half-king. Even if I go there, so what? Han Fei sneered. I can tell at a glance that you're a half-king who hasn't transcended the heavenly tribulation. Not just you, Tang Yan can't pass it either. Be content. For your Chao family, this expedition is a great opportunity. Although I look down on the big clans, if there are no big clans in this world, I won't bother to pursue the past. Chao Tianji said, since Marshal Han has made this promise, I'll stay in Yang world and wait for the return of the expedition army. The people of the Chao family were all in Han Fei's hands, so Chao Tian didn't dare to do anything. Otherwise, what if Han Fei arranged some dangerous battlefields for the Chao family? Therefore, he had to obey. In Yinyang world, Chao Tianji couldn't use the people of the Thug Academy to threaten Han Fei. This was because in this operation, all the members of the Thug Academy were deployed and none of them stayed in Yinyang world. After chatting with Chao Tianji, Han Fei came directly to the Cloud Whales. Back. Tang Yan said, so Queen Life really doesn't allow half-kings to go over? Han Fei said, you can wait a little longer, for the cage to be unsealed, or I become a king. To be honest, I don't mind having another king in the Yinyang world. But, the Yinyang world's luck and spiritual energy are probably not enough for two kings to appear. Tang Yan said leisurely, if you can break the heavenly Tao Dharma aren't you afraid that I will snatch your opportunity to become a king? Haha. You can have a try. With that, Han Fei stepped into the void and disappeared. The Cloud Whale's huge body turned over in the sky and continued to swim in the clouds. Tang Yan, who was hiding in the Cloud Whale's body, didn't doubt Han Fei's words. The Han father and son weren't so petty. However, Chao Tianji had better not stand in his way. Otherwise, if Han Fei didn't slaughter him, Tang Yan would slaughter him. In the demonic plant channel, when the venerables entered, they were shocked. Their strength had been suppressed to that of a hanging fisher. They had never felt so weak since they became strong, if someone attacked them. At this moment, they probably couldn't resist it. Fortunately, everyone's strength was suppressed to that of a hanging fisher. At this moment, Han Fei held the sky-hanging mirror and used it without hesitation. In the sky curtain, Han Fei shouted, everyone, listen up. Because of the seal on the channel, your strength is temporarily suppressed to the hanging fisher level. Don't panic. Also, when we reach Waterwood World, the 25 squads will be temporarily broken up and integrated into the 11 divisions of the human race in the Waterwood World. However, you must remember that in Waterwood World, no matter who you are, even if they are in the Venerable Realm, your supreme commander is Luo Xiaobai. She will preside over your division of labor. When the battle starts, Luo Xiaobai will be in charge of the expeditionary army. With that said, the sky curtain fell on Luo Xiaobai like a camera, and Luo Xiaobai looked up at the camera. Beside Luo Xiaobai was the group of people from the Thug Academy. Zhang Xuanyu couldn't help but sigh. I'm a little excited. Beside Zhang Xuanyu, Yi Shiyan snorted coldly. When you get there, remember not to fall for any girls. Let me tell you, although they look pretty, they are already old enough to be your grandmother. Unlike me, I'm still young. Zhang Xuanyu. Now that Yi Shiyan had grown up, she was slender and supple. Zhang Xuanyu couldn't resist her charm anymore. So he reluctantly gave in. However, along the way, Yi Shiyan had said this several times. This made Zhang Xuanyu even more curious, what the girls over there look like. A bold person couldn't help shouting, Marshal Han, will we be bullied when we reach the Waterwood world? I heard that there are insect race, sky race, and demonic plants there. They are all natives. Han Fei immediately shouted, I'm telling you that when you reach the Waterwood world, you will go directly to the human race of the Waterwood world. The commander, Luo Xiaobai, has already arranged everything for you. After you arrive, seize the chance to exchange experiences with them. 4. Example, the Waterwood world's bow technique is unparalleled. In addition, the insect race is simple and honest, the demon plant race is easygoing, and the sky race is interesting. These are very friendly races. Don't pick fights and cause conflicts. If anyone messes up, be careful. Commander Luo will send you back to the Yinyang world. Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei, who was bragging at the sky hanging mirror not far away, and really wanted to go up and kick him. Commander Luo? That sounds so embarrassing. Old Jiang roared at Han Fei, brat, where did you arrange for us? Han Fei closed the sky curtain, turned around, and grinned. I certainly will arrange a good place for you. Flying Feather Division of the human race, there. Venerable Wushang Shui is on good terms with me. Old Bai grunted. That's good. We'll visit her when we get there. However, Ning Jing was stunned. When did you get on good terms with Wushang Shui? It seems that you only know Wushang Shui among the venerables in the Waterwood world. Oh no, and Yu Chen, and Zhang Yao, whom you brought back. Half a day later. Buzz. The Waterwood world, which had been preparing for days, had dozens of teleportation arrays set up at the passage. It was specially prepared for the people of the Yinyang world. When Han Fei came out of the teleportation array, he was stunned. Damn, so many people? Han Fei saw that the Sky Clan was flying everywhere. On the main trunk of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree it was densely packed with the insect race, because they wanted to see what the people of the Yinyang world looked like. And on the branches of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, various treemen with messy branch heads were also watching. However, how many treemen could stand on the tree? Therefore, a lot of vines and branches were drooping in all directions. Anyway, they were all demon plants, so they didn't need eyes. As for those who didn't occupy the best positions, they had already filled the surrounding branches and trunks, watching with their perception. Of course, on the main road, it was the human beings from the 11 divisions of the Waterwood world. After all, Han Fei represented the Yinyang world. Therefore, the venerables of the 11 divisions were all waiting here. Behind them were a group of explorers. Just like the people from the Yinyang world, the people from the Waterwood world had heard the stories from the Yinyang world for tens of thousands of years. However, this was the first time they met on a large scale. This was a historic meeting. At this moment, at least hundreds of thousands of eyes were gathered here, waiting for the people from the Yinyang world to come and talk. Buzz. The moment Han Fei appeared, the crowd burst into an uproar. All kinds of whispers and buzzing sounds were heard. A member of the Sky Clan shouted, Huh? Isn't that Han Fei? A bug hummed. Ah. I haven't seen him for a long time. He seems to have become stronger. A tree demon mumbled, he's still ugly. But he seems to be more majestic than before. Han Fei's face was black. Isn't this F** king welcome a bit too much? Ning Jing appeared with Han Fei. Seeing Ning Jing, countless people shouted. Messenger Jing. Hi, Messenger Jing. Hill. Hearing the rumbling noises, Ning Jing immediately said, keep your voices down. Those big bugs, shut your mouths. Sky Clan, stop chattering. Buzz. Then, Old Bai and the others appeared. The moment Old Bai and Old Jiang appeared, they were all stunned. Old Bai took a deep breath. The first to be caught in their eyes were the strange species. When they looked up, the dense insects were like stacked city walls, so high that they couldn't see the top. However, Old Bai immediately discovered that there were many strong masters in the Waterwood world. There were as many as 11 human venerables in front of him, including more than 100 explorers. The number of hidden fishers here was almost comparable to the number of the expedition army coming from the Inyang world. Wow. Look, there are so many humans. Wow. These people are as ugly as Han Fei. No, there are beautiful ones inside. Look at that one, and that one. Zhang Xuanyu, Yi Xian, Su Daiji, and company were all dumbfounded. Zhang Xuanyu was shocked. F***ck, are they humans? He immediately felt a sense of crisis. Those people were too handsome. Also, those women. Holy sh**t, how can they be so beautiful? Each of them is comparable to Yi Xian. Gulp. And among Han Fei's team, the one who received the most attention was none other than Wang Dashui. An insect exclaimed, look at the fatty, carrying the big iron block. He's so fat. A bug exclaimed, I bet his stomach is comparable to that of an insect queen. A member of the Sky Clan chattered. Look, there are still people coming in from behind. Oh, they're so ugly. It turns out that there are only a few good looking ones in the front. Everyone from the Thug Academy. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. After all, the size of the exit was limited. There were still people maintaining order in the passage, and people kept coming out from it. Most of the newcomers were shocked. For example, the first batch of people to come out was the team led by the Thug Academy. Except for the people from the Thug Academy, everyone who was related to Han Fei in the past was in this team, like the hidden fishers from the Skeleton Shore, Yu Lingyun, and the others. Also, the people who once stayed in the Empyrean Waterfall, the Scattered Stars 4th Unit, the Refining Hull. Jiuyin Ling, He Xiaoyu, and the other people from the 36 towns. All in all, those who were related to Han Fei were the first batch to come. There was no such thing as pulling strings. After all, coming earlier or later didn't make any difference. Of course, this was also related to Han Fei. After all, Han Fei was very popular in the Inyang world. They had a good relationship with Han Fei, so they certainly wouldn't deliberately alienate him. Therefore, Luo Xiaobai simply arranged these people to be together. Among the 25 teams, Luo Xiaobai had absolute control of these teams through the commanders of the various levels of the Scattered Stars Island. Otherwise, such a huge army couldn't be managed by one person. At this moment, Qing Chen, Yui, Nameless, Ning Jingyao, and the others finally reunited. They were chatting. Ning Jingyao said, Qing Chen, why are you in our team instead of staying with the people of your academy? Qing Chen grunted. I can't help it. I'm isolated in the academy. Besides, since you're all here, why am I still there? Well, it's our turn soon. I'm really looking forward to it. Yui said, don't be stupid. Calm down. After all, this is their territory. Don't let them look down on us. Wu Ming held his longsword and said coldly, that's right. Don't let them look down on us. A moment later. Swish. When Wu Ming and the others walked out of the channel, they saw light. Upon closer inspection, everyone gasped. F***ck, what were those wall-like bugs? Also, the dense branches and vines made it as if they had entered an undersea jungle. Hiss. Qing Chen took a deep breath. There don't seem to be many humans. Is this the insect race? Yui asked, spiritual plants. Hiss, if I'm not mistaken, we're standing on a tree, right? How big is this tree? Immediately afterward, a burst of buzzing sounds filled their ears. A buzzing voice said, the one holding the sword is cool, but the thin one is skinny and ugly, much uglier than Han Fei. Qing Chen looked around. Are they talking about me? A tree demon shook its leaves. I sensed the vibe of demonic plants from that girl. She must be a powerful human manipulator. She's not as pretty as us, but she's better looking than men. Yui's face turned green. Did she have to compete with men in beauty now? However, when Yui noticed the fairy-like Waterwood Heavenly Human clan, she gasped. Especially the woman from the Waterwood world. God, the skins, the figures, and the faces. Yui didn't know what to say. Do all the human beings here look like this? Why is there not a single plain-looking one? Then, Jiuyin Ling, Yu Lingyun, He Xiaoyu, and the others walked out one after another. The moment Jiuyin Ling appeared, countless bugs shouted in shock, this one is beautiful. This one is the most beautiful. It seems that there are also beautiful people in the Yinyang world. This one is even more beautiful than our people. A bird said enviously, it seems that in Yinyang world, only women at the explorer level are beautiful, right? Although many people had exclaimed when they saw Luo Xiaobai and Yi Shiyin. However, when the insect clan, the sky clan, and even the Waterwood Heavenly Human clan saw Jiuyin Ling, they couldn't help but be attracted by her extraordinary temperament. Someone even sighed. Her temperament is even comparable to the queen. Who is she? The eyes of the venerables and explorers in the Waterwood world were burning. With such a gorgeous face, Jiuyin Ling was definitely worth their pursuit. A venerable even said to Han Fei via voice transmission, Han Fei, can we propose marriage to the women from the Yinyang world? Han Fei grinned and replied, which one do you like? The man said, there. The one in white. Han Fei's smile disappeared and he said, coldly, F***ck off. I brought my people here to fight a war, not to fall in love with you. Seeing that Han Fei refused, the venerable didn't take it seriously. He thought to himself, Han Fei, this ugly man must have fallen for that girl too. So he doesn't allow me to pursue her. Humph. More and more people came out of the exit. As the representatives of the human race, Wushang Shui walked out. Han Fei used to be in the Flying Feather division of Wushang Shui. Wushang Shui looked at Luo Xiaobai and said, the Flying Feather division can accept 50,000 humans from the Yinyang world. The other 10 divisions will each accept 20,000. Shall we set off now? Luo Xiaobai nodded and turned to Old Bai and the others. President, please lead the team. As long as you follow the instructions of the teleportation array, there will be people guiding you along the way. Old Bai grunted and turned around. Follow me. People were coming out of the entrance faster and faster. Shocked cries were heard almost every moment. Han Fei greeted Luo Xiaobai and slipped away. Half a day later. Flying Feather Division. 5 squads, which meant 50,000 people, were stationed in the Flying Feather Division. Their residence was on an unoccupied tree. It seemed that the Flying Feather Division had specially vacated it. On every leaf they could cultivate. There were no houses in the Sea of Clouds divine tree. They could sit on the leaves of the Sea of Clouds divine tree to rest. Even on the scattered stars island, many people didn't sleep in houses. For example, the Dark Hunter Legion could sleep anywhere. Only camping required living places. Of course, when it came to the people of the Thug Academy, they had to have a house. According to Luo Xiaobai's arrangement, almost every person who reached the Waterwood world would be received one-on-one. Although there were many people coming from the Yinyang world, there were also a lot of people here. Each one from the Yinyang world could even be received by more than one person, but it was unnecessary. Although the people of the Yinyang world were here to prepare for war, they had to familiarize themselves with the environment here. The Yinyang world and the Waterwood world needed to know each other better. According to Han Fei's guess, in the near future, the cage might collapse at any time. At that time, the Yinyang world and the Waterwood world would collide, and even join forces. In the future, the Yinyang world and the Waterwood world might be invaded by other mystic worlds. Therefore, the friendship between the two was very necessary. At this moment, the people from the Thug Academy were eating hot pot on the leaves, including Luo Xiaobai. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai didn't need to do anything. After all, there were people acting as guides for the people from the Yinyang world. One-on-one. This time, even Han Fei didn't expect the Waterwood world to be so friendly. He had thought that there might be fights between the two sides. After all, the people from the Waterwood world would despise the ugly people from the Yinyang world. Just like when he first came here, how many people despised him for his ugly appearance? To Han Fei's surprise, the people from the Yinyang world didn't get angry when they were called ugly. Many people even admitted that they were ugly. Zhang Xuanyu said, "Yi Xian, sit down. Why are you sitting so close to me at dinner?" Yi Xian snorted and said, "I'm having dinner with you." "What are you looking at?" Zhang Xuanyu flatly denied it. "Watch your tongue. Please don't ruin my image. I'm just appreciating." "Hey, don't attack me. Do you think I can't beat you?" "Hey." While Han Fei and the others were eating hot pot, suddenly, Han Fei looked up at a leaf not far away. On that leaf, a black-cloaked man was sitting cross-legged. The void trembled, and Wu Shangshui appeared. Wu Shangshui looked at Han Fei. "Who is this?" Han Fei said casually, "A grand venerable of the Yinyang world. There's no one in the entire Yinyang world that you need to suspect. Would you like to come over for a hot pot?" Wu Shangshui glanced at Han Fei and then at the black-cloaked man. "I can eat it myself." The appearance of Wu Shangshui made all the members of the Thug Academy look at the black-cloaked man. Han Fei shrugged helplessly. "Junior Uncle Faceless, have you been exposed so quickly?" Hiss. Junior Uncle Faceless? Yi Xian and company looked at each other. Who is Junior Uncle Faceless? In fact, when this name was mentioned, other than Chu Jinnan, Yi Xian, and company, the others immediately knew who he was. Jiang Qin, Yang Xia, Wang Dashui, and the others all stood up and bowed. Greetings, Patriarch. Heh heh. Just now, I went to the Grand Void Illusionary Realm to take a look. I didn't expect to be discovered. However, there are indeed many strong masters here. This leader of the Flying Feather Division is not weaker than me. Han Fei said, when you return to your peak state, it won't be a problem for you to suppress Thousand Star City again. Have fine, you eat. I'll continue to explore the Grand Illusionary Land. After dinner, Han Fei greeted Old Bai and the others, and then went to the side with Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, and Lu Renquang. Han Fei said, Xiaobai, it's not wartime yet. Let's get familiar with the battlefield in the Waterwood world first. At the same time, we'll announce the arrival of the Yinyang world to the White Shell Royal City. If any of our venerables are disobedient in my absence, you don't have to tolerate them. With Patriarch here, you can either fight or kill them. You have to establish absolute authority. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Okay, I'll wait for your news. Zhang Xuanyu immediately said, Fei Fei. Where are you going? Lu Renquang also said, what do you want to do? Han Fei grinned. I'm going to the White Shell Royal City. Zhang Xuanyu. Lu Renquang. According to Han Fei's plan, the most important purpose of the so-called expedition was not to fight a war, but to promote communication among the races of the two worlds. The people from the Yinyang world were relatively weak, but they were the pioneers of the Yinyang world to get in touch with the outside world. In any case, this trip was of great significance. Han Fei specifically communicated with Luo Xiaobai for this. At this time, after arranging everyone, Han Fei left a projection and left. And this projection only had the strength of a half-venerable, which basically didn't affect Han Fei's real strength. The White Shell Royal City was 1,000,000 kilometers away. Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator and searched for other entrances to the Lightning Prison. In fact, if Han Fei wanted to go to the Lightning Prison, he could either kill a heavenly talent from the White Shell Royal City, disguised himself as him, and sneak in, or find other entrances. At first, Han Fei thought that he hadn't left the Waterwood world for long, and it wouldn't be a problem for him to disguise himself as Zhang Xiaotian and sneak in. However, Zhang Xiaotian was a reincarnated old man. God knew what was the relationship between him and the White Armor Emperor. If he was seen through, he probably couldn't escape. As for the other heavenly talents, if they rashly said that they wanted to open a forbidden level trial, it would attract attention. After all, not everyone was qualified to enter the forbidden level trial. He had made a lot of preparations when he pretended to be the Fish Dragon King. Therefore, after considering everything, Han Fei felt that it was better to find another entrance. Was there only a small entrance from the White Shell Royal City to the vast Lightning Prison? Obviously not. Every space had its weak points. It was just like the cage. The seal of the cage was strong enough, right? The stronger one was, the harder for him to enter. However, it was only a special kind of space. If one reached the peak of the Space Great Tao, he could easily break through. For example, Chen Huangdian had easily cast a projection into the Yinyang world despite the space barrier. It wasn't a problem for these powerhouses to pass through space barriers. Therefore, Han Fei believed that he should be able to find a way to get in if he searched with the vast ocean navigator. 2 days passed. Han Fei was getting farther and farther away from the white shell royal city. In a mist near the cage seal, there was a dangerous place with a radius of about 50,000 kilometers. Han Fei vaguely remembered that this place had once been marked as a forbidden place on the map given to him by Queen Life. Although it was far from the white shell royal city, it was even farther from the sea cloud divine tree, so Queen Life wouldn't explore it easily. However, although Queen Life wouldn't explore such a place personally, it didn't prevent her from sending people to explore it. Therefore, it was marked on the mark, indicating that this dangerous place might have been explored. Han Fei was surprised. Was the lightning prison here? Han Fei thought to himself, the lightning prison is such a weird place of thunder. It's so obvious. How can Queen Life not notice it? Perhaps they hadn't finished exploring it. Han Fei took out the 9 Palace Luck ruler and activated it. When the ruler's marker fell on the ominous, Han Fei smiled. It seemed that it was not a problem. Buzz. As soon as he entered the forbidden area, the sea was full of turbulence. This was a bit like the abyssal chasm in the level 3 fishery, surrounded by a gale and a strange space. This space was the same. After Han Fei entered it, he found that his perception was caught by the vortex here, and his perception couldn't get in further. The old turtle said, my perception was also sucked, but there are creatures here. Huh? It was only natural that there were creatures in the sea. However, there were very few creatures in such a dangerous place, unless they were completely adapted to the environment. Han Fei didn't hesitate. Although the sucking power of the vortex was very strong, it couldn't shake Han Fei at all. After traveling more than 10,000 kilometers, when the vortex here had reached the level of a junior venerable, something strange happened. Boom! There was a muffled thunder at the bottom of the sea, and an electric arc hit Han Fei from a distance. No matter how fast Han Fei was, he couldn't be faster than a flash. Therefore, even if the attack wasn't too powerful, Han Fei was still blown back more than 100 kilometers. When Han Fei stabilized himself, he was surprised to find that his left arm was completely cut apart. There was even a shallow white mark on the bones of his indestructible golden body. Electric arc? Hell, the electric arc tried to penetrate me? It can't be an electric arc. Besides, the attack is too powerful. With a thought, Han Fei switched the Great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment to the Great Tao of Time. Boom! When the electric arc appeared again, a blue barrier suddenly appeared in front of Han Fei. At that moment, a huge flat fish 30 meters long appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name, Thunder Emperor Belt. Introduction, this is a kind of creature that grows up abnormally. Because it has been absorbing the power of thunder for a long time, its soul and body were scattered when it was young, but it survived by a fluke. The Thunder Emperor Belt's intelligence is not high, but it is very aggressive. It likes to fight and likes thunder. Because its speed is as fast as thunder, its sharp blade can break ultra-quality divine weapons. Level greater than 84. Quality legend, upgradable, realm Tao entering. Spiritual energy, 3, 825, 45. Battle technique, rumbling flash. Collectible, thunder bone, shadowless scales, swift eyes, king tendon. Absorbable. Remarks, the Thunder Emperor belt is extremely rare. Among the countless species in the sea, its speed can enter the top 10,000. Han Fei was surprised to see this information. Is this AF asterisk king intermediate? Venerable? An intermediate venerable can cut my flesh? It's hard to imagine how much combat power its speed has brought it. It could be seen that when the speed reached a certain level, the combat power could soar. He couldn't cut open his indestructible golden body purely because of his realm. After all, in a sense, Han Fei's indestructible body was comparable to a king. If it could be cut apart by a mere intermediate venerable, how strong was that? Intermediate venerable? Chi La. The moment the Thunder Emperor belt encountered the time barrier, it twisted his body and immediately prepared to dodge. However, Han Fei cast the void lines immediately. The Thunder Emperor belt turned into an electric arc and escaped again. Han Fei didn't even have the time to shout as he activated the Great Tao. All laws forbidden in this space. That was not enough. Han Fei stomped, and the space around him shortened. Hiss, dash. At that moment, after Han Fei did so many things, the Thunder Emperor had run dozens of kilometers away the moment he attached the void lines to it. Roar. The 100-beast soul devouring went straight to the soul of the Thunder Emperor belt, causing its body to freeze. Han Fei cast all the void lines on it and caught it, without giving it any chance. Huff. Han Fei was slightly relieved. It seemed that this thing was only fast, but not as fast as the speed of light. If it was just the normal speed of lightning, Han Fei would be much faster than it was now. After all, the normal lightning speed was only several hundred kilometers per second. This was a venerable level sea beast that was good at speed. Its speed was much faster than the theoretical speed of lightning, at least 10 times faster, but it was still within an acceptable range. If it hadn't met Han Fei, if it hadn't been so bloodthirsty, it wouldn't have ended up like this. The old turtle said, "Well, I haven't seen this creature before. It's as fast as a bolt of lightning. If it grows up, its strength must be unimaginable. Unfortunately, you caught it." Han Fei thought to himself, now that the demon purification pot's small vines are still incomplete, I can't continue to synthesize new contractual spiritual beasts. So, I'll use this Thunder Emperor belt for Little Gold's improvement. Little Gold and the others could continue to fuse. For example, the 9-tailed mantis shrimp was also forcibly fused into 9 tails by him. As for the Thunder Emperor belt, although it was also a legendary creature and could grow, it wasn't domesticated. Therefore, Han Fei didn't care. After going another 8,000 kilometers deeper into the dangerous place, Han Fei sensed that the vortex attraction force here had reached the level of an intermediate peak-level venerable. In other words, only intermediate peak-level venerables could come to this place. Generally speaking, it might require advanced venerables. Obviously, if the creatures living here wanted to resist the power of lightning and quickly escape the suction force of the vortex, they either had extremely fast speed, such as the Thunder Emperor belt, or had enormous strength to escape the suction force. Ding ding ding. At this moment, Han Fei was standing above a vortex. This was the path pointed out by the vast ocean navigator, which meant that he should be able to enter the lightning prison from here. Han Fei couldn't help guessing that there were countless vortexes here. Could it be that every vortex here led to a different place? Of course, this was just Han Fei's guess. After all, there were hundreds of such powerful vortexes on his way. At this moment, Han Fei didn't panic. The 9 palace luck rulers' ominous result might be very dangerous to others, but it was nothing unusual for him. Without hesitation, Han Fei jumped into the vortex. When he entered the vortex, the crazy suction force caused Han Fei's blood to flow faster, and the qi and blood in his body began to spin like blades. If it were someone else, even an advanced venerable might have been minced by the flesh and blood in their body. Han Fei instantly understood why such a place was rarely explored. Buzz. When Han Fei began to spin with the vortex, the space at the bottom of the vortex was opened by the vortex. It was equivalent to a teleportation array. That sent him out of this space. Buzz. When the suction force disappeared, Han Fei saw nothing but darkness. Han Fei was surprised to find that there was an endless void here. However, on the other side of the void, Han Fei saw a white spot. Needless to say, it was the exit. Boom boom boom. Han Fei entered the white light spot. Instantly, dozens of lightning bolts struck down at Han Fei. But Han Fei was overjoyed. He took a long breath and said, "I'm in." The old turtle said, "Why don't you find a place where the power is slightly weaker? And let my Gue Sanqing's body come out?" Boom boom boom. Having experienced the lightning prison once, Han Fei knew that this was an excellent place to cultivate. As long as he could withstand the lightning strikes here, his physique would be improved a lot. The power of lightning that Han Fei had sensed was equivalent to that of an advanced peak-level venerable. Perhaps the direction given by the vast ocean navigator was a place suitable for Han Fei to cultivate. Therefore, as soon as he came out, the old turtle wanted Han Fei to find a safe place. Han Fei also needed the old turtle's help. He couldn't help but ask, "Old Yuan, are you going to use Gue Sanqing's body from now on? It seems that its potential is not great, right?" The old turtle said, "Before I meet the most suitable turtle clan, I'll have to use it. Otherwise, if I really go to the outside world, won't I be at the mercy of others? I also have a way to quickly cultivate. In the future, when I find a turtle clan with greater potential, I can possess them." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. He was indeed a devil. This old turtle always wanted to possess other people's bodies. However, in terms of cultivation speed, possession was indeed the fastest. Of course, Han Fei knew that possession was not without risk. Other people's bodies were ultimately other people's bodies. If possession was so useful, then immortality would be a joke, and the longevity realm would be meaningless. Half an hour later, Han Fei braved the lightning along the way and sent the old turtle to a place whose lightning power was only at the level of an intermediate venerable. Boom boom boom. As soon as the old turtle came out, he and Han Fei were bombarded by hundreds of bolts of lightning. Buzz. After a few breaths, the old turtle returned to its original form. An array appeared on the turtle shell. Then, as if attracted by the turtle shell, many lightning bolts struck the turtle shell, and the old turtle seemed to be relieved. Seeing this scene, Han Fei's eyelids twitched. As expected of an emperor, Gue Sanqing's body was only at the half-venerable level, but it had reached the peak of the junior venerable not long after it was possessed by the old turtle. At this moment, the old turtle was swallowing lightning crazily. This growth speed was probably not slower than his. Ignoring the old turtle, Han Fei said, "I'm going to cultivate until I reach the peak." 1 month passed. He went nearly 20,000 kilometers deep into the lightning prison. There were thousands of lightning strikes here, and spirit-gathering arrays that kept popping up and disappearing like raindrops. Under the lightning strikes at the peak level advanced venerable level, Han Fei's body surged with countless electric currents, and the flesh on his body scabbed and fell off again and again. The surrounding spirit-gathering arrays maintained the supply of spiritual energy, supplying the consumption of Han Fei's body during the baptism of lightning. In fact, half a month earlier, Han Fei's body had almost been repaired, and he was almost at his limit. In fact, the lightning in the lightning prison was very different from the lightning that fell from the sky. For example, when Han Fei deduced the void fishing art, the power of lightning contained the power of the great Tao. In a sense, it was a much weaker, heavenly tribulation. However, the lightning in the lightning domain lacked the power of the great Tao. Therefore, Han Fei spent a whole month cultivating. Crack. Hearing a crack, Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, Han Fei felt that the accumulated power in his body had a vent. It was like a river overflowing, opening a new water channel. The power of a peak-level venerable was spreading throughout his body. At this moment, although Han Fei was still bathed in lightning, his flesh, blood, soul, and bones were transforming at the same time. In other words, at the moment Han Fei broke through to the peak of the venerable level, his flesh and blood finally caught up with his soul and bones. At this point, there was only one thing that Han Fei could do: truly unify the three. Let flesh and blood nourish the bones, and let the soul seep into the bones. This step was also what Ren Tianfei was doing. Boom boom boom. After an hour of bombardment, his realm finally stabilized. Han Fei immediately looked at his personal information. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 89, Peak Venerable. Chaotic Qi, 957. Spiritual Power, 147,211. Perception Range, 50,000 kilometers. Strength, 16,132 waves. First Spiritual Heritage, unknown. Second Spiritual Heritage, unknown. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, level 78. Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow, level 70. Main Art, the 7th level of Void Fishing, Void Descending Art, King level. Divine Quality. Huff. Han Fei's eyes glittered. As he expected, peak level and advanced venerable were completely different. His spiritual power had increased by more than 10,000, and his strength had increased by 1,500 waves. What surprised Han Fei was that Little Black and Little White had also grown by one level. However, this was not the key. After breaking through to the peak of the venerable level, Han Fei's strength soared. Earlier, Han Fei had only narrowly reached the level of a fake king. But now, he had completely reached the level of a fake king, or even stronger. Han Fei was not overjoyed. Reaching the peak-level venerable realm was just a matter of course for him. In fact, the fusion of flesh, blood, bones, and soul should be a matter of course too. Ren Tianfei had once said that when these three were perfectly compatible, he would immediately become a half-king. Han Fei looked up, only to see bolts of lightning striking down one after another. He thought to himself, is there a better cultivation environment than this? Why don't I try to fuse the three now? Han Fei immediately sat cross-legged in the lightning prison and let the lightning strike down. When Han Fei tried to invoke the power of the three, he felt that his blood was boiling, his bones were itchy, and his soul was pricked. Cough. Han Fei subconsciously coughed, and blood oozed out of his mouth. Han Fei looked up at the lightning in the sky. Immediately, Han Fei took a deep breath and said, "This lightning is actually useless for the last step of cultivation?" The old turtle who was still in contact with Han Fei said, "The combination of these three powers is disrupted by the power of thunder. You can try it, in your calabash space." Han Fei thought to himself, "That's all I can do. This is related to me becoming a half-king. If it's possible, I'll be able to reach the peak level. Venerable and the half-king realms at the same time." Creating an array for himself and buying himself 3 seconds, Han Fei immediately entered Forge the Universe. Forge the Universe was very quiet at this moment. Only Little Black and Little White were swimming in the pool. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp and the others had all been thrown into the corpse-nurturing ground by Han Fei. Han Fei could only cultivate with his own resources. Fortunately, he kept a sun-moon shell from the Zhang family's resources. It was full of spiritual fruits, spiritual spring, and spiritual stones. Han Fei sat cross-legged again. A moment later, the feeling came back. His blood was boiling, his bones were itchy, and his soul felt like being pricked by needles. That feeling was very uncomfortable, and his soul was itchy and painful, making Han Fei almost unable to concentrate. However, this little pain was still bearable. This time, without the interference of the lightning strikes, Han Fei finally felt that his flesh, blood, and soul were being sucked and shivering. During the cultivation, Han Fei didn't dare to move at all. Han Fei discovered that his indestructible body was also undergoing changes. It was as if every inch of it was being polished again. His bones were affecting his flesh and blood with the soul power. At this moment, Han Fei realized something. When he finished this step, he didn't need to consume additional energy. His body could be reassembled instantly even if it was shattered. Yes, reassembly, not rebirth. This was clearly different from the blood rebirth of a venerable. In terms of being reborn with a drop of blood, after he mastered it, he could be reborn with every drop of flesh and soul, unlike ordinary venerables, who needed to hide the power of rebirth in a wisp of soul and flesh. Wreck. Besides, Han Fei's recombination was a recombination where all his body parts could sense each other even if they were thousands of kilometers away. In a battle, unless the opponent crushed his flesh and bones bit by bit, it was impossible to kill him. Of course, although this recombination ability was much more powerful than blood rebirth, if his opponent was much stronger than him, he still couldn't escape the opponent's suppression. Therefore, this technique wasn't invincible. However, this method greatly ensured Han Fei's survival rate. After a long time, Han Fei suddenly had a strange feeling as if one of his finger bones could escape from his body. Han Fei suddenly woke up. Huff. Han Fei immediately looked at his finger bone. With a thought, a bone popped out of his right finger. Han Fei felt that his consciousness could be completely injected into this finger bone. At the same time, Han Fei also felt that this finger bone seemed to be indestructible. At this moment, the old turtle suddenly said, "It seems that you've understood the true meaning of cultivation." Han Fei was stunned. "What do you mean?" The old turtle said, "It can be said that this is the longest time you are immersed in cultivation in seclusion. For 3 months, your mind has been completely focused on cultivating." Pfft. Swish. Han Fei jumped up and widened his eyes. How long? How long have I been cultivating?" The old turtle said leisurely, 3 months. To be precise, 3 days and 3 months. Han Fei. When Han Fei heard the old turtle say that he had been in seclusion for 3 months, he was dumbfounded. He thought that it would take him half an hour at most, but 3 months had passed? Are you kidding me? Han Fei said with a black face, Old Yuan, are you sure you didn't lie to me? Did I really cultivate in seclusion for 3 months? The old turtle said, of course. However, only less than 6 days have passed. In the outside world. Han Fei was shocked. Even if he was in Forge the Universe, so what? It took him 3 months to polish a section of a finger bone? It was just a section. Not a whole finger stone. How long would it take to polish all the bones in his body? According to this speed, it would take him 52 years to polish all his bones. In an instant, Han Fei understood why Ren Tianfei stayed in the central holy city every day. Because this guy was polishing his bones. God knew how long he had been polishing his bones. Logically speaking, Ren Tianfei's talent should be weaker than his. After all, Ren Tianfei didn't have an emperor's great Tao as his meridian. Even he needed 52 years to cultivate from a peak-level venerable to a half-king. Then, it could be imagined that it would take others several hundred years to cultivate the indestructible overlord body. Hiss. Han Fei gasped and then looked at his resources. However, his eyelids twitched. He had consumed about 2% of his resources. In order to refine a section of a finger bone, he consumed as much as 2% of his resources? Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. The last step of the indestructible body must be very powerful. If a finger bone consumed so many resources, how much power would it increase? When Han Fei took a closer look, he found that his strength had increased by 10 waves. Yes, Han Fei saw it right. He spent 3 months polishing a section of an indestructible finger bone and increasing his strength by 10 waves. Han Fei frowned. Was this number small? In fact, no. If the power of a small piece of finger bone could increase his strength by 10 waves, then, after the whole body was tempered, his strength would increase by 2,000 waves at least. With his current strength and the power of 2,000 waves, he could almost kill all power-type half-kings. Han Fei was slightly surprised. Anyway, the battle in the Waterwood world hadn't started yet. Why not give Luo Xiaobai and the others more time? The communication between the Yinyang world and the Waterwood world was definitely a process for the strong masters on both sides to grow rapidly. Just like when he first came here, if he hadn't remembered to transcend the tribulation and explore in the outer sea, he would definitely have gone to the human beings of the Flying Feather Division to learn the Bao technique. At this moment, although the resources on him weren't enough for him to cultivate, he could still cultivate as much as he could. Every time he tempered a piece of bone, his strength would increase by 10 waves. This was also an improvement after all. Besides, in addition to the increase in strength, this indestructible finger bone must have other powers. Therefore, it wouldn't be a loss if he delayed for a while longer. Besides, 3 months, in his opinion, was like only half an hour. Why didn't he simply take 3 months as half an hour? After thinking it through, Han Fei felt that even if he exhausted all his resources, it would only take him more than 3 years to complete the cultivation. 12 years later, about 7 months passed in reality. Han Fei suddenly woke up from his cultivation. For him, it seemed that only a few hours had passed. When Han Fei woke up, he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. With the resources of a whole sea-swallowing seashell, plus the resources that he had stored in Forge the Universe, he couldn't even finish tempering his 2 arms? Now, Han Fei discovered that one of his arms was very powerful, and his other arm. Oh, no, his other hand was tempered by less than half. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Old Yuan, how long have I been cultivating?" The old turtle roared, "Less than 8 months. Han Fei. Han Fei glanced at his information, only to find that his strength had been increased by 482 waves. Huh. Wait. Han Fei was a little surprised. His soul power had also increased by nearly 3,000 points. This surprised Han Fei. Not only did the cultivation of the indestructible overlord body not consume the power of the soul, but it could even improve it. So much. Ka. Han Fei subconsciously clenched his fists, only to hear a crisp sound. After the joint movement, Han Fei felt that his arm was extremely powerful. Now. Han Fei was silent for a moment and was surprised. I fused a lot of soul power into my bones. Is it the soul power? Off, but no blood flowed out. The arm floated in the air, but he could still control it. Han Fei flexed his fingers and clenched his fists. It felt like his arm had never left his body. Huh. The body disassembling technique? How did you cultivate the body disassembling technique? Is your body already so strong? The old turtle was stunned. Although he knew that Han Fei was in seclusion, he didn't know what Han Fei was doing. At this moment, the turtle couldn't have looked. Han Fei was also puzzled. What do you mean by the body disassembling technique? The old turtle said, generally speaking, this is a great technique that only body refiners can practice. And to practice it, one needs to be at least a king, and not a new king. Only a king who has had a lot of related experiences can practice it. After practicing this technique, one's physique will be extremely strong and it'll be extremely difficult to kill him. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Really? I'll be happier if you say only an emperor can cultivate it. I thought I had got some awesome technique. In fact, Han Fei thought to himself, that's right. No matter how strong the indestructible overlord body is, it's still a body tempering technique at the venerable level. Can it be stronger than a king level body tempering technique? Although he said that, Han Fei was still quite excited. At least, he had mastered a king-level technique. When he really reached the sea establishment realm, he would be much stronger than others. Buzz. Han Fei left Forge the Universe and reappeared in the lightning prison. He had no choice. His resources were exhausted, and he had to come out. If he had known this, he wouldn't have given all his resources to Luo Xiaobai. He had thought that these resources weren't very useful. He didn't expect that he could continuously break through to the peak of the Venerable Realm and the Half-King Realm. It seemed that no matter what, he needed to prepare enough resources. Han Fei was not in a hurry to find the old turtle. Instead, he took out the 9-palace luck ruler and the marker began to spin. A moment later, when the marker fell on greatly ominous, the corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. It seemed that robbing the White Shell Royal City was a bit difficult. However, since it was greatly ominous, not impasse, it meant that he still had a chance. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. It seemed that the chess piece that he had buried was about to take effect. A moment later, when Han Fei found the old turtle, he found that the old turtle was 2,000 kilometers ahead of where he was before. The old turtle's strength had reached the intermediate venerable level from the peak of the junior venerable level. Also, it seemed that he would make another Breakthrough soon? Han Fei asked in shock, how can you cultivate so fast? The old turtle said, is it fast? My secret technique of swallowing energy is not a joke. It's just that Gue Sanqing's talent is too poor. If my original body were here, with this space, my strength would have recovered to the peak of the venerable realm. Han Fei curled his lips. Okay, stop bragging. Let's go. I'm going to the White Shell Royal City to do something. Cough, cough. The old turtle asked in surprise, White Shell Royal City? How did you go there? Han Fei smiled. Make a guess? The lightning prison, in Han Fei's view, was a place of pure cultivation. Han Fei had no intention of going further. Han Fei's current goal was the White Shell Royal City. Of course, it was not to cause himself trouble. A moment later, Han Fei braved the lightning and came to the edge of the lightning prison under the guidance of the vast ocean navigator. The entrance to the White Shell Royal City was here. The forbidden level trial ground couldn't be opened until it was reviewed. Only when a heavenly talent wanted to enter the city would the city be opened. Buzz. Han Fei activated the twin god techniques. The probability of Han Fei being discovered was extremely low now when he used the twin divine technique. Unless it was the white armored emperor himself on the other side of the entrance. It was difficult for anyone to find him. Even if the other party was Hai Ting Lei, he wouldn't be able to discover Han Fei. Buzz. Han Fei's black mist body quietly disappeared into the entrance. Han Fei was relieved to see that nobody was guarding this place. It seemed that nobody was guarding the forbidden level trial ground. Han Fei looked at the most difficult of the 4 forbidden level secret realms. In the White Shell Royal City, the God Fiend Sea secret realm. Yu Tianqin once told him that the God Fiend Sea might be connected to the wall of death. He said that the seal was damaged and then repaired by the white armor emperor. A big demon tried to rush out but was killed by the white armor emperor. Haha, since I can't break the seal of the forbidden area and enter the White Shell Royal City from inside, then I'll let you open this passage from outside. With this in mind, Han Fei didn't even use the 9 Palace Luck Ruler and directly entered the God Fiend Sea secret realm. For Han Fei, he knew very well what was inside the wall of death. With Han Fei's current strength, he wasn't afraid of beating the black evil Conch King. Could a mere God Fiend Sea do anything to him? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. God Fiend Sea. This trial ground should correspond to the Explorer realm. As a place personally sealed by the White Armored Emperor, it shouldn't be simple. When Han Fei entered this so-called God Fiend Sea, he was surprised to find that this was clearly the raging sea in the cage. Yes, this turbulent sea area was filled with chaotic spiritual energy and energy accompanied by the scourge of the desolation water. Generally speaking, it was difficult to survive here unless one was an explorer. Just like in the Immortal City, the humans needed to set up a large guardian array on the island they lived on. Han Fei spread out his senses and didn't find any creatures. If it was just the raging sea, this place couldn't be a forbidden level secret realm. What was slightly better than the raging sea was that the spiritual energy here was more sufficient, about 5 times more. Han Fei saw many arrays in this area. He was surprised to find that these arrays were all absorbing energy like spirit-gathering arrays. Swish! Suddenly, Han Fei slightly tilted his body and felt a force brushing past him. What entered Han Fei's eyes was a space crack. However, this was clearly different from spatial cracks. After all, this power flashed past Han Fei, which meant that it was actively attacking Han Fei. Fuse. In the secret realm, Han Fei was not afraid of being discovered by the White Armor Emperor. However, after the fusion, Han Fei was surprised to find that there seemed to be invisible shadows appearing in the void. Furthermore, these shadows were all strange-shaped. Swish. 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 Something weird suddenly jumped at him like a bolt of lightning. In Han Fei's eyes, this gave him a familiar vibe. At this time, in front of Han Fei, several invisible shadows appeared at the same time, and there were thick and thin spatial cracks appearing beside Han Fei. However, the power of these space cracks wasn't very strong. Han Fei flicked his finger and bounced off an invisible figure. As soon as the black shadow bounced away, Han Fei saw a big horn-like thing stabbing at him. And in the real world, a space crack that instantly appeared slashed at Han Fei. Huh? Han Fei suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, "Old Yuan, why do I feel that this is the combat style of the unicorn rhinoceros? And the one just now is a bit like the thunder leopard's thunder soul claw." As soon as Han Fei said so, he twisted his body slightly and stomped, and a coiled turtle array appeared. Clang! 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 Han Fei looked back and found that hundreds of cracks appeared at the same time. This technique was exactly like the Monkey King's 3,000 stick technique. Immediately, Han Fei seemed to have discovered something. This demon sea was probably connected to the territory of the Demon Beast Union in the cage. However, for some reason, this God-fiend sea and the people on the other side seemed to be separated by an invisible space film. Both parties seemed to only sense each other and could attack. However, they couldn't see each other. The old turtle said, "You might be in an overlapping space. It seems that someone is right next to you. You can sense him, but you can't see him. You can only attack each other through the space cracks." Han Fei asked in surprise, "If there is a problem with this space, will it be broken?" The old turtle shook his head and said, "Theoretically, it won't. It's like two pieces of fish skin stuck together. The space here is thicker than the space in other places, and not easy to break through. This white armor Emperor used this overlapping space to absorb the power of the other space for his own use. He's quite a genius." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Genius? He just stole something through space. However, Han Fei had to be cautious. TT hadn't been long since he left the Demon Beast Union. Now, he was surprised to find that the Demon Beast Union actually had a space overlap with the White Shell Royal City. How could he not worry? The White Armor Emperor was a real king. If he could really break into the cage from here, who could be his opponent in the entire cage? Therefore, with a thought from Han Fei, the infinity water floated out, and thousands of blades began to cut the water. On the other side, in a forbidden area between the Demon Beast Union and the Forest of Terror, a group of demon beasts was shouting. Our rhinoceros roared, "Not good. Someone is here. It must be a monster from the outside. Thunder Leopard, go to the island and inform the experts to come." An ape screamed, "This man is extraordinary. He didn't even move when we attacked him together. It seems that we can't hurt him at all." A little wolf shouted, "Look, there are more space cracks here. Is the person on the other side trying to break out of the cage? Wait a minute." The ape roared, and all the beasts gathered together, only to find that the spatial cracks kept producing and a line of words appeared in the void. It read, "I'm the bull demon king. Tell little thunder leopard to find old sheep. Hurry up." Instantly, the demon beasts were stunned. The bull demon king was very famous. He killed 7 sea demon venerables in a row, which shocked the entire demon league. Who didn't know this? The little wolf said, "Is this guy a swindler? Why is Grand Venerable Bull Demon King on the other side of the cage?" The rhinoceros pondered and said, "How did he know Thunder Leopard? He can't see us, can he?" The ape said, "If he is an outsider, he shouldn't know Venerable Sheep, right? Is he really the Bull Demon King?" The Thunder Leopard said, "Whatever, I'll go back and call for reinforcements. With Venerable Sheep's extraordinary means, he can definitely tell who this person is." On the 10,000 Beast Island, Sheep Shinji stood on the platform of the Grand Splitting Canyon, looking into the distance. This was Sheep Shinji's inherited habit, looking into the distance. Suddenly, a lightning bolt cut through the sky. It was Venerable Thunder Leopard. Bear Handsome roared, "Lightning! Why are you running?" Lightning said, "Old sheep, there's news about the Bull Demon King. He seems to have left the cage." "What? Huh? What happened?" "Lightning, make yourself clear." "What? Didn't he go to the Immortal City?" The old sheep was also dumbfounded. "Why didn't I calculate anything?" Lightning said, "I just got the news from the Space Valley." Someone appeared in that place again. This time, it's suspected to be the Bull Demon King. He even asked for a meeting with you. Fierce Lion shouted, "Seriously? Aren't there enemies in the Space Valley?" The old sheep thought of something. "Let's go and take a look." 2 hours passed. When Sheep Shinji and a group of venerables came to the Space Valley, Han Fei's heart stirred. He saw some people coming. Pinching his fingers to calculate, Han Fei grinned. Infinity water stirred the void, and words appeared in the cage. "Old sheep, it's me." Everybody gasped. Neo Dolly carved words first. "Can you see here?" Han Fei replied, "You're Neo Dolly. I can see you vaguely. If I've guessed right, Fierce Lion and Bear Handsome are here too." Fierce Lion was about to write when Bear Handsome shouted, "Come on, ask him how to get out." With 2 bangs, the 2 of them were slapped away by the old sheep. The old sheep's eyes flickered. After a minute, he confirmed, "It's him." "Huff," Bear Handsome said in a hurry, "then ask him how to get out." "Come on." Fierce Lion roared, "Ha ha ha. It seems that there is indeed a way out of the cage. Damn it, I don't have to stay in the cage anymore." However, in the next moment, words appeared in the void. Han Fei said, "This place is connected to a forbidden-level secret realm of a sea demon royal city outside. There are real kings here. Be careful. In addition, the fake king of the Forest of Terror has died, and 36 venerables have died. You can try attacking them." The people on the old sheep's side looked at each other in shock. "Are you kidding me? If there was such a big commotion in the Forest of Terror, how could we not know?" The old sheep trembled and secretly calculated. After about a minute, he suddenly opened his eyes. "It's true. The fake king of the Forest of Terror has indeed disappeared." "What?" the others all exclaimed. The 4 major powers were called the 4 major powers because each party had a fake king. However, the old sheep continued, "However, the Forest of Terror is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Their fake king has never been of much use. Those few half-kings are already a headache. Old Sheep wrote, "How did you get out?" Han Fei said, "It's a long story. By the way, I need you to do me a favor. Later, I'll lure the king of the Sea Demon Royal City over. I need you to confront him for a while and create a chance for me. Remember, stay far away. Once you attack, escape. You're no match for the king." "Okay. Buzz." Han Fei simply collected the infinity water. Although he could chat here, he couldn't open the cage yet. Besides, stirring the void in the God-Fiend Sea was also a risk. If he attracted the white-armored emperor's attention and was discovered by him, he wouldn't be able to escape. After Han Fei disappeared, Ayudali frowned. She was only an intermediate peak-level venerable. She didn't have much say on this matter. Fierce Lion shouted, "Old Sheep, why didn't you ask me how we can get out?" Bear Handsome also said, "Old Sheep, since we've confirmed that the man is the Bull Demon King, why did you finish the conversation so quickly?" Old Sheep said unhurriedly, "The Bull Demon King must have taken the risk to talk to us. Besides, it's useless to ask him now. When we can get out, we can all go out." "Okay. Neo Dolly, retreat. Fierce Lion and Bear Handsome are with me. But if anything goes wrong, retreat first. Let me see how powerful a Sea Demon King is." Translator ** Henyi Translations Editor ** Henyi Translations. Han Fei didn't expect that he could talk to people in the cage here. Of course, this kind of conversation could only be done by the strong. Those who were weak couldn't cut the space here through the void cracks, let alone cut them into words. After informing the old sheep, Han Fei stopped communicating. After all, cutting the void would damage the surrounding arrays. In the end, Han Fei sneered. So the God-Fiend Sea was not as dangerous as he thought. Perhaps, in the beginning, there might really be strong masters in the cage trying to escape from here. However, as the cage seal was continuously being strengthened, this possibility became extremely low. This God-Fiend Sea was indeed dangerous and challenging for explorers. Perhaps the white-armored emperor cultivated here when he was weak. Although they couldn't see each other through the space barrier, it was easy to judge whether the opposite part was an enemy or a friend. For example, Old Sheep could calculate it. Therefore, the sea demons that appeared in the God-Fiend Sea would only be besieged by countless demon beasts of the Demon Beast Union. When Han Fei was in the Demon Beast Union, apart from staying on the 10,000 Beast Island, he had only stayed in the Life and Death Gorge. At that time, he didn't even take a look at the Forest of Terror, so he didn't know that there was a space valley. Thinking about this strange space, Han Fei suddenly remembered the multidimensional space theory. It was said that space was actually a way of stacking the universe strings. You thought you were lying on a large lawn, but this place might actually be a busy market or a battlefield. It was useless to think too much. Han Fei was now thinking of a way to enter the White Shell Royal City. After chatting with Old Sheep, Han Fei had already come up with a plan. He could use Old Sheep and the others to attract the attention of the white-armored emperor, and then he would have a chance to plunder the White Shell Royal City. There were many ways to break the seal on the array, so Han Fei certainly couldn't break the array left by the White Armor Emperor himself. There was so much violent energy here that it was easy to guide it to corrode one or two of the core arrays here. Once the array was damaged, the other arrays would be unstable and broken. Therefore, he just needed to destroy some of the arrays. Han Fei reached out and grabbed, stirring the desolation water in this space. Han Fei kept brushing the array seal with the power of the desolation water. After a while, with buzzes, the space trembled. Buzz. Seeing this scene, Han Fei knew that it was enough. He immediately activated the Twin God technique and left his black fog body outside. Han Fei stepped out of the God Fiend Sea and appeared at the crossroad of several forbidden-level secret realms. Sure enough, only 2 seconds after Han Fei came out, the void trembled, and a man in a silver battle suit appeared. It was none other than the White Armor Emperor. The White Armor Emperor didn't find Han Fei lurking on the stone wall. He stepped into the God Fiend Sea directly. In the next moment, with a buzz, the entrance to the forbidden-level secret realm was opened, and Hai Tinglei appeared. Following him were 2 advanced venerable level C demons. One of them asked, "Grand Venerable Tinglei, what happened?" Hai Tinglei looked straight at the God Fiend Sea ahead and said, "The king is here. Come with me into the God Fiend Sea." However, what he didn't know was that when he led his men to the God Fiend Sea, Han Fei had secretly left through the seal. After leaving the forbidden level trial field, Han Fei could truly fly freely. At the first moment, Han Fei issued an order in his heart and activated the Vast Ocean Navigator. After a while, Han Fei found a mountain in the White Shell City and found an undersea volcano that was covered in rock fire. There, a huge shell was nesting in the cave. And the direction the vast ocean navigator pointed at was in the huge shell. Han Fei secretly cursed. "Why did you set up a seal on your own home?" The reason why Han Fei went to the White Shell Royal City was to loot their treasure trove. Who could have known that the White Armored Emperor would seal the treasure trove? With this seal, as long as Han Fei broke through it, even if he snatched the White Armored Emperor's treasure, he might be caught and killed. While Han Fei was hesitating, the old turtle suddenly roared, "Turtle shell! Sky sealing technique!" Instantly, this space was sealed. Although it looked normal, what happened here couldn't be sensed from the outside world anymore. The old turtle said, "Be quick." To be honest, Han Fei had never visited a king's cave before. Taking this chance, he must snatch all the White Armor Emperor's treasure. But the old turtle really impressed him this time. The moment old Yuan took action, Han Fei activated the knock on the heavenly gate, piercing through the seal top down. Han Fei's current strength had already reached the top of both the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world below the King realm. The White Armor Emperor was powerful, but he never expected that someone would rob him of his treasure when he was away from the city. Breaking the seal with a spear, Han Fei used the near-at-hand technique. Han Fei was surprised. The giant shell was still alive? Han Fei had no time to think. He simply transformed into a white mist and quickly entered the shell, and his black mist body chose to retreat. Immediately, when Han Fei landed in the shell's mouth, he found that he had entered a small world. This small world was hundreds of kilometers wide. This size stunned Han Fei. In this small world, countless resources were placed in an organized way. There were places where high-quality demonic stones and ultra-quality demonic stones were stored. There were tons of weapon materials, which were at least high-quality divine-level materials. There were spiritual springs. Just like his Forge the Universe, where the spiritual spring was made into a river, the spirit awakening fluid also filled a big pool. In addition, there were various kinds of spiritual fruits, which were piled up like mountains. In fact, there were many things here of no use to the White Armor Emperor. Most of them should be used to reward his subordinates. The old turtle's first reaction was, "Hurry up, take away all the demonic heritage essence. This thing is as valuable as the earth vein spring water. Not only can it restore vitality, but it also contains a lot of chaotic chi. This pile probably weighed 1,000,000 kilograms. Wow, it seems that there are good things in the wasteland." Han Fei didn't ask what the demonic heritage essence was at all. "Where old Yuan pointed to, where he popped up and stuffed all the demonic heritage essence into the Forge the Universe. Then, ultra-quality demonic stones, high-quality demonic stones, spirit awakening fluid, divine weapon materials, spiritual spring, cultivation techniques, spiritual fruits, weapons." Anyway, Han Fei was frantically stuffing everything he could into Forge the Universe. Although it was quite enjoyable, Han Fei was still lost for words. This 100-mile area was too big. Even though he was very fast, he only collected less than 1% of the resources here in 100 seconds. When he saw the old turtle roll up countless resources with a black fog and run into Forge the Universe, Han Fei summoned a void hand and kept grabbing. Han Fei also discovered that the old B***starred, the white-armored emperor, had cut a large piece of the Blood Sea Divine Wood branch and stored it here. Godfiend Sea. When the white armor emperor appeared, he could vaguely see a figure standing on the other side of this space. This wasn't the first time the white armor emperor met these people. However, they were hostile from the beginning and he couldn't chat with them at all. He also tried to break through the space here. However, even if he broke through the void with the power of a king, he still couldn't break through this space. Instead, he would be shaken by the power of the void. The White Armor Emperor had tried for hundreds of years here, but still failed to break the seal. However, it was not like he had gained nothing here. A tremendous amount of violent energy would continuously gush out of the void. Here. The more this energy accumulated, the more intense the energy in this Godfiend Sea would be. Harvesting the energy here once every few hundred years, it was greatly beneficial to his realm before becoming a king. Even people like Hai Tinglei and Changshui Qin didn't know that before the White-Armored Emperor became a king, he relied on the power of the Godfiend Sea to grow rapidly. At this moment, Hai Tinglei stood respectfully behind the White-Armored Emperor and said, "My king, there seems to be someone in the depths of the void, and he is quite strong." The White Armor Emperor said indifferently, "Yes. But this space can't be broken. The reason why they appeared should be that the seal has aged. It seems that I need to repair it for a while. It will be done soon." But when the White Armor Emperor was repairing the array, he saw words appear in the void. "How dare you absorb the spiritual energy of my world? Don't let me find a chance to break the seal. Otherwise, I'll kill you." This was the first time Old Sheep took the initiative to talk to the White Armored Emperor. He had seen it more than once. However, Old Sheep knew very well that the White Armor Emperor was an enemy. But the White Armor Emperor didn't know. This time, the Old Sheep pretended to be a king. The words he wrote made the White Armored Emperor narrow his eyes. Seeing these words, Hai Ting frowned, and the White Armor Emperor snorted and pointed his finger at the void. "Then I hope you can break the seal soon." The repairing speed of the array wasn't slow, or to be exact, it only took half an hour. And the cage, Bear Handsome was still talking. "Old Sheep. We just need to say A few words like this? Didn't Brother Bull ask us to hold him off, so that he can do something big? The old sheep said leisurely, it's almost about the time. If we continue to hold him off, he will be suspicious. Then we'll have to fight him. Do you want to fight a king? Bear Handsome said, but we've never fought a fight. What if we can last 2 rounds? The old sheep said indifferently, how many rounds can you last in my hands? Bear Handsome scratched his head. Well, forget it. After all, half an hour has passed. It should be enough. And the White Shell Royal City. The white armored emperor left the God-fiend sea and said to Hai Tingley, for some reason, the other party's experts are paying attention to the God-fiend sea. Arrange for someone to stay here and check in every once in a while to prevent any accidents. Hai Tingley cupped his hands. Yes. As they talked, they left the forbidden level trial ground. The moment the white-armored emperor left the God-fiend sea, his face suddenly changed. In an instant, he appeared above the volcano. Behind him, a giant shell appeared enclosed. How dare you? Who dares to break into my residence? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei kept collecting the resources. At first, Han Fei used the absorption power of Forge the Universe. Later, he cooperated with the old turtle and grabbed the resources with the void hand. Then, he used the sea-quelling painting to store them in the sea-quelling painting. After Han Fei looted 90% of the resources in this place, he thought to himself, the white-armored emperor is not back yet. I have to leave quickly. Therefore, Han Fei punched the shell, intending to blow it away. However, Han Fei discovered, to his shock, that his power disappeared from this space without causing any damage to this giant shell. The old turtle said, it's a space-type living shell. This is a large star shell. For ordinary void shells, they will only die when the small world or space in them collapses. You can only crush them with a space technique. Normal power doesn't work on them. Is this the star shell? Can it be taken away? The old turtle said leisurely, yes, but only when you are outside. Han Fei was speechless. Then why did I come in when I was outside? I could have just moved the whole shell away. The old turtle sneered. How can it be so simple? To take away a star shell. First of all, you need to master a certain space technique to grab its original body out of the void. Secondly, if you want to use a star shell, you have to make it recognize you as its master. Of course, if he just wanted to destroy it, he could detonate the remaining spiritual spring and demonic stones here. Although it might not be able to destroy this small world, the huge explosion power could damage this small world and prevent it from continuing to grow. Han Fei smiled. Can a small world be damaged? The old turtle said, even the origin sea can be shattered, so why can't a small world? To put it bluntly, if you were in the king realm, it wouldn't be difficult for you to take away this star shell. Unfortunately, you aren't a king, so you can only come in to snatch the resources. Besides, this star shell isn't alive. It contains a wisp of the white armor emperor's essence, blood and soul, but it was covered by my turtle shell sky sealing technique. Otherwise, the white armor emperor would have known it. Han Fei immediately sneered. Blow up one star shell? That's not appropriate. With so many resources, I should blow up the entire White Shell Royal City. Han Fei chatted with the old turtle while collecting some scattered resources. At this moment, Han Fei's black mist body had found a protective umbrella, and he could leave at any time. Suddenly, the old turtle said, "The white-armored emperor is back." Han Fei threw out a mass of spiritual spring and detonated it. Although Han Fei couldn't take the star shell away, there were still some residual resources here. He couldn't leave them to the white armor emperor. The moment the white armor emperor left the forbidden level trial field, he came to the star shell, destroyed the turtle shell sky sealing technique, and rushed into the star shell in the next second. However, as soon as he entered, there was a violent explosion, and a phantom dissipated in this world. "Thief, leave your life." Bang! Shell shakes the world. Void barrier. Han Fei thought that he was fast enough. From the moment the old turtle said that the white-armored emperor was back, Han Fei only detonated the spiritual spring, but the white-armored emperor caught up with him. Fortunately, at that critical moment, the white armor emperor failed to really seal him. Bang! A loud noise echoed in the white shell royal city. Almost at the same time, everyone looked at the void. The white armor emperor's voice echoed in the void, "Hai Ting Lei, seal the entire royal city immediately. No one is allowed to leave the city." The white armor emperor was angry. He only caught a glimpse, but unfortunately, he didn't see anyone. He was a king, but someone had stolen his countless treasures and detonated tremendous resources right under his nose. As a result, the star shell was in a mess, and only less than 1% of his resources that he had accumulated for tens of thousands of years were left. Even a king would go crazy, right? On the other side, after a lot of difficulties and going through several masters, Yu Kailing finally broke through the barrier of the law enforcer realm and became an explorer with the technique left behind by the fish dragon king. Yu Kailing, who had reached the explorer level, could immediately find a new master. However, when she reached the explorer realm, she could have more choices. In this realm, she could explore outside or continue to cultivate in the royal city. For example, Lan Shuer, who was with Yu Kailing, also made a breakthrough to become an explorer with the resources left behind by Han Fei. However, her resources were not as good as Yu Kailing's, so she chose to continue looking for masters. And for sea demons, your master could almost own you and could do whatever he wanted to you. Lan Shuer was used to it. But Yu Kailing not. She had several masters, because she was unwilling to cooperate. Fortunately, she could be said to be talented in this realm. TT couldn't be said that she was very talented, but many people knew her. At this moment, Yu Kailing had basically settled in the royal city. Yu Kailing had nothing to worry about after the fish dragon king died. As long as she cultivated slowly, with the cultivation method left behind by the fish dragon king, she might not be able to become a venerable, but it was completely possible for her to become a peak-level explorer or even a half-venerable. At this moment, Yu Kailing had just returned home from the trial field when Lan Shuer came to visit. Yu Kailing was puzzled. "Shuer, didn't you go to the trial?" Lan Shuer chuckled. "Sister Kailing, all you know is cultivation. In fact, sometimes being flexible is a good choice. I'm here to tell you that I'm about to break through to be an intermediate explorer." "Huh?" Yu Kailing looked at Lan Shuer in shock. "So fast?" Yu Kailing smiled charmingly. "You know, half a month ago, my master explored a secret realm and got a lot of benefits. He gave me some of them, which worked very well." Kaling narrowed her eyes and said, "Humph. Your master is not a good person." Kaling said, "Sister Kaling, that's all a man can think about. In fact, we're not exactly beautiful. It's difficult for us to really rise if we don't try our best to improve ourselves. By the way, I heard that another war broke out on the front line. A brand new human race appeared on the cloud sea. Divine Tree, a rather ugly human race. When the war breaks out, my master may have to join the army. It's definitely much better to stay with a heavenly talent than to go to the front line alone." Kaling said, "I heard about it. However, no soldier hasn't been recruited yet. I'm going to continue the trial." Alas. Lan Shuer heaved a long sigh. "Sister Kaling, you're just a little bit stubborn. If you can sacrifice your body, with your talent, you'll definitely grow much faster than me." "Got it. You can go back. I'll consider it." After Lan Shuer walked past, Kaling quietly looked at the direction where Lan Shuer left. After about 10 seconds, she let out a sigh of relief, shook her head, and continued to cultivate. Boom! A violent explosion resounded throughout the White Shell royal city. Immediately afterwards, the White Armor Emperor's angry voice echoed. "Hai Ting Lei, seal the entire royal city. No one is allowed to leave." For a moment, countless people looked around in panic. Immediately afterward, a violent earthquake took place in the White Shell royal city, which lasted for hundreds of seconds. Kaling, like most ordinary people, went out to see what happened. Someone exclaimed, "Hiss, it's the king's voice." What happened to make the king so angry? Someone was shocked. "Living in the royal city, we've gotta be careful. Master Hai Ting Lei wants to seal the city. He must be searching for something. Be careful. Don't get ourselves implicated." Someone sneered. "Who cares what happened? What does it have to do with small potatoes like us?" What Kaling didn't know was that a shadow was lurking in the shadow in a corner of her residence. The old turtle said, "This chess piece is still alive. Have to say, you're quite lucky." Han Fei replied, "You don't understand the tragedy of small potatoes. In order to become stronger and rise, they will try their best to survive. Therefore, I'm not surprised that they survived these trials in the White Shell royal city." Then, Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, it shouldn't be too loud this time. That explosion didn't even blow up the star shell." The old turtle said, "That's because you took away too many resources. Otherwise, the star shell would have been damaged." Han Fei grinned. "It's okay. I haven't left the White Shell royal city yet. I'll detonate it again." The old turtle had nothing to say to Han Fei. He was truly bold. Did he think he had money to burn? The old turtle asked, "When will this chess piece be used?" Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "Let's wait. It's best that she doesn't know anything. I can cultivate for a few days while they search the royal city. I'll come out when this matter quiets down. Old Yuan, help me. Keep an eye on Kaling. Also, once the White Armored Emperor relaxes, tell me." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The search in the White Shell royal city lasted for 3 months. Han Fei was lost for words. This White Armored Emperor was even more persistent than human beings. However, the home of a king had been emptied. How could he not be obsessed? This time even a minor character like Kaling was investigated. 3. times, and Duke Kaling's residence was also searched. The old turtle said that the white-armored emperor even removed the seal on everybody's residence and scanned it dozens of times himself. Han Fei felt lucky. Fortunately, he had a treasure like the demon purification pot that even a king couldn't find. If Duke Kaling didn't know he was hiding here, no one could find him. Han Fei was still cultivating, but outside, the war between the Cloud Sea Divine Tree and the White Shell Royal City was in full swing. Since Han Fei left the Cloud Sea Divine Tree almost 5 months ago, the people of the Yinyang world gradually got used to life on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. As soon as they went out, everyone used teleportation arrays. Looking at the coordinates on the teleportation array, they could know the direction. The 4 battlefields were all visited by the humans from the Yinyang Heavenly now. Under Luo Xiaobai's deliberate arrangement, the human experts led the human hidden fissures to rotate the battlefields. At the same time, while learning the Waterwood world's combat skills, Yinyang world also provided combat skills and teamwork. In the eyes of Luo Xiaobai and the others, the humans on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree lacked the sense of cooperation. Even though the people here also practiced the 5 major professions, perhaps because they had lived with other races for too long, they were unfamiliar with teamwork. During this period, Yinyang world and Waterwood world had an exchange battle. From a hidden fisher to an explorer, they competed in the arena. In the end, a surprising result came out. Yinyang world won the match of all realms. Especially the law enforcer and explorer realms, the powerful combat power of the human race was fully revealed. Unlike the humans in the Yinyang world, although there were 4 battlefields in the Waterwood world, they still had Queen Life and the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. However, the people on the Scattered Stars Island only had 1 island. If they couldn't defend it, they would die together. Therefore, the determination of the people from the Yinyang world that fought to the last person shocked many people from the Waterwood world. It was not that there were no strong masters in the Waterwood world, but the living conditions on both sides were different. The people of the Yinyang world were more aggressive and crazy. Only that, on the human side, the disciples of the Thug Academy were also participating in the arena battles. In addition, a large group of descendants of big clans had been raised with a massive amount of resources. Besides, most of the people who participated in the arena were the elites of the big clans and the 7 major sections. If they lost, they would probably be scolded to death. This battle lasted for more than 3 months. After only 3 months, the strong masters of Yinyang world appeared in any place on the 4 battlefields. On the battlefield, the soldiers of Yinyang world were also really brave. The resources in the Waterwood world were too abundant. In terms of spiritual energy, they were almost twice as abundant as those in the Yinyang world. Besides, as long as one killed an enemy on the battlefield, all the gains would belong to him. This was different from the Scattered Stars Island. After all, the Scattered Stars Island was more disciplined. Although the spoils of war didn't have to be handed over, they were mostly used to exchange for the resources one needed. But in the Waterwood world, everything was much more free. After all, there were more races here. Many people went to the market to exchange for various resources. The 4 major races of the Waterwood world, those insects, and the sky race, had accumulated a lot of things. Therefore, on the street, the people of Yinyang world were literally in a shopping paradise. What You want to forge weapons, but have no materials? Then trade with the insects. What? You lack spiritual fruits? Trade with the demonic plants. What? You feel that you don't have enough combat skills? Trade with the human beings of the waterwood world for combat skills. The soldiers of the Inyang world were mainly from the scattered stars island, the 1,000-star city, and the 36 towns. The people on the scattered stars island had the habit of exchanging resources with the logistics division. Over the years, there were fewer and fewer resources in the sea, and they couldn't go to sea at will. Therefore, their access to resources was actually very limited. As for the cultivators from the 1,000-star city and the 36 towns, they were either frequent visitors to the 1,000-star proving ground or the level 3 fishery. Ordinary cultivators in the 1,000-star city rarely obtained the qualification to go to the small worlds in the star beads. Even the children of the big clans had very few opportunities. And how much resources could ordinary cultivators from the 36 towns obtain in places like the level 3 fishery? Therefore, in the waterwood world, these people were like fish in water. The dark battlefield port, the most dangerous place in the waterwood world, now became the residence of the descendants of the big clans. As the saying went, the talented were bold, and some heavenly talents could do whatever they wanted here. The fiery sea had always been a place of challenge. Now it was almost occupied by the heavenly talents of the 7 major sections. Especially a young swordsman. From the heavenly sword sect, he fought 10 alone. Since the people from the Inyang world came, the sea demons of the same realm finally knew that these humans from the Inyang world were indeed very powerful. The humans of the waterwood world had completely accepted the humans of the Inyang world. The bugs that liked to gossip couldn't help but sigh. The human race of the Inyang world was really powerful. For example, during a battle in the fiery sea, a human from the Inyang world was locked in a pitched battle with a sea demon. In the end, the human was defeated, his body was pierced, and his legs were broken. Under such circumstances, the man hugged the sea demon and detonated himself. This scene was very shocking. These touching scenes completely won the respect of the major races of waterwood world. There was also something commendable about the waterwood world. The bow technique of the human race in the waterwood world was very powerful. The combat skills of the various races were also strange and impossible to guard against. Also, perhaps because of the nourishment of spiritual energy, the waterwood world humans were generally faster. Therefore, this joint operation ignited the soldiers' morale. The White Shell Royal City kept putting pressure on the front line. At first, the Royal City sent 3,000 law enforcers and 100,000 sea demons at the level of hidden fishers. However, the sea demons didn't take the initiative to attack. After all, they found that since the people of Inyang world came, the battle had been intensified. Some sea demons were even speechless. These beasts were too damn good at fighting. Most of the conflicts between the two parties were just tentative. The sea demons also wanted to know how many humans from the Inyang world had come. In fact, there were countless strong masters in the waterwood world. The 250,000 soldiers of the Inyang world were scattered on various battlefields. But they didn't contribute much to the increase in number. However, this didn't stop the probing army of the White Shell Royal City. They set up small battlefields again and again, hoping to test the strength of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, and to see how many human beings the Inyang world had sent as reinforcements. Flying Feather Division. Wu Shui directly asked Luo Xiaobai, "The White Shell Royal City is provoking us. Should we respond?" Luo Xiaobai said, "No. This kind of test doesn't have any significance for the final battle. Slow down the pace of the battle and use a year to gnaw away these people." Wu Shui was surprised. "In this way, it won't be able to show your role. Perhaps it will enhance the morale of the army of the White Shell Royal City." Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, "Morale can be boosted soon, but it can also be thwarted soon. Now is not the time to start a large-scale war." Wu Shui, "Wait for what? Wait for Han Fei to attack?" Wu Shui had long known that the body Han Fei left behind was just a projection or a clone. And this clone had never fought and had been sitting cross-legged. 1 year later, Han Fei had been cultivating and forged the universe for a full 20 years. For a time, he wanted to consume all the chaotic qi. However, when he thought that the chaotic qi might be extremely useful for becoming a king, he held back. Han Fei was not in a hurry at all. If they didn't fight, it would be a good chance for the people of Yinyang world to communicate in Waterwood world. In this way, it could facilitate the cultural communication of the two worlds. Han Fei didn't need much time. He only needed another year. Han Fei's arms had been tempered, and one of his legs was almost tempered. This speed was extremely fast and consumed a lot of energy. Almost 10% of the energy-type resources he looted from the White Armor Emperor had been consumed. About 3 months later, the front line finally asked for reinforcements from the royal city. Last time, the White Armor Emperor increased the number of soldiers. Han Fei knew that everyone had been seen through by the White Armor Emperor. Yes, the White Armor Emperor didn't believe that anyone could escape from the White Shell Royal City in such a short time. He believed that the person who looted him was still in the royal city. Therefore, Luo Xiaobai and the others thought that the army was testing the power of the Yinyang world, but Han Fei knew that it was the White Armor Emperor tempting him to leave. If he really left, the White Armored Emperor might not necessarily discover him, but Han Fei didn't want to bet on it. He would come out after he became a half-king. On this day, after Yu Kaling returned from the trial, Lan Shuer came again. She said, "Sister Kaling, I heard that you're going to the front line to kill enemies?" Yu Kaling nodded. "I feel that my strength has improved greatly, and I need actual combat to achieve a breakthrough in the realm. This time I heard that 300 explorers, 5,000 law enforcers, and 200,000 soldiers will be selected. Therefore, the status of each explorer is very important. We can try." Lan Shuer immediately said, "Sister Kaling, do you know the situation on the front line? Most of the people who went to the front line died. Although the number of soldiers doubled this time and there were over 200 explorers more, the soldiers sent over last time were killed in only 1 year. I'm afraid it won't be much better this time, right?" Yu Kaling smiled casually. "Shuer, I'm different from you. People like us have to take a bet." After Lan Shuer left, Yu Kaling was about to get rid of the wild thoughts and enter a cultivation state. Suddenly, a voice rang in her ears, "Yu Kaling, you will die if you go to the battlefield this time. You'd better stay." Buzz. Yu Kaling was refreshed. She wanted to shout, but her soul trembled and she seemed to be rendered speechless. "Heh, don't make any unnecessary movements. Keep cultivating. I can sense Your mental waves. Who are you? Yu Kaling replied quickly after the initial shock. Han Fei grinned and said, Me? I'm the Fish Dragon King. Why don't you remember? The essence blood of you and Lan Shuer is still in my hands. Yu Kaling's pupils were constricted. Didn't you die? Han Fei imitated the Fish Dragon King's tone and said, Die? How can die so easily? Those are just a show. Yu Kaling was shocked. At the same time, she was also desperate. If the Fish Dragon King wasn't dead, she wouldn't be free. What should she do? Seeming to know what Yu Kaling was thinking, Han Fei chuckled. Yu Kaling. Don't say that I didn't help you. I can help you make a breakthrough. But you need to tell others that you're going to cultivate in seclusion. To make a breakthrough. Yu Kaling was not stupid. Could the Fish Dragon King really be so good? Besides, he suddenly appeared secretly. Did he do something? At this point, Yu Kaling was horrified. Could it be that the person the king was looking for was the Fish Dragon King? What did he do to make the king so angry? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei's sudden appearance disrupted Yu Kaling's original plan. Yu Kaling didn't know that Han Fei was the Fish Dragon King, and she thought that the Fish Dragon King was still alive. This situation was very strange. Even if the Fish Dragon King pretended to die, what was his purpose? Why did he come to her at this time? Just to help her make a breakthrough? Sure enough, Han Fei said, I don't care what you're going to do in the future, but in the next 2 years, you must make a breakthrough in seclusion. Yu Kaling said, Master Dragon King, you should know that no matter what reason I have, unless I go out to fight, I have to go to the trial field every month, right? If I don't go to the trial field for 4 months, it will be regarded as that I want to challenge a forbidden level trial field. At that time, the challenge will be compulsory. Han Fei thought to himself, damn, how did I forget this? It was exactly because he didn't know this rule that he entered the forbidden level trial field. Han Fei thought of something. Of course I know. I mean apart from the trials. You'll have to spend all your time in seclusion. Hee, to avoid some problems. I'll use some means on you. Yu Kaling felt that a massive soul had entered her mind. Although her soul tried to resist, she was completely powerless against the terrifying soul. Yu Kaling was horrified. Master Dragon King, what are you doing? Han Fei said casually, as long as you're obedient, I can guarantee that you'll make a breakthrough within 2 years. I can also give you some resources for your cultivation. Master Dragon King, what do you want to do? Han Fei said, you don't need to know what I want to do. You just need to know that no matter what I want to do, the only thing you can do is to obey. Otherwise, you will die. What can Yu Kaling do? At this moment, she had no choice but to obey. She could confirm that the weird soul in her head could easily control her and even kill her. Therefore, she couldn't tell the secret that the Fish Dragon King was still alive and was hiding in her residence. The only person who cared about Yu Kaling's cultivation in seclusion was probably Lan Shuer. During this period, Lan Shuer came once. Yu Kaling said that she felt that she was about to make a breakthrough, so she probably couldn't go to the front line to fight. She needed to consider going to the front line after the breakthrough. Although Lan Shuer was a little puzzled, she didn't doubt her. After all, she was too familiar with Yu Kaling. Among the people in the ice God Strait, only she and Yu Kaling had survived. Therefore, she cherished this friendship. The second batch of soldiers left the White Shell Royal City 20 days after. Kaling went into seclusion. On this day, the old turtle said, the white-armored emperor still hasn't given up. He personally glanced at everyone who went out today. Although you shouldn't be afraid of being seen by him, this person is quite meticulous. Han Fei smiled. Good lord, so what? Even if I finish my cultivation, do you think I'll leave? The old turtle. Another year later, it was said that there were 3 large-scale battles between the White Shell Royal City and the Sea Cloud Tree. 7 or 8 venerables from both sides had died. As for the explorers, more than 300 had died. And hundreds of thousands of ordinary soldiers had died. During the 9th month of Han Fei's cultivation here, the conditions for entering the White Shell Royal City were relaxed. In addition, a large number of law enforcers and explorers were brought back from the sea. Obviously, the White Shell Royal City didn't expect that the Cloud Sea Divine Tree would fight so hard this time. More than half of their second batch of soldiers were killed. This finally made the White Armor Emperor's heart ache. Han Fei was refining his spine. In Forge the Universe, 30% of White Armor Emperor's energy-type resources had been consumed. Han Fei still had his head and 7 spines that hadn't been tempered yet. At this moment, the White Armor Emperor seemed to have given up searching for Han Fei. With the power of the old turtle's soul, they found some information. And this information was that the White Armor Emperor was preparing to launch a super war. Generally speaking, every 1,000 years, the White Shell Royal City and the Cloud Sea Divine Tree would start a great war, mainly to show the strength of the two sides and prove that they were still the overlords of their respective waters, the strongest enemies of the other party. This time, the White Armored Emperor was going to mobilize more than half of the people in the White Sea Royal City at once. All venerables would go to the battlefield. The White Armor Emperor wanted to see by himself why the Cloud Sea Divine Tree had been growing stronger and stronger in the past 2 years. If a war broke out, some people might die. However, both sides were afraid that too many strong masters would die. Therefore, they would stop at a proper time. The White Armor Emperor had the same idea this time. Perhaps, Queen Life just wanted to see how his injuries were recovering. Besides, the White Armored Emperor was also wondering if the person who sneaked into the White Shell Royal City this time had anything to do with Queen Life. Or, was that person related to the people on the other side of the God-Fiend Sea? This time, there were even more people participating in the battle. Kaling was selected to participate in the battle. After only 2 months of preparation, the whole army was ready to set off. But Han Fei still had 11 head bones that hadn't been tempered yet. This made Han Fei very worried, knowing that he had to take action. Although he was still a little bit away from becoming a half-king, he definitely couldn't let these people launch an all-out attack. Han Fei knew that in every big war per 1,000 years, 10 or so venerables would die. If it weren't for the suppression of kings, more venerables would die. As for the death of ordinary powerhouses, the White Armor Emperor didn't care at all. Therefore, there would be countless casualties. Han Fei remembered that Shu Xiaoman once told him that once in a big battle, they were ambushed by a strong master, and nearly 1 million insects died, losing a lot of insect queens, which caused the strength of the insect race to drop by several levels. Han Fei thought that there were only 250,000 people here from the Yinyang world. If they fought a battle of this level, they would lose at least 70 or 80,000. But these people were all seeded players of the Yinyang world. 70 or 80,000 dead? This was something Han Fei couldn't accept. Therefore, Han Fei came out of seclusion. The old turtle said, "You're still in the royal city. If you attack now, the White Armor Emperor will definitely seal the royal city again. At that time, he won't let you go even if he has to risk his life." Han Fei grinned and said, "It's not important. As long as he can't catch me. Even if I'm trapped here, so what? This is a war of races. I stand on the human race's side and am natural enemies with sea demons. Even if the white-armored emperor wants to fight, he has to ask for my permission." On this day, Changshui Qin personally presided over the royal city. Hai Ting Lei supervised the army, and the two half-kings of the White Shell Royal City came out at the same time. Hai Ting Lei ordered, "All soldiers in the White Shell Royal City, gather outside the Sky Trial Ground in half an hour. Anyone who violates the order will be executed." The Sky Trial Ground was located in the sky above the White Shell Royal City. Basically, it had always been guarded by sea monsters. As soon as Hai Ting Lei issued the order, the entire White Shell Royal City was filled with people, and watermarks cut through the seabed and rushed towards the trial field. Yu Kaling said, "Master Dragon King, I have to go. Otherwise, someone will definitely notice something." Han Fei smiled. "Wait." Yu Kaling was scared. What was the Fish Dragon King trying to do? "Master Dragon King, what do you want to do?" Han Fei grinned. "Well, it's still too early. Let's wait for half an hour." In a moment, within 100 seconds, as many as 50,000 people had gathered outside the training ground in the sky. It must be noted that there were only 100,000 people in the entire White Shell Royal City. Now, 50,000 people had gathered. There were still people on their way. More than 10,000 people came one after another. This was the number of soldiers the White Shell Royal City sent this time. They didn't all go, because they were afraid that someone would sneak up on them. Of course, it didn't matter if the white-armored emperor didn't care. If he was like Xue Fan, willing to sacrifice the entire Blood Sea Divine Wood City to become a king, if he had the courage, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree would have long been destroyed. Suddenly, Han Fei said, "Go. Find Lan Shuer. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Try to stay close to the strong." Yu Kaling was stunned, but she didn't think much about it. In her opinion, no matter how strong Han Fei was, he was only a half-venerable. Now, no matter how fast his cultivation speed was, it was impossible for him to break through to the venerable realm in a few years. Besides, even if Han Fei became a venerable, so what? A mere venerable couldn't shake so many venerables in the White Shell Royal City. Besides, with a king here, Han Fei couldn't do anything, right? A moment later, Yu Kaling found Lan Shuer. Seeing Yu Kaling, Lan Shuer's master, a handsome half-mermaid, grinned and said, "Huh. You made a breakthrough with your own strength? Not bad. However, Yu Kaling, you'd better follow me this time. This is a great war per 1,000 years. If you don't have me protect you, you may be sent out to fight." Yu Kaling frowned and remembered Han Fei's words that stayed close to the strong. Here, there happened to be a venerable standing in front of a group of heavenly talents. Yu Kaling hummed softly, which made Lan Shuer raise her eyebrows. "Did you Kaling change her personality?" Lan Shuer's master was also stunned, but then he licked the corners of his mouth and thought to himself, "These women from outside are really afraid of Death. If it weren't for this 1,000-year war, I might not have been able to take this woman down. Buzz. A giant shell appeared in the sky. The white armor emperor stood on the giant shell, with his hands behind his back. He said, "The soldiers of the royal city, 1,000 days one nurtures his soldiers and all for one day's battle. The battle of 1,000 years is coming. In this battle, someone will rise and someone will die. This is a test for you. If you survive this battle, it will be the pride of your life." Huh? The white armor emperor suddenly lowered his head because he sensed a slight spatial vibration. However, in the past 2 years, the white armor emperor had been unusually vigilant. Who dared to break the void? When he was giving a speech? When the white armor emperor lowered his head, he saw a familiar face appear in the crowd. Han Fei? However, Han Fei raised his head, smiled at the white-armored emperor, and grinned. Bang. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Bang. Rumble. Rumble. Han Fei's appearance made the white-armored emperor realize that something was wrong. He controlled the field with the great Dao, preparing to control Han Fei in an instant. However, dozens of Han Fei appeared in all directions. The moment Han Fei grinned, countless people felt that a crisis was coming. It was like the summoning of the god of death. Only a small number of strong people knew to mobilize all their strength, to resist and defend. Most people didn't even have the time to react. Boom. Boom. Dozens of deafening sounds erupted, including those who were going to stay and guard the White Shell Royal City. Han Fei had activated the void descending art, so he certainly wouldn't miss the places that were almost empty. Han Fei felt that since he had decided to destroy it, he couldn't let half a piece of tile in the city remain intact. The White Armor Emperor was quite fast. One shell, to suppress all directions. He blocked the 3 shadows of Han Fei, but some were too far away for him to catch up. A terrifying explosion instantly swept across the city. The explosion came too fast. Hai Tinglei and Changshui Qin only had time to protect a portion of people. Most of the venerables could protect even fewer people. Rumble. Rumble. The whole sea was rising. God knew how many resources Han Fei had exploded. Anyway, Han Fei had exploded about half of the energy resources in the shell of the White Armored Emperor, and he still had about 10% of them left. This 10% was enough for Han Fei to temper himself to the half-king level. Resources were for use anyway. Although he didn't use the resources himself, he saved hundreds of thousands of lives in the Waterwood world and Yin-Yang world. Otherwise, if these strong masters rushed to the Waterwood world, who knew how many people would die in that 1,000-year battle? The White Armor Emperor's big shell flew across the sky and resisted most of the explosive power alone. The big shell swallowed nearly half of the explosive power. However, there were too many resources detonated. The moment he saw Han Fei, the White Armor Emperor knew that Han Fei was behind all these matters. His treasure house was probably also stolen by Han Fei. However, the White Armor Emperor was shocked. Didn't Han Fei die in Xuefan's tribulation? Why was he still alive? Unfortunately, he had no time to think. His army was going to set off, but at this moment, the White Shell Royal City was destroyed. Almost half of the army of 100,000 soldiers were killed. Even though a few of Han Fei's clones failed to set off the explosion, more than 30,000 or 40,000 soldiers were annihilated. These 30,000 sea demons were not hidden fissures. In the White Shell Royal City, there were no hidden fissures at all. The sea demons here were at least law enforcers. Han Fei had thought that his sudden attack could annihilate at least 50,000 soldiers of the White Armor Emperor. But now it seemed that it was not enough. At that moment, even the White Armor Emperor, a king, was stunned, let alone the others. For a moment, countless people couldn't even cry or scream, because they were directly crushed by the terrifying power. In an instant, they were shattered. There were also tens of thousands of people that were seriously injured by the explosion. Fortunately, this time, the white-armored emperor had almost brought most of the venerables with him. The three half-kings took action at the same time, including nearly 80 venerables and hundreds of half-venerables, who tried to protect the soldiers. Only then did they protect half of the people in the White Shell Royal City. Yuk Kaling was dumbfounded. Although she was protected by a venerable, she still crashed heavily into the seabed. After she got up, she looked at the sea demons around who had the same expression as her and was relieved. Just now, she failed to control her expression and almost exposed herself. She knew that this explosion was caused by the Fish Dragon King, and she was even more certain that the Fish Dragon King was the person the white-armored emperor was looking for. Besides, such an explosion made her feel very familiar. She seemed to have encountered such an explosion when she was in the Ice God Strait. At this moment, Yuk Kaling had great doubts about the identity of the Fish Dragon King. It seemed that after returning from the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm, the Fish Dragon King had changed. At that time, she asked herself several times, was this the real Fish Dragon King? But now, Yuk Kaling was almost certain that this Fish Dragon King was fake. This had been a fake since the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. She had reason to suspect that the Fish Dragon King had been possessed as early as in the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. Unfortunately, she failed to discover it back then, which made her regret it now. Seeing so many people die, Yuk Kaling's mind went blank and tears flowed down. Why am I so afraid of death? Isn't this all because of me? If she hadn't cooperated with the Fish Dragon King from the beginning, would this explosion still have happened? The White Armor Emperor attacked immediately. Unfortunately, dozens of Han Fei's clones suddenly descended and detonated themselves. Unfortunately, none of them were Han Fei's real body. If Han Fei was right in front of him, why couldn't he recognize him? Roar. The White Armor Emperor roared, "Everybody, stand where you are and accept my investigation." Han Fei hid in Forge the Universe and didn't come out. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, deprive Yuk Kaling of her memories over the past year." The old turtle asked, "Why? Are you still going to use her now?" Han Fei said, "Although she's an enemy, this woman's personality is not bad. I used her because in a battle, I won't hesitate to do whatever I can. However, now that I've used her, even if I want to kill her, I'll just kill her on the battlefield later." The old turtle said, "The noises here are too loud. The Waterwood world will definitely take action. Will someone come to save you?" There were only 100,000 people in the White Shell Royal City. Except for those who went to the battlefield and were just killed by Han Fei, there were only 50,000 people left. The White Armor Emperor was extremely exasperated. He wanted to investigate them one by one. In fact, it wouldn't take long. If he could find out Han Fei this way, the White-Armored Emperor was willing to try. On the other side, on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, the projection left by Han Fei suddenly jumped up from his cross-legged position and shouted, "All armies, fight!" Old Jiang was taken aback. "What the hell? I thought you were dead." Old Jiang asked, "What happened? Why did you suddenly say this?" Han Fei said, "Old Jiang, believe me. Although I can't feel the exact situation, my original body is I can tell that it's time for a full-scale war." Old Jiang frowned. He knew that something must have happened to Han Fei's original body. He immediately said, "I'll inform Xiaobai and the Patriarch. You go find Ning Jing." In the Waterwood Heavenly Palace, Queen Life, who was watering the flowers, suddenly raised her head and looked at the distant territory. Buzz. In the next moment, Queen Life disappeared from the Heavenly Palace. Of course, Queen Life could sense the violent shock. However, a moment later, when Queen Life was more than 800,000 kilometers away from the White Shell Royal City, she felt a faint blast from the void. Then she was shocked to see the terrifying scene in the White Shell Royal City. Buzz. Queen Life returned to the Waterwood world. She didn't know Han Fei's situation, but it was obviously not a good time to save him. Besides, she didn't sense that Han Fei used the venerable token and asked for Ning Jing's help. If Han Fei was really in danger, at least he could think of this. Therefore, Queen Life immediately returned to the Waterwood world. A moment later, Luo Xiaobai had just heard the news brought by Old Jiang, when the voice of Queen Life came from the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. 72 Venerables of Waterwood world, attack quickly and prepare for a full-scale war. Luo Xiaobai and Old Jiang suddenly raised their heads, stunned to hear what Queen Life said. But in the next moment, a phantom of Queen Life appeared in front of Luo Xiaobai. "We can let the people of Yinyang world take action. Now it's time for war." Although Luo Xiaobai knew that the top priority now was to organize the army, she still asked, "Your Majesty, what happened?" Queen Life said leisurely, "Han Fei blew up the White Shell Royal City." Luo Xiaobai, Old Jiang. Everyone. Luo Xiaobai's head was buzzing. "What do you mean by Han Fei blew up the White Shell Royal City? Are you kidding me? If he could have blown up the White Shell Royal City, do we still have to fight this battle?" However, Luo Xiaobai quickly came back to herself and asked, "Your Majesty, is Han Fei in danger? Should we rescue him?" "Yes," Luo Xiaobai asked the second question. At that time, Queen Life shook her head. "There shouldn't be any danger for the time being. Even if there is, you can't do anything. Only by launching a full-scale battle and killing the sea demons in the Waterwood world can we force the White Shell Royal City to send reinforcements to help them." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "I see. Thank you, Your Majesty." Luo Xiaobai bowed and turned around. "Patriarch, please inform all the venerables in the Yinyang world that we'll start a war in the Dark War port." A voice said leisurely, "Leave it to me." A great battle was about to break out, but Han Fei hid and forged the universe and concentrated on cultivation. He was only 11 bones away from becoming a half-king. His whole body had been tempered, except for some of his head bones. He was going to be a half-king. As long as the White Armor Emperor didn't appear, he would just concentrate on cultivating. But Han Fei didn't know that people would go crazy, and sometimes even kings. The White Armor Emperor was on the verge of going crazy. Waterwood world. The 4 major races of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree launched a joint attack. At this moment, Queen Life took action and slaughtered the 6th sea demon. venerables in the dark war poured alone, causing great dow cracks and a heavy rain of blood. The 72 venerables of Cloud Sea Divine Tree attacked on the 4 battlefields at the same time. However, venerables were much weaker than kings. Apart from the Dark War port, there were only 4 venerables who died on the 3 battlefields. One of them was killed by Patriarch Thug. At this moment, the ultimate battle had been unilaterally initiated by the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Therefore, Queen Life didn't hesitate to take action. If possible, she would rather sweep all the sea demon venerables on the 4 battlefields first. Unfortunately, this obviously wouldn't work. Once a venerable died, a great dow crack would appear in the sky, causing a blood rain. In this way, it would alert the enemy. The sea demon venerables weren't fools and would choose to escape immediately. In the 8 million kilometer sea area of the Waterwood world, the venerables scattered and escaped through the void. Even if Queen Life chased them, she could only chase 1 or 2 of them. Queen Life didn't chase them. She needed to force the white-armored emperor to take action. If the white-armored emperor took action, he would have no time to care about the White Shell Royal City, and Han Fei's danger could be resolved. The venerables of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree had all attacked, causing the venerables and explorers at the front line of the White Shell Royal City to flee. If they didn't flee now, they would be wiped out. Therefore, the Waterwood world followed up the victory with hot pursuit. In each of the 4 battlefields, there were figures of the humans from the Yin-Yang world. As for how to distinguish the people of the Yin-Yang world, you just needed to see whether they used fishing boats or not. Although the fishing boat was slower than running, it was much easier. Therefore, whenever there was a fishing boat in the Sky Clan would land on it. Those big birds hitched a ride and chatted with others to kill time. Luo Xiaobai led an army to chase the enemies outside the Dark War port. This kind of chase war didn't require much planning. Everyone was fighting crazily. The fleeing sea demons were all resources. In the past 3 years, the Yin-Yang world had been in continuous battles. After 3 or 5 battles, although countless people gained a lot, there were still a lot of casualties. Among the 250,000 people, nearly 20,000 people died on the battlefield in the Waterwood world, and the casualty rate was close to 10%. Of course, after paying such a high price, countless people made breakthroughs. In less than 3 years, almost everyone in Yin-Yang world had advanced by 2 minor realms. Among the 250,000 people, more than 10,000 had advanced to become law enforcers. This ratio had stunned the 4 major races of the Waterwood world. Although it wasn't particularly difficult for a hidden fisher to become a law enforcer, this growth speed was simply incredible. However, what the people from the Waterwood world didn't know was that this was the first time that the human race of the Yin-Yang world used resources so unscrupulously. As long as they had battle records, it meant that they would have resources. And having resources meant that they could grow. In addition to these more than 10,000 people who became law enforcers, there were also nearly 50,000 people who became peak-level hidden fishers. This was much stronger than when they fought the war on the Scattered Stars Island. 2. Grow on the Scattered Stars Island, one needed to go through complicated procedures to exchange for resources. After all, the resources of the entire Yin-Yang world were not as good as the Waterwood world, and the wall of Death's grabbing of the energy of the 2 sides wasn't balanced. Besides, on the Scattered Stars Island, while the human beings were cultivating, they still had to guard the island. Although this situation was much better after Han Fei liberated the scattered Stars Island, and most people could get a lot of resources if they dared to fight, it was still incomparable to the resources of the Waterwood world. At this moment, the people who came to the Waterwood world all knew how right their choice was to follow Han Fei to here. When the two worlds communicated and fused with each other, not only could they learn each other's combat skills and methods, but their consciousness would also be greatly boosted. Therefore, in the past 3 years, almost everyone had advanced by 1 or 2 minor levels. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, and Lu Renquang were attacking a half-venerable. At this moment, the strength of these 3 people could already fight a half-venerable. Zhang Xuanyu's spear flashed, and the spear in his hand turned into nothingness. The soul spear blasted the half-venerable until he vomited blood. A shadow appeared behind Lu Renquang and bit off one of the half-venerables arms. Luo Xiaobai set up a spirit plant array, making the half-venerable completely lost. The skin and internal organs of the sea demon were quickly possessed, and the blood he vomited turned into dense green moss. Immediately afterward, his body began to rot as if it were molding. In the end, his vitality was completely devoured. Retracting his attack, Zhang Xuanyu said, "Xiaobai, I still can't believe that Han Fei blew up a king's den." Lu Renquang said with a trembling face, "Yes. That's a king. Isn't it a disgrace for him to be successfully ambushed?" Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes at them. "Do you want Han Fei to lose?" Zhang Xuanyu smiled and said, "Of course not. It's just that it's really a pity that we didn't participate in such an exciting thing." Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, "All right, let's hunt more experts. Queen Life and the Venerables will attack the sea demon Venerables at most. They won't attack anyone below the Venerable realm. These sea demons are whetstones for the 4 races of the sea cloud divine tree. They are also chasing them frantically. We can't lag behind. Let's take this opportunity to quickly plunder as many resources as possible." Lu Renquang mumbled, "I only took a little bit of the Zhang family's resources. I should get more." Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes at Lu Renquang. "You can only improve yourself by obtaining resources on your own. If you don't even need to fight, when can you become a strong master?" Zhang Xuanyu said, Hey. Alright, at least we got some. The resources of the 3 of us are enough to cultivate to the half-venerable realm. As for becoming a venerable, it's still early." On the day of the explosion, more than a dozen venerables escaped from the front line. King Queen Life broke the rules and took action personally. We were really no match for her. If we hadn't run faster, we would have been killed on the spot. King, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree has launched a full attack on us. The front line has suffered heavy casualties. We can't hold on. Buzz. The White Armor Emperor's eyes were cold as he roared, "Has our army retreated?" A venerable said, "The army has retreated. Although Queen Life attacked us, she didn't attack explorers. Therefore, the soldiers on the front line are retreating while fighting. Even so, our escape will definitely cause great damage to the morale of the soldiers." The White Armor Emperor snorted. "Moo. Wuhua doesn't need to attack ordinary people. She just needs to sweep away the venerables. The entire Waterwood world, 8 million kilometers of sea, has become the whetstone of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. A venerable said, "But my king, if we retreat in such a way, we'll lose at least 30% of our soldiers." The white armor emperor knew the terrible consequences of not appearing. If there was no king on one side, the army would collapse. However, Han Fei was still alive. In the eyes of the white armor emperor, Han Fei alone was comparable to an army. Back in the heavenly tribulation of Xue Fan, the white armor emperor clearly knew that the two of them both had the potential to become a king. Xue Fan was right. He couldn't allow Xue Fan to exist, and he couldn't allow Han Fei to exist either. Both of them were monsters. Now, one of them had died, and Han Fei survived. This meant that when Han Fei transcended his own heavenly tribulation in the future, there was almost no reason for him to fail. Therefore, at this moment, the white-armored emperor didn't immediately respond to the attack of Queen Life. Instead, he checked the people in the White Shell Royal City one by one. It was also because of the explosion that many people in the White Shell Royal City, probably for the first time, faced the white armor emperor head-on. Their anxiety and fear were obvious. For example, Yu Kailing was very nervous when she saw the white armor emperor. For the first time, the white armor emperor's eyes flickered with a strange light. He didn't need to ask anything but directly examined Yu Kailing's soul. The white armor emperor said, "Open your mind. Don't resist." "Yes, my king." In Forge the Universe, the old turtle said in surprise, "It seems that this white armor emperor really hates you. Even if he needs to peep at these people's souls one by one, he must catch you. You know, while peeping at the soul, he will also see many memories that he shouldn't see. The more he sees, the worse it will be for him. Fortunately, he is a king. Otherwise, if he saw the memories of all the 50,000 people, his brain would have been destroyed." Han Fei frowned. "Are you sure you erased Yu Kailing's memories? Otherwise, if the white armor emperor finds out, we'll be in danger." The old turtle said with a smile, "Don't worry. No matter how powerful the white-armored emperor is, his sole power is only in the sea establishment realm. It's impossible for him to see anything wrong. Just cultivate. At his speed, there's a limit to how many people he can investigate every day. He won't be able to finish this job in a month." Han Fei immediately said in delight, "Oh? Are you sure it will take him so long?" The old turtle said, "If he really wants to check these people's memories one by one, his soul will be muddled if he reads them too fast." "That's great." 3 months later, Han Fei had tempered to the last piece of his skull, but this one was extremely difficult. This one affected all the bones in his body. Once this bone was tempered, Han Fei would become a half-king. Therefore, he didn't dare to be negligent. When less than 1/3 of the white armor emperor's energy was used, Han Fei's body suddenly exploded with a bang. However, a magical scene appeared. Han Fei's body was separated into dozens of pieces. His head rolled on the ground, but his eyes were still blinking. "Wow. So this is the indestructible body?" "Ka ka ka." Han Fei's shattered body trembled, quickly flew together, and regathered. Immediately afterwards, Han Fei felt that there seemed to be a powerful force in his body. When he looked at the demon purification pot, information popped up in his eyes. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 89, Half-King. Chaotic Chi, 957. Spiritual Power, 189,696. Perception Range, 78,000 kilometers. Strength, 2.0971 waves. First spiritual heritage, unknown. Second spiritual heritage, unknown. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 78. Second spiritual beast, Deek, level 72. Main art, the 7th level of void fishing, void descending art, king level. Divine quality. Hiss. Han Fei took a slight breath. He knew that when he became a half-king, he would be very powerful, but he had never thought that the gap of one small realm could make him grow so much. The power of his soul had increased by more than 40,000 points. Even if the fused soul replenished his body, this increase was too much, right? Besides, Han Fei's perception range had significantly increased, reaching almost 80,000 kilometers. This meant that everything within 80,000 kilometers could be seen by him. His perception range was 80,000 kilometers. At this moment, Han Fei could see at least 300,000 to 500,000 kilometers away. In addition to the increase in spiritual power, Han Fei's strength increased by more than 4,800 waves. Back when he just came to the Waterwood world, his strength was only about 70 waves. But now, it was completely different from before. A breakthrough of one realm brought him a terrifying increase of 4,800 waves, which was comparable to the full power of an advanced venerable. With such power, Han Fei could no longer be considered a regular venerable, or even a regular half-king. In extreme situations, Han Fei might even be able to exert the combat power of a king. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, how many waves is the strength of an ordinary sea establisher? I mean a new sea establisher." The old turtle knew that Han Fei's strength had improved greatly, so he didn't hide it and said, "Generally speaking, about 50,000 waves. The level of life will change when you transcend the king-level tribulation and open your origin. See, this is the benefit you get from the heavenly tribulation. Of course, this level of life can't be eternal. For example, your vitality will begin to decline after 5,000 years in the venerable realm, and you will definitely die after 10,000 years. The level of a king can allow him to live for hundreds of thousands of years. The difference between a king and a venerable is like clouds and mud. The growth of a king's strength isn't that exaggerated. Generally, stronger one's strength is about 50,000 waves. And there is no king whose strength is lower than 40,000 waves. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "What was your strength when you were in the sea establishment realm?" The old turtle said, "Of course, much stronger than the so-called heavenly talents. Back then, I had nearly 80,000 waves of power, which is 1 in a million. Now, even if your life level changes after the tribulation, I'm afraid yours will be similar to mine." "How much?" Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. "Are you kidding me? 80,000 waves of power for a king? That's 4 times more than a fake king." The old turtle said, "Don't be too surprised. Just because I have 80,000 waves of strength when I reach the sea establishment realm doesn't mean everyone can have such great strength. Normally, it's only about 50,000 waves." Han Fei was speechless. "Do you think 50,000 waves is too little?" Han Fei asked, "What about your strength when you were a half-king?" The old turtle said leisurely, "The half-king realm. Cough, cough, about 25,000 waves. I slept for 10,000 years before transcending the tribulation. This power is already the limit I can reach by sleeping. As for you, although you are indeed talented, your level of life is lower. I think you should be About the same as me after you reach the sea establishment realm. Han Fei was lost for words. But I have two heavenly spiritual heritages. The old turtle said, so what? One of them is made of my great Tao. Therefore, your talent is just unparalleled in this sea area. Perhaps you can reach the peak for a while in the sea establishment realm. However, if you want to go further and become a real peerless heavenly talent, I'm afraid you'll have to improve your life level. Han Fei was surprised. Can the life level be improved? The old turtle said leisurely, of course. Transcending a king level. Tribulation will improve one's life level once. There's a world of difference between a king and a venerable. Otherwise, how can one's strength improve greatly after transcending a heavenly tribulation? This is the result of a change in the life level. Hiss. Han Fei's eyes flickered. So, in the end of the cultivation path, someone would be called a god? Now, Han Fei didn't care about the level of life. He had to become a king first. Only when he became a king would his level of life change. In addition to his own improvement, what surprised Han Fei was that in the past 3 years, the Emperor Sparrow had broken through another 2 levels. It had to be said that the Emperor Sparrow was the creature making breakthroughs the fastest Han Fei had ever seen. 3 or 5 days later, 3 months passed outside Forge the Universe. Han Fei couldn't wait to go out, but the White Armor Emperor still didn't intend to leave. Han Fei was lost for words. Didn't the old turtle say that it had been more than a month? Why did this be *starred stall for over 3 months? Since Han Fei didn't intend to go out, in boredom, he spent some time absorbing the dragon bones. It wasn't until Han Fei absorbed more than 50 dragon bones and his chaotic chi had exceeded 1,000 that the white-armored Emperor made a new move. This movement startled Han Fei. On this day, a huge shell suddenly opened its mouth. The White Armor Emperor roared, I am the White Armor Emperor, the king of the White Shell. Because there is a strong master of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree in the royal city. Now, anyone below the venerable realm, enter my shell. Han Fei was surprised. Is he crazy? Does he not want his nest anymore? He's going all out. Han Fei was horrified. So what if there were only 50,000 people left in the city? How could he underestimate these 50,000 people? Although the city had been destroyed by his previous explosion, it wouldn't be hard to rebuild it. But now, the White Armor Emperor just abandoned the city and took everyone with him? Even the White Armor Emperor himself didn't expect himself to be so bold. It was not that Han Fei didn't want to leave, but that he was in Forge the Universe. The shell felt like the origin sea or the real body of the White Armored Emperor. How could Han Fei dare to enter it? Although Han Fei had reached the level of a half-king wasn't a king. Although his strength at its peak might be comparable to a king, so what? Strength was strength, and the Great Tao was the Great Tao. The Great Tao could crush anything, the old turtle said. Generally speaking, the origin sea won't reveal itself, so the giant shell is either his true body, his domain, or his companion spirit. Once you go in, your concealment might be invalid. Han Fei said, he's smart. This method can indeed screen me from his people. However, the old turtle said leisurely, maybe it's more than that. Don't you think the White Shell Royal City is too small? Huh? You can blow up the White Shell Royal City, but what about the White Armored Emperor? The next second, the White Armor Emperor ordered more than 90 venerables to Enter the shells, each venerables leading 500 or so people. In such a way, even if Han Fei attacked again, he wouldn't be able to hurt many people. Under such circumstances, Han Fei certainly couldn't attack. Otherwise, he would have fallen into the White Armor Emperor's trap. A moment later, everybody including Yu Kailing entered the giant shell space. At this moment, the city had become empty. At this time, above the white shell royal city, the voice of the white armored emperor spread out. Han Fei, I know you are still in the city. You want the white shell royal city? Fine, I'll give it to you. Then die with the white shell royal city. Buzz. At that moment, in the void, the huge mouth of the giant shell opened and closed as if it wanted to eat the entire white shell royal city. The white armored emperor's voice was cold. Han Fei, are you still not coming out? I will throw you, along with the entire white shell royal city, into the endless void. You will be lost in eternal darkness. And Mu Wuhua still can't kill me. Although this domain is not big, there are countless sea spirit level demons in it. Do you really think the death of tens of thousands of people can shake me? The old turtle said, sure enough, his purpose is not to take his people out. He is still trying to kill you. But this time, he paid a huge price. Even if he has to destroy the white shell royal city, he must force you out. Han Fei was lost for words. Old Yuan, I'll get lost in the endless void. Right? The old turtle said, of course. Not every time there will be an exit for you to come out. The endless void is indeed only endless darkness. Even if I go in, I will be lost, let alone you. There is no concept of time there, nor is there any direction. The greatest possibility is that you will die of old age in the endless void. Han Fei frowned. So, I can only go out? The old turtle also said solemnly, maybe that's true. This is probably the only way. While the old turtle was talking, hundreds of fish skins floated around Han Fei. Hundreds of arrays appeared on the fish skins. At Han Fei's waist, Ning Jing's venerable token had already been hung up. Buzz. Activating the twin divine technique, Han Fei grinned. Then let's go out and have a try. Let's see how strong a real king is. The White Armor Emperor seemed to expect Han Fei to come out, so he was not in a hurry at all. In fact, if the White Shell Royal City was completely thrown into the endless void, he would lose more than just a little bit. It could be said that all the trial secret realms in the White Shell Royal City needed to be rearranged. The entire ground veins of the White Shell Royal City would have to be abandoned. And the forbidden level trial fields might disappear forever. However, the White Armor Emperor didn't care. As long as he could kill Han Fei, he didn't mind destroying the entire White Shell Royal City. Han Fei had no choice but to go out. However, going out meant fighting, and the opponent was a king. There might be a few half-kings more. Although half-kings were no longer Han Fei's opponent, as long as the other party stalled him for a little while, the White Armor Emperor would have a chance. Swish. Han Fei's figure appeared outside Forge the Universe. Since he was destined to go out, it didn't matter if he went out early or late. The moment Han Fei came out, beside his white mist body, 100 fish skins unfolded at the same time. Then, he used the near-at-hand technique and punched at the defense array of the White Shell Royal City. The moment Han Fei appeared, the White Armor Emperor's eyes flashed, and he grinned coldly. The shell shakes the void, swallows the sea, and eats the soul. The white armor emperor's voice was icy. Do you think you can escape? Even if you might be the strongest venerable in this world, you are only a venerable. You have no idea the difference between a king and a venerable. Seeing that the void was blocked, Han Fei didn't hesitate at all. Only by piercing through the white-armored emperor's shell could he escape. Han Fei had witnessed the terrifying power of the white-armored emperor in Shui Fan's tribulation. Therefore, Han Fei had to create an opportunity for his black fog body with this blow. Therefore, from the beginning, Han Fei had already used the power of his great Tao. The ancient desolate war body erupted, and the chaotic energy steamed. At the same time, he gathered the arrays on his fist and condensed his invincible will into a punch. The white armor emperor watched this scene indifferently. Holding two large circular blades, he had already come to Han Fei's side. Boom! Crack! Bang! How is that possible? The white-armored emperor suddenly widened his eyes. How could the power of a venerable break his shell seal? Even if the 5 half-kings of the White Shell Royal City attacked at the same time, they couldn't break his shell space. Pfft! Although he protected himself with 100 arrays, Han Fei still couldn't resist the power of the white-armored emperor's attack. His white mist body and the void shattered together. Therefore, when Han Fei punched through the shell space, the white armor emperor shattered a large area of the void. Even Han Fei's white mist body was shattered, but the white armor emperor was still stunned. There were 2 reasons for his being stunned. On one hand, Han Fei broke through his seal, on the other hand, it was done by a clone of Han Fei? This was the most intolerable part for the white armor emperor. It was too fast. Han Fei's growing speed was too fast. It had only been a few years. Last time, Han Fei was only an advanced peak level venerable, but his current strength was comparable to a king? Yes, the white armor emperor could confirm that Han Fei's strength had almost reached the sea establishment realm. This almost meant that in this sea area, the Blood Sea Divine Wood City had just been destroyed, but another king would appear soon. And this king was a human, Mu Wu was ally. In the white armor emperor's opinion, there were only a few heavenly tribulations between Han Fei and a king. He watched Han Fei pass the 9-level tribulation of Shui Fan. At that time, Han Fei was still a peak-level advanced venerable. At this moment, Han Fei was already a half-king. It would be as easy as pie for him to transcend the tribulation. Thinking about that, the white armor emperor scanned the void, searching for Han Fei's real body. If Han Fei wanted to escape quickly, he couldn't be too slow. The white armor emperor didn't try to perceive Han Fei, but the changes in space. Sure enough, in an instant, the white armor emperor stepped through the void and slashed 800 kilometers away. At this time, Han Fei's black mist body knew that it couldn't escape and simply appeared. After escaping 3,000 kilometers, Han Fei was still caught up by the white-armored emperor. Bang! Han Fei turned around and punched. On his fist, time flowed, and the crazy power of the white armor emperor cut the air open. Han Fei stepped back and activated the near-at-hand technique continuously. But no matter how fast Han Fei was, the white armor emperor was not slow either. In the blink of an eye, the two of them appeared thousands of kilometers away. In the sky above the White Shell Royal City, the 5 half-kings were dumbfounded. Is this guy still a human? They had never seen a venerable fight a king before. Because Han Fei, Little Black, and Little White were getting stronger and stronger, the distance between the two clones could be larger. 10,000 kilometers away, Han Fei shouted, "White Armor Emperor, I'm here. Let's see if you can catch me." "Humph. Go to hell. Suppress." An invisible force ignored the existence of space and fell on Han Fei. At that moment, Han Fei felt that the area within 100 meters was sealed by an invisible seal. Buzz. His black mist body turned into a cloud of black fog. The black mist swirled crazily and devoured half of the seal in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the fist mark of the White Armor Emperor had already blasted over. However, at the same time, Han Fei reappeared in the place where his white mist body collapsed. Not only did he appear, but a teleportation array also appeared. This was a long-distance random teleportation array, with a teleportation range between 200,000 to 500,000 kilometers. The moment his white mist body appeared, the White Armor Emperor roared, "Hi! Ting Lei!" Boom! Before the White Armor Emperor said anything, a lightning bolt had arrived, trying to stop Han Fei. Behind Hai Ting Lei, the other 4 half-kings also came to help him. Half of Han Fei's white mist body had already entered the array. He shouted, "Time, the draw." In front of Han Fei, time was reversed. Han Fei drew out a saber from it. Perhaps when facing the White Armor Emperor, Han Fei didn't show much strength. However, Hai Ting Lei's thunder scar became very slow in front of the time blade. The time blade didn't give him any chance at all. It shattered Hai Ting Lei with one slash, and his flesh and blood quickly decayed. Boom! Not that a great Dao crack appeared, but Han Fei's black fog body collided with the White Armored Emperor. Although most of his black mist body was blown to smithereens, Han Fei still grinned. I wondered how strong a king was. It turns out that it's nothing more than this. As he spoke, Han Fei's black fog body roared, "All laws forbidden in this space." In the next moment, he extended his hand into the void and grabbed the corpse, 3 wisps of soul, and a sun-moon shell of Hai Ting Lei into the teleportation array. Twin in one. Swish. In the next moment, Han Fei's twin bodies fused and became one. The moment he stepped into the void, he turned back and extended his hand, turning time to accelerate the closing of the teleportation array. Even though the White Armor Emperor's blow had touched the teleportation array, it still missed. In the void, Han Fei's void lines stabbed at Hai Ting Lei. Hai Ting Lei, who was trying to be reborn, was shocked. How is it possible? How can this person be so strong? I couldn't even block a single blow of his. Is this guy a king? A few seconds later, Han Fei jumped out of the void and pointed the vast ocean navigator in his hand in the direction of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. In the blink of an eye, before Han Fei had the time to kill Hai Ting Lei, he dove into the void again and fled frantically. Illiterally. Of course, before entering the void, Han Fei's soul collided with the White Armored Emperor's soul on the sea. The old turtle said, "Don't fight head-on. Go to the Cloud Sea Divine Tree." A distance of more than 300,000 kilometers was nothing to a king. However, what chilled the White Armor Emperor was the ability of Han Fei's clones. A clone could break his shell seal. A clone could block his blow head-on. Han Fei's strength had already exceeded that of a half-king, and he was already a real king. Han Fei was also measuring the strength of the White Armored Emperor. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, didn't you say that the power of ordinary kings is only about 50,000 waves? The power of the White Armored Emperor is at least 60,000. waves. The old turtle snorted and said, he has been a king for tens of thousands of years, okay? Besides, his strength is not 60,000 waves, but at least 70,000. And I'm afraid his strongest power may be 80,000 waves. Boom. At this moment, Han Fei had killed Hai Ting Lei, and a great Dao crack appeared in the sky. A half-king was killed with a single blow, just to stop Han Fei for a moment. A half-king had died anyway. It was impossible for the Cloud Sea Divine Tree not to notice anything. Han Fei's clone roared, Your Majesty, help! Li Daxian was alarmed and looked at Han Fei. What happened? Boom. At that moment, when the great Dao crack appeared, Li Daxian disappeared with a swoosh and rushed out of the dark war port. When Han Fei was 1,000,000 kilometers away from the White Shell Royal City, the White Armor Emperor had already caught up with him. They were only 100,000 kilometers away from each other. Han Fei had used all his strength, but the Heavenly Void Divine Movement didn't work at this moment. No matter how powerful the Heavenly Void Divine Movement was, it was only a speed secret technique in the Venerable Realm. Faced with the pursuit of a king, Han Fei kept using arrays to increase his speed. When he escaped 1,500,000 kilometers, the White Armor Emperor had already caught up. Han Fei activated the Twin Divine Technique again, intending to use the same trick. However, this time a huge shell turned into a person. The White Armored Emperor roared, Han Fei, do you really think I'm weak? Did the White Armored Emperor also have a clone? No, this was the White Emperor Armor spiritual beast. In Han Fei's eyes, information appeared. Name, Seek Controlling White Shell, White Armor Emperor's Companion Spirit. Introduction, this is an ancient shell that's inherited from ancient times. It can turn the sea into a shield and defend itself. It can resist attacks 10 times stronger than itself. The sea-controlling white shell is good at shield attacks and likes to crush its opponent with absolute strength. Level, greater than 89, Half-King. Quality Ancient Mutant. Great Dao, Sea-Controlling. Contained chaotic chi greater than 526 strands. Edible effect inedible. Collectible, sea-controlling shell. Unabsorbable. Remarks, it's extremely difficult to escape when you're trapped by the sea. Controlling white shell. Han Fei was surprised to see this. What kind of creature could resist an attack 10 times stronger than itself? Didn't it mean that the defense power of this sea-controlling shell was comparable to that of a king? The moment the sea-controlling shell appeared, Han Fei saw that within 1,000 kilometers, water curtains rose. At first, Han Fei avoided it, but how much time would it take to avoid it? Swish. His twin bodies became one. Han Fei had to do it. It was not that he was afraid of the sea-controlling white shell, but that the White Armor Emperor's purpose was to stall him. If the defense power of the sea-controlling white shell was really so strong, it was indeed possible. Of course, Han Fei couldn't believe that the companion spirit had reached the level of a king. In that case, the White Emperor armor should be able to easily beat Queen Life, right? After all, the odds of winning would be much higher if two kings fought against one. At this moment, Han Fei was at his peak state, so his speed was much faster. Of course, Han Fei was still slower than the White Armor Emperor. Therefore, after only another 300,000 kilometers, Han Fei and the White Armor Emperor finally collided head-on. Bang! Han Fei didn't hesitate to use 2 wisps of chaotic chi. At the same time, his body glowed with golden light as he punched. Sacrificing punch. Or As a king, the White Armor Emperor certainly knew how powerful Han Fei's current strength was. This person couldn't be treated as an ordinary venerable. He was simply AF** King C establisher. At that moment, the White Armor Emperor was holding a giant shield and sneering. Han Fei, do you really think it's so easy to be a king? I'd like to see how long you can last. Shield counter. Han Fei was still surprised. Why did the White Armored Emperor raise his shield to block it? Was he really so powerful? But the next scene stunned Han Fei. The power of the sacrificing punch was swallowed by the shield and bounced back. Shoot. Han Fei had tried this move before, but how strong was he now? To attack him with his own strength, and more importantly, the sacrificing punch was a locking technique. Even if it was his own combat skill, it would take him some time to block it. There was no doubt that if Han Fei blocked the sacrificing punch, the White Armored Emperor would definitely get a chance. Therefore, at this critical moment, Han Fei didn't intend to resist, but a yin-yang diagram suddenly appeared. Pfft. The supreme yin-yang wheel forcibly cut the sacrificing punch, and Han Fei collided head-on with the White Armored Emperor. Sizzle. Ka ka ka. Or. At that moment, the White Armored Emperor was horrified. The sea-quelling bizarre treasure shield that he had been working so hard to refine had cracks under Han Fei's weird technique? Within 10,000 kilometers, the seawater turned into a vortex. The huge force surged between Han Fei and the White Armored Emperor. All the creatures and reefs within 1,000 kilometers were instantly reduced to powder. The battle between kings certainly had such terrifying destructive power. Sea controlling. At this moment, the White Armor Emperor didn't want to sacrifice his sea-quelling bizarre treasure-level shield but fused with his companion spirit. The seawater around him knocked as if the world was closing. If Han Fei didn't come out in time, he would be squeezed into pieces by the power of this space. Buzz. Han Fei tried to perform the star teleportation technique, but he found that the void here was blocked, and the star teleportation technique was useless. Therefore, Han Fei made up his mind and tried to dig a hole with the infinity water. The level of the infinity water was closely related to Han Fei's strength. Now, Han Fei's strength was infinitely close to that of a king, so the infinity water was infinitely close to that of a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. The sea-controlling technique was drilled through by Han Fei. The White Armor Emperor was lost for words. Why did Han Fei have so many means? At this moment, the White Armor Emperor could only fight Han Fei head-on. Bam! 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 For a time, golden fist marks and shield armor collided continuously. In an instant, the terrifying powers collided as many as 100 times. Han Fei was horrified. He found that even with the desolate war body, he was still weaker than the White Armor Emperor. Therefore, in every clash, Han Fei was actually the one at a disadvantage. With such a powerful attack, Han Fei's great Dao power could only last for 10 seconds at most. Han Fei thought to himself, why hasn't Queen Life come yet? Haven't I caused enough noise? Besides, I've already run more than half the distance. If Wuhua still doesn't come, she'll be suspicious. Sure enough, when Han Fei was waiting anxiously, Queen Life finally appeared. In the void, countless giant dragon beasts appeared out of thin air. Countless huge vines wriggled like dragons. Huge sunflower-like flowers appeared, sweeping crazily at the space where Han Fei and the White Armored Emperor were. Swish! Swish. Swish. The White Armor Emperor's seek-controlling technique was instantly riddled with holes. And that was not the end of it. How could the demon plant's means be so limited? The sharp blades that spewed out like rain exploded in the void like seeds, producing vines one after another. The vines formed a net, cutting apart the white-armored emperor's seek-controlling technique. Han Fei took the opportunity to escape. He clenched his fist, and the time fist flew 1/2 meter out of his body. He grabbed at the time with his other hand, drew a time blade, and slashed at the White Armor Emperor. For a moment, even Queen Life was dazzled by Han Fei's moves. When did Han Fei master the great Tao of time? How could he wield this high-level great Tao so proficiently? Han Fei roared, "Let's join hands and kill him." With that said, Han Fei grabbed the infinity water and gathered 100,000 blades into one, unleashing a 1,000-kilometer-long saber beam. He looked so intimidating that people might think he was a real king. Queen Life said, "Go back and stop fighting." Countless shells appeared around the White Armor Emperor and quickly interweaved on his body, quickly forming a layer of armor-like defense. With this shell armor, the White Armor Emperor resisted Han Fei's terrifying knife light with both hands, stomped on the seabed, and smashed Han Fei's attack with his shoulder. Boom! With a thought from Han Fei, the infinity water returned. Han Fei ran wildly. "Let's go." The White Armor Emperor snorted. "You want to leave? You have to ask if I agree." This time, the White Armor Emperor seemed determined to take Han Fei down. He knew that this was his only chance. Once Han Fei escaped and returned to the Cloud-Sea Divine Tree, there was nothing he could do. It was almost certain that Han Fei would become a king. If Han Fei became a king, he wouldn't have to do anything but wait for death. Therefore, this time, no matter what the price was, he had to kill him. Even if he had to sacrifice everyone in the White Shell Royal City, this battle was inevitable. Therefore, the White-Armored Emperor avoided Queen Life and chased Han Fei. Originally, the strengths of kings were basically the same. It was meaningless to fight such a battle. The White Armor Emperor and Queen Life had fought more than once. The two were already very familiar with each other. Therefore, while he avoided Queen Life, the seek-controlling White Shell appeared. The White Emperor armor intended to use the seek-controlling technique to block Queen Life for a moment to buy himself time to kill Han Fei. However, the White Armor Emperor underestimated Han Fei's shamelessness. Han Fei hurriedly performed the star teleportation technique and came directly to Queen Life. "Hey! Although I can't beat you, the one beside me is about the same strength as you. It's impossible for you to kill me now." Han Fei shouted at the White Armored Emperor without the air of a strong master at all. "You big seashell. I'll challenge you in person in a few years. Do you dare to accept my challenge?" The White Armor Emperor sneered coldly. "It seems that you don't want the Cloud-Sea Divine Tree anymore?" The White Armor Emperor suddenly grinned, and as the shadow of the sea controlling white shell appeared in the sky, the White Armor Emperor shouted, "Sea suppression!" In an instant, under the pressure of 1,000,000 times the power, the White Armor Emperor disappeared into the void with a swish. Queen Life's face changed drastically. "Not good." The White Armored Emperor sacrificed the sea-controlling white shell and poured all his great Tao power to trap me for a moment. He's trying his best. Han Fei was also shocked. "I was too careless. This guy even gave up his companion spirit whose defense had reached the level of a king. Is he heading for the Cloud Sea Divine Tree? Although the Cloud Sea Divine Tree was also a king, its body was too big. What if the white armored emperor really attacked the Cloud Sea Divine Tree? He still had a 50,000-strong army, after all. Han Fei asked, "Can you break this sea-controlling white shell?" Queen Life bombarded the shell and shouted, "If you attack it too, we can break it in 100 seconds. Han Fei was stunned. 100 seconds? Are you kidding me? This place is only 2 million kilometers away from the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Within 100 seconds, with the speed of a king, he would have reached the Cloud Sea Divine Tree." Han Fei's face changed greatly. He suddenly thought of an idea. Strike the sea-controlling shelf first. Wait for me for a moment. Buzz. With that, Han Fei disappeared. Under Queen Life's surprised gaze, Han Fei simply entered Forge the Universe.